The story begins with the system congratulating the player for clearing everything, and the guy happily says that he did it. A guy with black hair looks at his computer screen and with a very joyful expression on his face says that he finally beat this damn game. He raises his hands and says that he was finally able to finish this. People in the comments congratulate him and write that he is a real crazy person for being able to beat this game. He is the first in the world to do this. This is a game famous for its almost impenetrable difficulty, Empire Defense. And now, 10 years after its release, someone was finally able to get past it. And this person is precisely he. The guy rolls back in his chair and asks, he told them all, right? He puts the microphone to his mouth and says that no matter how difficult the game is, it exists for him to beat it. This guy is a game streamer who only plays the most difficult games. Even his nickname is Classic Nerd. He has 2,340,000 subscribers and 172 videos. He thanks the Good Fox donator for $300, laughs and says that it's all thanks to them. They really did a great job. He was the first person to beat this absurdly difficult game in its 10 years of existence. He says that, to be honest, his technique isn't much. He thinks about it and says that he was just incredibly cool. He notices something that catches his attention and thinks there is something he regrets. One of the commentators wrote that he was so sorry that the saint died in the final battle. For an R-rank character, she was very good. The streamer's face became sad, and he sat silently for several seconds. He thinks it might be because the audience became attached to the characters while he was playing, but they were hoping that everyone would survive the final battle. However, in the end, except for the main character, Lucas, everyone died. His goal was still to complete the game, not to save all the characters. After the final boss, the Princess of the Lake, unable to sleep, the game was over. The system window says that the last level has been completed. MVP level Lucas SSR. Hellish difficulty and Man of Steel mode completed. The player's name is number 1 in the Classic Nerd rankings. The streamer looks at the screen and thinks that, however, Lucas did not move an inch in front of the boss he killed, surrounded by the corpses of allies and enemies. He sits still, continues to be silent, and wonders why this is happening. Even if he is just a game character, his back looks so sad. His computer screen goes dark, and the credits start to roll with the one person who created this game. The guy put his head on his hand, looks at it, and thinks that now it's somehow better. He looks at his computer screen and something catches his attention. The commentator writes, shouldn't the developer reward him somehow? The streamer chuckled and asked why he would do this. Another commentator writes that their studio was literally destroyed due to an unplayable game, but he was able to prove the opposite. At the very least, they should thank him. The streamer says he played purely for fun. He doesn't need any reward. As long as he can have fun with everyone, everything will be fine. People write that they should look at the greed in his eyes. He is betting that he will gladly accept the reward if offered. The streamer starts laughing and says that he doesn't need anything. He thinks that this developer disappeared many years ago. During these 10 years, he created nothing. He doesn't care that someone beat his game. Suddenly, a system window appears on one of his monitors with a letter from the developer. Hello, Classic Nerd. He is the director of Empire Defense. This attracts the streamer's attention, and he looks at it. He leans closer and looks at this message with great surprise. All the spectators were very surprised by what was happening and began to write question marks in the chat. In the next window of the system, it is written that first of all, he would like to thank him. He no longer hoped that anyone would beat his game. The streamer silently looks at this with very strong surprise and wonders, is this all happening for real? The system window says that. However, seeing how he dealt with it, he felt relieved. He wants to thank him again for this. The streamer is embarrassed by this, scratches his head, and says that he shouldn't thank him. In the system window, it is written that he is glad that they still have hope. The streamer looks at this with confusion and wonders what this means. Is he doing something like the second part of Empire Defense? The system window says that he has proven his abilities and worth. He must come to them and help. The streamer looks at this with a blank expression on his face and asks, what does this mean? He wonders, is the developer trying to attract attention? There's no way a game developer would sit on his stream. He should just kick him out. He calls him by his nickname with a smile and asks, or would it be better to say self-proclaimed developer? Suddenly his monitor begins to distort and the system window begins to emit a bright light. The streamer feels bad while he is about to say something about this with a smile, but suddenly stops. His consciousness begins to blur and he wonders what is going on. He starts to fall out of his chair and wonders, is it because he played too much? He looks at his monitors as he passes out, falls to the floor and thinks that his viewers will probably call an ambulance if they see him faint. A message appears on the screen. Thank you for playing Empire Defense. Sometime later, something falls to the ground at very high speed with very loud sounds. Suddenly, the streamer opens his eyes and looks forward with very strong surprise. He found himself in another world and in different clothes. He stands up sharply and screams loudly out of surprise. He breathes heavily and wonders what that sound was. He notices that there is a large stone pillar in front of him, which was destroyed by some kind of magical shot, and a lot of debris is flying towards him. The streamer screams very loudly out of surprise and asks what is going on here. He presses himself to the ground and covers his head with his hands as large pieces of stone fall near him. He begins to slowly rise to his feet while a large amount of smoke surrounds him, causing him to cough. He gets to his feet, covers his face with his hand and wonders, is this the smell of gunpowder? Suddenly, several guards next to him loudly shoot from their cannons, and this greatly surprises him. Because of his very strong surprise, he fell to the ground and continues to look at it. He continues to look at it for a few more seconds with a surprised expression on his face and says nothing. Suddenly, a very strong explosion occurs behind him, which greatly frightened him. The streamer turns around with a very displeased expression on his face and loudly asks what is happening here. They should stop this already. He noticed something that attracted his attention and looked at it with great surprise. He notices an army of warriors in armor, with spears and shields, and asks, what is this? He sits still while these warriors run at someone and loudly say that they must be faster. They can't let them get in. The streamer looks at everything that happens around him with a blank expression on his face and says nothing. He continues to look at it, sitting on the ground and wondering what is going on here. The guards who stand on the wall shoot from their crossbows. Other warriors fight with spears and green liquid pours on them. The streamer silently looks at all this and wonders, is this war? One of the guards pays attention to him and is very surprised when he notices him. He runs to him and asks loudly, His Imperial Highness? The streamer turns to this warrior with a blank expression on his face and looks at him. A warrior with a very scary expression runs towards him and loudly asks the Lord if he is okay. The streamer opened his mouth very wide out of fear and surprise and began to think, could this be an enemy soldier? He falls to the ground, swings his legs, screams loudly out of fear, and asks him not to come near him. The man does not listen to him, continues to walk, which greatly frightens him, and he says loudly that he told him not to come. He looks at a very surprised man who has stopped in front of him and is trembling very much. Suddenly he drops his sword on the ground and it makes a loud sound. The man kneels and lowers his head in front of him, after which he says that he asks for forgiveness from His Highness. Tears flow down his face, and he says that he asks for mercy to be shown towards his insignificant servant. The streamer looks at him blankly and wonders what's wrong with this old man. He slowly rises to his feet and does not take his eyes off the man. He moves closer to the trembling man and calls out to him to get his attention. He doesn't pay attention to something that flies in their direction and says that he must calm down first. He is very surprised when he notices what was flying in their direction. It hits the wall next to him, explodes, and throws the streamer very hard to the side. He falls to the ground and slides several meters along the ground. He tries to get up, but his body is shaking violently because of what just happened. He breathes very heavily out of surprise and wonders what is happening. Was it a bomb? He notices that a very bright green glow appears next to his hand. He sees a green fire that touched the people caught in the explosion. The streamer looks at this with great surprise and asks what's going on. A warrior stops next to him, points at something, and loudly says that the enemy is attacking them. This attracts the streamer's attention, and he looks in the direction where this warrior pointed. He keeps pointing at the wall and loudly saying that they can't let them climb the walls. One of the warriors runs with a sword in his hands and shouts loudly. Suddenly something pierces his body with enormous force. The streamer looks at what is happening with great surprise. He sees how one of the huge tentacles pierced the warrior and he dropped his sword. Another tentacle cut off the hand of this warrior, and this hand flies a long distance along the ground. This hand falls next to the streamer, who sits on the ground and looks in surprise at what is happening around him. The blood from this hand splashes next to him, and this blood falls on his face. He was very frightened by what happened, crawls back and looks at this hand, which lies at his feet. The tentacles of an unknown monster continue to attack the warriors, who cannot do anything about it and scream loudly because of the pain. The bodies of these warriors fall to the ground as blood flows from their wounds. The streamer looks at everything that is happening with fear and shock and wonders what is hiding behind this wall. A huge spider that was behind the wall gets inside this fortress and moves around making loud sounds. This monster stops in front of the streamer and looks at him with its many red eyes. The eyes of this huge spider light up, and it emits a very loud scream, which makes it cover its ears with its hands. The streamer continues to sit still, covering his ears with his hands and wondering, is this a spider? Several warriors are running towards this spider, one of whom loudly says that the army is already here. They must immobilize him. He does not have time to finish because a huge spider quickly runs towards them and easily defeats all these soldiers. The streamer sits still and realizes that his body is trembling with fear. A huge fart that just defeated all these warriors slowly walks towards him with loud sounds. The streamer looks at this monster with horror and wonders, is this a dream or is he hallucinating? This is simply impossible. The spider raises one of its legs and is about to attack it, while he thinks that it should not touch him. The monster mercilessly and very quickly lowers its paw and is about to attack him. The streamer looks at this with very strong horror and thinks that he doesn't want to die like that. Suddenly a guy with yellow hair comes running to him, calling him His Highness. He very quickly draws his sword from its sheath and is about to say something, but pauses. He pulls out his sword, from which very strong energy emanates, and looks at this monster with glowing blue eyes. He makes a very strong blow with his sword, into which he directs a large amount of his energy and defeats this huge spider with just this blow. The defeated monster falls to the ground with a loud sound, while this knight turns to the streamer who is sitting on the ground. He looks at him with a wide smile and asks, "Isn't denying reality too trivial?" The streamer looks at him with very strong surprise and cannot say anything due to his strong surprise. The knight who stands in front of him was very surprised when he noticed something that attracted his attention. He kneels in front of him and in a concerned voice asks His Highness why he is in this form. He is very worried while he looks at him and asks if he was hurt. The streamer looks at him and thinks his face looks very familiar. He remembers a character from a game he played before, standing with a sad look. He recognizes him and with a very surprised expression on his face asks, "Is he Lucas?" He was very shocked when he said his name. Tears flowed down his face, and he says that he knew it. He wipes his tears and says that he still hurt his head. He grabbed the streamer's hands, lifted him off the ground, and with a joyful expression on his face said that, however, he was sincerely happy that he began to call him by name. Even though he had been his guard all his life, he still couldn't remember his name. The streamer looks at him with very strong surprise because of what he just said and wonders, what was that? Lucas looks at him with a blank expression on his face, and he thinks, so is it really him? What does all of this mean? The streamer turns away from him with a very surprised expression on his face and thinks that this cannot happen. He looks to the side, standing on a huge wall that is being attacked with bombs right now. He sees a huge fortress, towards which a huge army of large spiders is running. He looks at all this and asks loudly, so he moved to Empire Defense? Sweat starts running down his face and his body shakes really hard and he thinks it's terrible. This is the highest difficulty game he beat right before coming here. He looks at the many huge spiders that are running towards the fortress and thinks that this is a game that consists entirely of slaughter. There are endless hordes of incredibly powerful monsters here. He turns away from these monsters and, with an incredibly surprised expression on his face, thinks that he has found himself in a real hell. A green liquid emerges from the backs of these huge spiders. The monsters shoot this liquid towards the castle with loud sounds. This liquid hits the walls and explodes very violently. One of these projectiles hits the wall next to the streamer and explodes, and he covers his face with his hands. He looks at what is happening with great horror and wonders why he ended up in the game. Lucas loudly calls out for his Imperial Highness. The streamer turns to him and calls him by name with a surprised expression on his face. Lucas grabs him by the shoulders and says that the enemy that is encroaching on them is an army of black spiders. The forward operating base is on the verge of destruction, but these spiders become weak at sunset. The sun will set in 30 minutes. He stops talking and very quickly takes his sword out of its sheath. He turns around and notices that they are surrounded by several of these spiders. Lucas stands still and with a calm expression tells His Highness that he must do whatever it takes to hold out. The streamer looks at him and wonders why he is so desperate to protect him. They all call him the same, His Imperial Majesty. Who is he anyway? Sometime later, when evening came and the fire was extinguished, many soldiers help the wounded and loudly say that he is still breathing. They should bring a stretcher here. Lucas, whose armor was covered in the blood of monsters, sheathes his sword and goes somewhere. He straightens his hair and says that sunset has finally come. The army of black spiders began to retreat. He was embarrassed because the streamer did not answer him and called him. At this time he is standing on the wall and with a sad expression on his face, silently looking at something. He sees a huge number of monster corpses and large debris that lie on the ground. A little further from the wall you can see a huge number of corpses of spiders, from which arrows and broken spears stick out. The streamer calls Lucas, who stands next to him, and asks where he is and when is this happening. Lucas says that this is the last day of February in the year 649 according to the imperial calendar. It is the forward operating base of Crossrod, the walled city. The streamer looks straight at him with an angry expression on his face and says that this means that tomorrow will be the 1st of March of the year 649. Lucas looks at him with a calm expression and says that's exactly how it is. The streamer thinks that the 1st of March 649 according to the imperial calendar, a forward operating base against monsters. He narrowed his eyes very much and thinks that this is a painfully familiar situation in a painfully familiar place. Of course it is. After all, for all those 6 months that he spent on Empire Defense, this was each time the time and place where he began his training, which he has passed thousands of times. He says with a very worried expression that he turns out to be Ash. He turns around and with a very displeased expression on his face says loudly that his name is Ash. Ash Bonhatter Everblack. Lucas looks at him with a calm expression and tells His Highness that everything is exactly as he said. The streamer grabbed his hair very tightly and loudly asked why this happened. Why is he this particular freak? He is the crazy third prince of the Empire. The worst commander, responsible for the death of most of the soldiers in the fortress city. And also, the character who will meet the worst end in training. He continues to hold his head with intense horror on his face and wonders why he has to be this idiot. After some time in the special housing of the commanders, Streamer in Ash's body looks at himself in the mirror and says that he is a stupid idiot. Couldn't we just sit quietly in the city? Why did he need to leave his damned castle? He calmed down a little, took a deep breath, and said that he would go so crazy. This is a regular Empire defense game. The reason why this game is known for its nightmarish difficulty. He remembers that there are only 2 difficulty levels, the highest hellish mode and the Man of Steel mode, which forcibly saves progress. He thinks the reason is the complexity of Helman of Steel, which combines these 2 modes. And he is the only person who was able to complete this regime. No matter where the game takes him, he is confident that he can find a way out of the situation. Except for this damn training. Ash calls the system window, which immediately appears in front of him and thinks that this level is impossible to pass. The training is made in such a way that he will lose in any case, no matter how hard he tries. Because the story begins with Lucas escaping from invading monsters alone. In this game, which lasts for 3 years, the army of black spiders are monsters that can be hunted after reaching halfway through the 2nd year. And how should he defeat them at the very beginning of the game? He slaps himself in the face and thinks that this is not true. He must concentrate, because he is a classic nerd. He looks with a very determined look and thinks that he has already played this game. If he combines his knowledge and experience, he will definitely be able to find a way out. He was very confused when he saw the system window and thinks that he has no way out. Ash looks at the windows of the system in front of him, laughs and says that this is horror. He has huge problems, right? What's wrong with these spiders levels anyway? 55th level. Level 60? Besides, there are almost 1,000 of them. What is going on? Ash looks at the system window with the artifact and says that, in addition, the strength of the castle wall is at the very bottom. And the only thing usable is this mana cannon. He thinks that with this, the chances of winning are too low. He needs to find a way with a better chance of winning. He just needs to calm down. When playing in Man of Steel mode, it is no longer possible to save and load the game. So as soon as he makes a mistake, the game ends. Because of this, it is incredibly important to make rational decisions every second. Since he spent the last 6 months playing this game, he knows something for sure. In any situation you can do something and survive it. He looks through many windows of the system and thinks that he needs something even with a small chance of survival. Something with at least a little more confidence. He clicks on the system window and thinks he needs to find it. Ash kicks the door open and calls Lucas loudly. He goes outside and asks loudly where he is. Lucas, who is standing next to this door, loudly tells His Highness that he is here. Something happened. Ash turns to him and says that he must immediately summon those directly under his control. Lucas looks at him blankly and asks His Highness, does he mean his guards? He had never called them before. How is it? He doesn't have time to finish his question because Ash loudly says that he should stop talking and call them together quickly. He points his finger at Lucas, and this surprises him very much. He keeps pointing at him and says with a smile that he has figured out how they can get out of this situation. Some time later, Ash sits down on his chair and says that's great. Is everyone here already? Lucas stands in front of him with several people who react differently to what is happening. Ash looks at them all with a calm expression and thinks that their faces are so familiar. He remembers the names of these characters from the game and looks at the smiling girl with the staff, whose name is Lily. He looks at the armored man with a dissatisfied expression, whose name is Ken. He looks at the bespectacled priest sitting on the floor hugging his knees and wonders if this is Damien. Ash plunges into memories and thinks that, in principle, they should be familiar. The whole room except Lucas turns bloody, and he thinks it's because he's seen them die countless times. Ash asks why he was curled up anyway. Lily realized he meant Damien and looked at him. His face turned red due to very strong sadness, and tears began to flow from his eyes. She turns and says that he is like this because he lost a comrade today. She asks to understand him. Ash remembers this and thinks that he was like this throughout the entire game training. Since he had an abnormal condition from the very beginning, he was destined to die first. He remembers that he was the most useless, although he had the most important role, the healer. Ash says with a calm expression, "Let's start." He pauses for a moment and says that he will use this time to explain to all of them what their roles will be tomorrow. Lily will be the first. She looks at him with a smile and agrees with his Imperial Highness. Ash thinks she is a mage who specializes in fire-type attacks. She is the main damage dealer on this team, capable of casting one powerful spell after another. He says she will be their shield. She should block the spider's attacks like their main tank. Lily was very embarrassed by this and told his Imperial Highness that she was a magician. Ash ignores her and calls out to Ken, who stands with a displeased expression on his face. He thinks he is a knight with a shield, capable of attracting the attention of enemies in the vanguard. He uses area attacks to attract attention and last through all attacks. In other words, he is a tank. Ash says that he must sneak into the center of the spider rows and cause disruption to the formations. Ken was very surprised when he heard this and asks, is he supposed to sneak in and cause disruption? Ash says Damien now. He thinks that, as he thought earlier, he is a healer, the most important class in the game. He says that from now on he will become the sniper of this team. He will have to kill the most important targets. And now the last thing, Lucas. He will command the remaining soldiers to maintain the front line against the wall. They are all silent for a few seconds and look at him. Ash wonders what's going on. They should say something already. Ken clenched his teeth very hard out of anger after what he had just heard. He punches the wall very hard and asks loudly, does he call this nonsense a plan? With a very dissatisfied expression on his face, he asks his Imperial Highness, did he say all this seriously? He put them in great danger with his erroneous orders, and now he's seriously saying something like that. Ash was very embarrassed by his reaction, looks at him incomprehensibly and thinks that it wasn't him. But this idiot Ash. It's true, although it sounds like the ravings of a madman. This level cannot be passed by conventional methods. And this means that there is nothing left but madness, right? So he cannot retreat here. He calls Ken with a serious expression on his face. He looks at him with a very angry expression and asks in a terrifying voice, to the son of the Emperor and the highest commanding officer of this entire place, is he being disobedient? He looks at them with a frighteningly terrible look. Everyone who was here was very embarrassed because of this, did not look at him and could not say anything to him. Ken trembles very much because of the horror of him and cannot say anything about this. He is very worried and tries to justify himself, but cannot find the words. Ash looks at him with an evil smile, emits a dark aura, and thinks that this is exactly how it is. The person opposite him is that crazy psychopath. Ultimately, if he loses the initiative, it will all be over. He slowly gets up from his chair. He walks to the middle of the room while Lily looks at him incomprehensibly and thinks that since his plan is a senseless and reckless act. Ash begins to slowly remove his dagger from its sheath. After that, He swings this dagger very sharply and thinks that he needs them to follow him unquestioningly. He plunges his dagger into the shoulder of Lily, who is standing next to him. What he did greatly shocked all the other people who were in the room and watching what was happening. Lily's body begins to shake due to extreme horror, and she cannot say anything due to the fact that she was shocked by the pain. Ash smiles and asks, "They all have the ability to complete their tasks, don't they?" He thinks that since he is in the body of a psychopath, he will behave the same way as this crazy idiot. They all continue to stand in their places and look at how he holds the dagger in Lily's shoulder. Ken is very shocked by what happened and thinks that the prince has definitely gone crazy. Doesn't he know how valuable mages are? How are they supposed to fight when they are commanded by this idiot? Suddenly, flames begin to appear from Lily's wound. Ash, with a calm expression on his face, looks at this flame that engulfs his dagger, and this greatly surprises her. All the other people were very surprised by what was happening in front of them and looked at it. Ash looks at this flame with a smile and says that this is what was supposed to happen. He thinks that maybe the developer added it just as a joke, but all the characters from the tutorial have a hidden ability. An ability that is completely contrary to their roles. Ash asks Lily when she was a child, she was cut by a blade, right? When a horde of goblins invaded her village. After that incident, she acquired the ability of fire skin. She looks at the flames that come from her body with a sad expression on her face and cries. In the system window, it is written that the fiery skin skill is an ability created by extreme fear of sharp weapons. She is able to defend herself from physical attacks by turning her skin into fire. Each hit consumes mana points. Ash says that as long as she doesn't run out of mana, she can block any attack. He's right. Lily continues to cry and silently look at him with a sad expression on her face. He thinks that the main damage dealer has the tank ability. There was no way to use this properly in the game. However, this is reality. He pulls the dagger from her shoulder and thinks that he plans to take full advantage of this ability. A wide smile appears on his face, and he thinks, is this level impossible to pass? In this case, he can only play dishonestly. Just like the freak who threw him here said, he will complete this damned game, but then he will grab him and beat him so badly that even his own mother will not recognize him. Ash removes his dagger completely from Lily's shoulder and says that he asks for forgiveness for having to resort to such a cruel method to prove the plan was correct. Lily tells His Highness that everything is fine. However, how did he know this? Ash thought about what to answer her and says that it is not so important now. He turns around and calls Ken with an angry look on his face. This scared him very much and sweat started running down his face as he stared at it. Ash surprises him greatly by asking him when he was a kid. He used to steal sometimes, right? He is from the slums, where this is typical. It seems that it was very difficult to become a knight. Ken is confused by what he said and asks how he knows all this. Ash looks at him with a smile and says that, like he said earlier, it doesn't matter now. The important thing is that thanks to this, he will be able to do what he said. The system notifies that he has a pickpocket survival skill. Habits from his days as a pickpocket. He is able to hide his presence in the face of a threat and avoid attention. Consumes a huge amount of health points. Ash asks, he can be as secretive as he wants, right? He can hide, avoiding unnecessary attention. He raises his dagger and with an evil smile says that he must answer if he does not want him to reveal everything on his own. Ken immediately bows to him and loudly tells him that he doesn't have to do that. He's right, he really can do it. Ash says that's good. In this case, he will be able to complete his mission. He puts his dagger on the table with a loud sound and speaks, and finally they move on to Damien. He looks at this priest who is sitting in the corner of the room. Ash slowly walks towards him and thinks that he is the most important person in this regard. He sits down in front of him and asks with a kind smile, He has just gorgeous eyes, doesn't he? Therefore, he was able to clearly see the death of his friend. Damien lowered his head and remained silent for several seconds with a sad expression. He says he was his friend from his hometown. They were from the same shelter. In the middle of the battle, he decided to sacrifice himself to save him. He starts crying and asks His Highness why he brought them all here. Ash silently looks at him with a serious expression on his face, and Damien asks what his goal was. Or are their miserable lives nothing more than mere entertainment for him? He asks to return Van to him. He must return his friend to him. He hangs his head, continues to cry, and with a very sad expression on his face, says loudly that he must return it. Ash put his hand on his shoulder, and after that he raised his head. He looks at him with a serious expression and says that he can blame him for that. If necessary, he may even despise him. But his friend Wang sacrificed his life to save him. Is he going to just sit here and wait to die? Finding himself at the gates of death because of a bad commander, is he really ready to simply give up his life, for which his friend sacrificed himself? He must resist with all his might and avenge him. Ash hits his chest hard with his free hand and loudly says that he has to kill the spiders, get out of here alive, and teach him a lesson. He wants to kill those damned spiders, doesn't he? Damien has stopped crying and looks at him and agrees with what he said. Ash looks at him with a serious expression on his face and asks if he wants to kill him. Damien looks down with a sad expression on his face, thinks about it all for a few seconds, and agrees with him again. What he said greatly surprised all the other people who were in this room. Ash smiles widely at the fact that he admitted it and says it's great. He points his finger at himself and says that he promises him, if they get out of here alive, then he wants him to be the one to take his life, whenever that happens. Lucas is very indignant about this and loudly calls for His Highness, but Ash stops him with a hand gesture. He calmly sits in front of Damien and says that if the plan fails, they will all die here anyway, in which case he would allow him to take his life. He looks at him with an encouraging smile and says that he swears on the honor of the imperial family. One day will be enough. So he asks him to follow the orders he gives. Damien is surprised by what he said and looks at him silently. Ash thinks that sometimes you have to use hatred as fuel. Damien begins to stand up after his speech, and he thinks that even if this hatred is directed at him. Ash turns to the rest of the people in this room and looks at them. He says with a guilty expression that he will not make excuses. Due to his critical error in judgment, their army is almost destroyed. But thanks to his plan, they will be able to push these monsters back. Although this is thin ice, there is still a chance to win. So just once. He asks them just once to trust him and follow his orders. He thinks his hand is finally collected. All the people he gathered in this room look at him with serious expressions on their faces. He thinks he doesn't know whether it will be a royal straight, a flush, or nothing at all. However, apart from all in, he has nothing left. The next morning, the guard beats the drum and says loudly that the army of black spiders is approaching. The monsters are coming. One of the soldiers who stands at the monocannons asks His Highness, "Is he really going to be okay?" Ash stands next to them and says that he shouldn't worry and do as he says. The soldier immediately loudly agrees with him. A huge army of large spiders begins to run very quickly towards the fortress they are in, and he thinks that the plan is simple. While the team members are buying time, they will find the queen who gives orders to the spiders. And after that they will blow her head off with this monocannon. By removing the limiter, they increased the magical power. So cannon should be able to cope even with the queen. The only problem is the queen's disposition. They need to find it at a sufficiently large distance. This cannot be done with simple eyes. Is this even possible? Ash smiles widely. A bright light appears in front of him, and he uses the map creation skill. He thinks that of course it is possible when he is here. He creates a huge wall of energy that passes through him and does nothing. This large wall of energy begins to quickly move towards where the spiders will have to go. Ash looks at the system window in front of him and thinks that his character's skill, map creation, is an ability that allows the owner to see the surrounding area as a minimap. When he first saw these nightmarish characteristics, he was slightly shocked. But the fact that he at least has this skill, already a relief. In the system window his name is written, and that he is the first level. The title is the Vile Prince. The class is new. All characteristics have 1 point. Ash looks at the system window with the map and thinks that he will look now. Where is she hiding? If he can find the boss mark. He was very surprised because of something and wondered what it meant. He looks at this map with great surprise and wonders, is there no monster boss mark here? The goal of this mission, the enemy queen, is not on the map at all. At this time, Ken stands alone in front of the gate, which opens especially for him, and looks at the sun that shines on him. Last night, Ash placed a variety of red liquid potions on the table and said that he should take this. He collected all the stamina potions that were left in the fortress. He must come out and get their attention. Does he think he can handle it? At the same time, Lily stands in the underground passage. Her body trembles violently, and she remembers the words that Ash said to her earlier. He said that she also had a difficult but important role. In case the spiders manage to get even into the artillery unit, she relies on her to use her fiery skin to block the entrance. Lily consoles herself by saying that she can do it. At the same time, Lucas stands on the street and loudly says that everyone must line up. The soldiers who stand on the wall aim their crossbows and place cannons along the entire perimeter of this wall. He takes out his sword and looks at the huge army of spiders that are running towards the fortress. He says loudly that they must endure this. They need to buy enough time to kill the queen. He turns to the tower Ash is standing on and says that this dignified expression certainly means that. He pauses, raises his sword above his head, and loudly says that His Highness has completed all preparations. Ash at this time looks at the system window in front of him with a very worried expression on his face and thinks that they should wait. Lucas says loudly that they should open fire. Immediately after this, the guards begin to attack the army of monsters approaching them with crossbows and cannons. The cannonballs explode a large crowd of spiders, who quickly move towards them with loud sounds. Lucas stands in front of the explosions and gives a thumbs up with a wide smile. Ash looks at him and doesn't say anything because he's very worried about what just happened. He thinks he needs to stay calm. First of all, the main goal of the training is not to kill the boss monsters. The fact that the Spider Queen is not on the map at all is not surprising. Most likely, the marker will appear during a full-scale attack. They have a reliable rear. The guards are ready for emergencies. All they have to do is wait. This is the only place where the queen can be. He notices a large number of red marks heading their way and calls out loudly for Damien. Ash points in the direction where these marks are and asks if he sees them over there. His finger points to a road where there are no monsters at all. Damien looks in that direction, agrees and says that he sees a bunch of spiders gathered in a circle. Ash looks at him with a surprised expression and thinks that he thought it was possible, but could it be? He doesn't finish his thought and says that there must be a queen among them. Can he find her? Damien stares into the distance as his eyes glow faintly and says nothing for a few seconds. He sees a monster with a very scary face and asks, is he talking about a monster whose lower body is like a spider's and his upper body is like a human's? Ash begins to smile widely and thinks that this snaggle-toothed freak has been caught. He says that's what he's talking about. Damien mulls this over and asks if this doesn't look suspicious. Ash says he doesn't need to be afraid. Soon she will receive a charge from the cannons and die in agony. They must turn the gun emplacement to face southwest. They need to aim accurately. The soldier looks at the glow that comes from the cannons and says that the mana charge is ready. They can fire on command. Ash says that's great. He turns to Damien, calls his name, and says that he has to end this. This surprised him very much, and he shuddered because of the surprise. He holds the handle with a shaking hand and hesitantly calls out to His Highness. Ash looks at him and asks, "What is it?" Damien looks at him with a scared look and says that he is not sure. He had never done anything like this. Besides, he forces him so unexpectedly. He doesn't have time to finish because Ash, with a serious expression on his face, calls him by name. He puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that he might miss. He thinks that he will take full responsibility upon himself. He says with a serious expression that even if he misses and ruins the whole plan, everything will be fine. He need not be afraid. He thinks that all consequences are the responsibility of the commander. Soldiers do only what they are ordered to do. Ash says all he has to do is pull the trigger. That's all. This is his revenge for Van. Damien's eyes begin to glow brightly after what he told him, and the system notifies him that he is using the 1,000-mile eye ability. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulls the lever that he was holding with his hand. Because of this, the cannon begins to emit very strong and bright mana in all directions. The gears inside the cannons begin to move, and a stream of mana rushes out of the cannons with loud sounds. Ash looks at it with a smile and tells Damien that this is it. He raises his voice and says that he must wipe these monsters off the face of the earth. After this, a very strong stream of energy flies out of the cannons, which flies towards the monsters. This incredibly powerful beam flies over the wall, next to which there was a large army of monsters. This beam of energy flies far at high speed and changes its trajectory in the air. Ash has high hopes for this shot and says loudly that it should hit. Damien stands next to him and looks with great surprise at this stream of mana that flew out of the cannons. The energy projectile falls to the ground, and this causes a very strong explosion, which can be seen from a great distance. Ash, with a worried expression on his face, turns to the soldier and calls for the lookout, who silently looks through a spyglass in the direction where the explosion occurred. He joyfully and loudly says that the shot reached its target. It hit the monsters straight. Ash says with a happy expression that this is it. Joyful soldiers hug Damien, and one of them with a wide smile says that he's done well. Is he absolutely sure that he is shooting for the first time? He laughs, and Damien, a little flushed from the praise, says that he was just doing what he was told. As soon as he took the trigger, the body itself began to move. Ash looks at him with a smile and wonders what he's talking about. All this is thanks to his ability. This is a completely broken ability that allows you to never miss. In the system window, it is written that the 1,000-mile eye is an ability that became a mistake of God. He can see whatever he wants and hit whatever he wants. Accuracy increases by 999 points. Ash hides his wide smile with his hand, laughs quietly, and thinks that in the game he was a character who was not able to hold a real weapon. But here he just had to grab a cannon. They took the full force of his attack. As expected, he did not finish the thought because something greatly surprised him. He sees that the monsters continue to walk towards the fortress and wonders what is going on. He looks at these spiders and wonders why they are still moving. The watchman, with a worried expression on his face, tells His Highness that the monsters are continuing to advance. Ash turns and asks what's going on. He reaches for the telescope while the soldier says loudly that there is a whole swarm of spiders. They are advancing. Ash took the telescope and looks towards the spiders with a worried expression on his face. Among the fog, he sees a large crowd of spiders walking towards him. He looks at these spiders and wonders, is this a square formation? The Spider Queen opens her mouth wide and screams loudly with a terrifying look. This frightens Ash, and he removes the spyglass from his face in disgust. This loud cry of the queen reaches the spiders who stood next to the walls of the fortress. All these spiders go back, and the soldiers loudly ask where they suddenly went. Spiders are going somewhere. Didn't they hit the queen? Why didn't anything happen to her? Ash looks at this with a very surprised expression on his face and says that this is impossible. The soldier looks through the telescope and says loudly that trouble has occurred. All the spiders run towards the artillery installation. They all see the entire army of spiders moving in the same direction. Ash looks at with a small smile but a worried expression and says that it turns out that she is not so stupid for an insect. At the same time, in the forest next to the fortress, from where they are firing cannons at the army of spiders, Ken is looking at something with a very worried expression on his face and is breathing heavily. He takes out the last stamina potion and thinks that he only had one potion left. He sits behind a tree and covers his ears with his hands while loud sounds of explosions are heard next to him. He wonders if he should just run away. He heard very loud noises, gets up and loudly asks what was that. He looks out from behind a tree with a sword in his hands and looks at something for a few seconds. He was very much shocked by what he had just seen. He falls into despair, throws down his sword and kneels. At the same time, Damien uses his skill again and aims the cannon. They fire another shot and the soldier says loudly that they hit the target. They hit the queen. Smoke comes from the barrel of the cannons as Ash stands against the wall and looks into the distance with a worried expression on his face. He looks at the spiders by the wall and thinks that these monsters are continuing their attack. Besides, the Spider Queen is still alive. He begins to worry very much and thinks maybe they don't have enough damage. The queen of the spider army from the game died from 1 or 2 shots from cannons. Still, compared to fighting monsters, she is not that strong. But what about the queen from training? He doesn't have a shred of information about her. What if she has completely different characteristics? What if she has a special ability? Or what if it is impossible to kill her at all? Then what should he do? One of the soldiers loudly calls out to His Imperial Highness and says that due to the strong explosion, the mana core has almost reached its limit. Cannon is on the verge of destruction. They won't be able to shoot as many as they planned. Ash says loudly that he talks too much. How many more shots do they have left? The soldier says that they could have fired 5 shots in total, but they have already fired twice, so there are 3 attempts left. Ash looks at him with a worried expression and thinks that they only have 3 shots. The only option left is to kill the Spider Queen in those 3 shots. Moreover, he is worried about Damien's eyes. There seem to be consequences to using his ability. He holds on to the lever of the cannons with a shaking hand, and Ash thinks that they have a maximum of 3 shots. Can he withstand that much? Other soldiers are firing regular cannons at the army of spiders at the fortress walls, and he thinks that fortunately, the walls of the central castle are doing an excellent job in withstanding the onslaught. One of the soldiers loudly says that a destroyer is approaching them. Ash was very surprised by what he heard and wondered what he said. He sees a huge spider with a large amount of green liquid flowing from its back. He looks at this huge spider and wonders, is the destroyer trying to get inside? There was nothing like that in the game. He says loudly that they must concentrate all their firepower on the destroyer. Many guns standing on the wall begin to fire. But these explosions do not cause the slightest damage to the destroyer, who is quickly moving towards the fortress. Ash looks at how this huge spider runs quickly and thinks that the walls of the fortress will definitely not withstand this. The destroyer hits the wall very hard and destroys it with a very loud sound. He stands still while a huge amount of smoke emanates from his head. The destroyer falls to the ground and a large army of spiders heads in through the hole he made. Ash is very worried about what is happening to the wall. Lucas unsheathes his sword and says loudly that they should all take up arms. They go down to the first floor. Ash says they need to get a grip. The soldiers who are below will protect them. They need to keep shooting at the queen. Before these freaks reach the artillery emplacement, they must kill the queen. After this, one of the soldiers loudly says that all preparations have been completed. Ash turns and loudly calls out to Damien, who is sitting by the cannons and holding the handle. His eyes are very tense due to the use of his ability, but he still sharply pulls the lever with his hand. There is a very strong explosion in the distance, and the soldier loudly says that he hit the target, but the Spider Queen is still alive. Ash turns around and with a worried expression on his face says loudly that they must load the next projectile immediately. They need to act faster. At the same time, Lucas, who is below, fights with the spiders that have penetrated the walls and puts a large amount of energy into his sword to attack. He does very strong area of effect attacks using his energy and defeats several monsters. He turns around and says loudly that they must protect the artillery installation. They must protect the prince. Ash, who is standing on the tower with a worried expression on his face, looks at what is happening from below. He sees an army of humans fighting against an army of spiders that outnumbers them and outnumbers them in strength. His soldiers, one after another, die from the huge paws of spiders and scream loudly due to severe pain. He clenches his teeth very hard due to tension and thinks that the number of victims is increasing. He didn't even know about it. He remembers how he played the game and thinks that while he was playing it like an ordinary game, he did not know that real people lived in this place. Death is not just a number, but a terrible sight, which is accompanied by screams and the smell of blood. The status window in front of Ash's face closes, and he thinks that at this rate. The soldier next to him loudly says that everyone should grab the cannon, because they need to cool it down. Ash wonders, do they have 5 shots? This cannon will collapse before the 4th shot is fired. Lucas, along with the rest of the soldiers, retreats due to the onslaught of monsters and collides with his back against a wall, turns around and realizes that they have nowhere else to retreat. Ash begins to worry very much about what is happening here and wonders what he should do. A way out of this situation does not occur to him. Suddenly Ken comes to them, calling very loudly for these damned monsters. All the spiders that pass through the wall turn around and look at him. While he says that he is here, they should look at him. Ash was very surprised and calmed down a little when he saw him. He looks at Ken, who drinks his last stamina potion, wipes his face and looks at the army of monsters in front of him with a slightly scared expression. He releases very strong waves with his voice that attract the attention of the monsters as he loudly says that he is Ken, a knight of the Empire. A huge army of spiders has left the remaining soldiers who stand next to Lucas. Ken is very afraid and worried. When he sees such a huge army of spiders that are quickly moving towards him, he starts running away while all these monsters are running after him, screams loudly and says that they should all come here. He notices a large stone that stands in his way, and because of this a wide smile appears on his face. He runs behind this stone and asks loudly why don't they try to find it. Ken's body is engulfed by dark energy while he smiles, and the system notifies him that he is using the ability of a pickpocket's survival method. Ash looks at the system window that appeared in front of him and is very surprised by what he saw there. With very strong excitement, he loudly calls Ken and says that he must wait his remaining health. He found himself surrounded by a huge number of monsters who were looking at him, and the system notified him that he did not have enough health. Ability activation cancelled. All these monsters attack Ken at the same time, and he, with a frightened expression on his face, says that he should not have trusted this freak. All the monsters brutally attack him, and blood splashes fly in different directions. Ash looks at this with a very worried expression on his face, and the system notifies that he has lost one person from the army. He looks at it with an excited expression on his face, and thinks that even from afar he can clearly hear the terrifying sound of tearing flesh. He sees how spiders eat Ken and thinks that his orders took away the priceless life of another person. The soldiers run towards the hole in the gate, and someone loudly says that Ken has driven the monsters beyond the defense line. They must attack. Ash is very worried about what happened to him and thinks that all those people outside are losing their lives because of his one order. He killed them all. More precisely, everything is even much worse. While he was playing through this game, he always used normal NPCs as bait. This damn game is built on bones. When he was playing this game, the system window appeared. Does he want to place Team 2 on this point? He immediately agrees to it. Ash thinks that in order to save someone, to take possession of an item, to complete a side quest, to get an achievement, every time he gladly sent people to their deaths. Every damn time, he didn't doubt his choice one bit. However, now he realized everything. The meaning of the actions he has performed so far. He squeezes his hand very tightly as he stands leaning against the wall and says they have to stop. He says loudly that he told those damn monsters that they should stop. Ash thinks that the truth is that every death entails heartbreaking pain. He loudly says that he must stop, but realizes that they will not stop and sees a large spider that flies towards him. He looks at this with an angry expression on his face and thinks that the monsters cannot be stopped by simple screams. Unexpectedly, this spider is hit by a sword that is controlled using energy. Lucas looks on as sweat runs down his face, controls the sword with his energy, and asks how dare he target the prince. He stands in the middle of soldiers and spiders who are fighting each other and loudly asks His Highness if he is okay. Ash looks at the spider, which is caught on the edge of the tower and is in pain and making loud noises. He takes his dagger out of its sheath and says that he understands everything. He cuts off the head of this spider with one blow and thinks that there is only one way to stop these monsters. He looks at it with an angry expression and thinks that this is a way to kill them before they kill them. The soldier standing by the overheated gun loudly calls His Highness and says that the fourth shell is loaded. However, Damien will not be able to. Ash doesn't listen to what he says next, calls his name loudly and asks if he can shoot. Damien tries to wipe away the blood that is flowing from his eyes and loudly agrees with His Highness. He pulls the handle of the gun and the cannon immediately fires a powerful projectile. This projectile flies at high speed towards the Spider Queen, and she looks at it carefully. It makes a very loud sound, and many spiders jump towards this projectile. All these monsters fly by and are destroyed by this stream of energy. The Spider Queen begins to scream even louder and looks at this projectile that is flying towards her. Ash looks at this and thinks that the fourth shot hit the queen right in the head. However, this damn queen is still alive. She makes a very loud scream and sends out strong sound waves. Ash is very shocked by what happened, and these loud screams of the Spider Queen reach them. All the knights who stand on this tower fell into despair and fell to their knees due to hopelessness. The soldier looks at the burns on his hands due to them trying to cool the cannon, and he says that their attacks won't work. The soldier looks at Ash with a worried expression and says that the cannon has reached its limit. If they try to shoot one more time, it will simply explode. In any case, everything is of course. They might just give up. Ash breathes heavily because of his anxiety, looks at this soldier and wonders, is this really the end? He examines the barrel of this gun and thinks that the cannon is on the verge of destruction. He looks down and thinks that their line of defense has been broken. Damien, as a sniper, can no longer even open his own eyes. Is this really the end? He gives up and wonders, do they really have any hope left? The soldier who looks through the telescope says loudly that everything is not so bad. Their shots were not in vain. Ash was very surprised when he heard this and suddenly turns to him. The soldier looks at the Spider Queen and loudly says that her skin was damaged. Ash was very surprised when he heard this and thinks that despite this whole situation, the lookout remained true to his role until the very end. The soldier does not pay attention to the green shell that flies in their direction and loudly says that if they shoot again, they will definitely be able to kill this monster. Ash was very surprised when he saw this and cannot say anything about it. The shell hits the tower they were standing on and explodes very violently. Lucas notices what happened there and, with a very worried expression on his face, loudly calls out for His Highness. The tower is destroyed and Ash, along with everything that was on this tower, falls down. He falls down along with the rubble and thinks that everything is destroyed. A whole world and hope of passing, all lost. He hears Lucas's voice calling His Highness and blurrily sees him in front of him. Ash finally comes to his senses and very sharply opens his eyes. He lies on the ground while Lucas stands in front of him, saving him from the rubble with his body. Ash suddenly stands up and calls his name loudly with a worried look on his face. Lucas, who was very badly injured, asks His Highness if he was hurt anywhere. Ash says loudly that he should be the one asking him this question. He is okay? He falls silent because he notices that Lucas is bleeding profusely and falls to the floor. With a sad expression on his face, he asks His Highness if he remembers that same case, which is already 20 years old. Ash thinks he can't remember it. As a player who simply borrowed the character's body, he has no memory of anything connecting them. Lucas says that when His Highness first chose him as his guard, he told him on that spot. Ash asks, what did he say then? Lucas goes into a flashback and repeats what he said back then and says that even if he can't become emperor, he will become the coolest man in the world. So, as the one who will become his knight, he must strive to be the coolest knight in the world. Although this happened when he was just a child, the words of His Highness touched him so much that he carried it all his life until this very day. He believes in His Highness. Ash looks at him with a slightly sad expression on his face and asks if he continues to believe, even in such a situation. Lucas says with a serious expression that he believes in him anytime, anywhere. He loses his last strength, falls to the ground, and the large stone slab that he was holding falls on him. Some time later, Ash pulled it out and carefully placed it on the ground. He looks at him with a worried expression and thinks that Lucas should hold on. He is the main character, the savior of this world. He shouldn't die here. He looks around and thinks that first he needs to understand the situation. Are they under artillery fire right now? How long was he unconscious? He turns and notices a mana cannon and several soldiers lying on the ground. Ash looks at them and thinks that this is Damien and the rest of the gunners. Fortunately, they appear to have escaped fatal injury. The same cannot be said about Cannon. Speaking of which, why are they still alive? What happened to the spiders? He hears Lily's voice calling for His Highness, and Ash notices her while she is burning and that blood is flowing down her face. She uses her last strength to hold back several spiders and asks if this is not the end, is it? She clenches her teeth tightly in pain as the spiders attack her. Lily looks at him with one eye and asks hopefully, is this true? Ash runs towards her and calls her name loudly, but Lily puts out her hand to stop him. Her hand trembles greatly due to pain, and in her other hand she holds a potion and says that she can't stand it anymore. Now she can still hold back the passage, but soon the monsters will break through the walls. She raises her voice and says there is no more time, he must act faster. She looks at him with a serious expression and says that he must not make their deaths useless. Ash looks at her with a sad expression on his face and clenches his teeth tightly out of resentment. He turns to the soldiers and loudly says that these idiots must stand up and load the last shell. A very tired soldier calls His Highness and says that he already told him. He turns around and says that cannon has already reached its limit. As soon as they fire, the cannon will explode. Ash looks away and says that if they don't do anything, They will rot in the monsters' stomachs. Wouldn't it be better to take the risk at least once? They have to do. The soldier looks at him for a few seconds, says nothing, and thinks about it all. He looks around and asks how they will aim. They don't even see what's outside. There is no way they can get to the queen from here. They don't even have a cannon rack anymore. Ash says that then they will hold the cannon in their hands. He thinks that if he is left without teeth, he should continue to chew with his gums. He says they will aim no matter what. The main thing is that Damien shoots. They were silent for a few seconds, and he says that they must load the last shell. That's an order. The soldier with a worried expression says that he understands him. Ash walks and thinks that he cannot say exactly how the 1,000-mile eye works. But if he shoots, the projectile will always reach its target. They can only believe in him. He stops in front of Damien and calls his name. He immediately turns to him, and Ash says that this is the last time. He needs to shoot one more time. He asks him to do it again. Damien looks at him, but his vision is so blurry that he can barely see anything. He sits still and asks His Highness, what is the point of all this? No matter what he does, nothing will change. Ash looks at him and thinks about what he said. He says that this monster will definitely die if he hits her one more time. Damien says that's not what he's talking about. Let's say he pulls the trigger again and this spider queen dies. What will change then? He looks down with a sad expression on his face and says that half of his friends are already dead. Even if he takes revenge on all his enemies, he will not be able to bring them back. No matter how desperately he works, how hard he tries. The world always takes everything away from him. Ash looks at him and calls his name. Damien says he wants to stop this. He doesn't want to continue living like this. He wants to go to Van. Ash doesn't let him finish and calls his name very loudly, which surprises him very much. He asks very loudly, does he think this world is meaningless? Does he think that if serious difficulties are overcome, life will continue to be a living hell? Damien turns to him and looks at him silently with a surprised expression on his face. Ash grabs him by the clothes, lifts him up, and with an angry expression on his face, says loudly that then he should stop talking obvious nonsense. If this world has any complexity, it is definitely hellish. Also the Man of Steel mode, in which he cannot even survive. He thinks it wasn't a game. From the very beginning, it was a world of hellish complexity with a Man of Steel mode. Ash loudly says that all this is pointless and ridiculous because nothing is going according to his plan. This is life. Who doesn't know this yet? They live in this destructive environment. He's gonna stop fighting. So what? Did he decide to just leave to become waste that would fall out of the spider? Just because of this? This is not true. They must continue to fight. Until death overtakes them. He will fight. He will fight and strategize until his last breath. Ash takes out his dagger and says that since he wants to end everything so easily, he can cut off his own head with this dagger right now. He placed the blade on the shoulder of Damien, who sits silently on the ground and looks at him with a surprised expression. Ash throws the dagger aside with a sharp movement of his hand and says that if he is a coward who is not capable of this. He pauses, looks into Damien's face, and says that then he must press the cannon's lever. He should stop looking for his dead friend. All he needs to do his job is to obey him, his commander. He doesn't need some trivial reason to live. He raises his voice and says that he is his tool, his key, his trigger. Nothing more is required of him. That's all he needs from him. The system notifies that he has unlocked a new skill. Passive skill Indomitable Commander. Ash looks at him with eyes filled with energy and says that these are his orders. He must pull the trigger. He puts his hand on Damien's shoulder, looks at him and says that he must destroy the head of this damned Spider Queen. They look at each other for a few seconds and Damien agrees with His Highness in a decisive voice. He looks at him with a calm expression and says that he will carry out his order. The soldier says loudly that the last shell is loaded. He says with a worried expression on his face that there is no way to cool the barrel of the cannons. Saturates. He doesn't have time to finish because Ash doesn't listen to him and says that they need to move. He looks at the cannon from which steam is coming and says that he will hold the cannon. The worried soldier was surprised by this and loudly called for His Highness. He says cannon is too hot. If he touches it, it won't be a normal burn. Ash sat down next to the cannon and said that it is better to burn alive than to die and fall into the depths of hell. He sits next to Cannon and asks Damien if he is ready. He stands next to him and tells His Highness that he does not see. Ash says it doesn't matter. Damien says he can't feel his hands. Ash says again that it doesn't matter. He looks at him with a smile, calls him by name, and says that it doesn't matter. He grabs the cannon with both hands and begins to lift this cannon. He clenches his teeth very hard and screams loudly because of the pain he is experiencing. He continues to hold this very hot cannon and picks it up. The soldiers look at this with great surprise, and one of them loudly says that they must help His Highness. They all come up to him, grab this cannon, and start picking it up. Suddenly a huge destroyer spider breaks through and quickly runs towards them. Ash calls Damien loudly with a very determined look on his face and looks ahead. He uses his eye of 1,000-mile skill, causing blood to flow from his eyes and him to clench his teeth tightly in pain. Ash loudly says that he must shoot, and Damien immediately pulls the lever. Cannon begins to emit very strong and bright energy, while the soldiers and Ash hold it with serious expressions on their faces. A projectile bursts out of the cannons along with a very strong and huge flow of mana. The projectile flies out of the ruins of the tower with great speed and flies over a crowd of spiders that are running towards them. Everyone threw the cannon immediately after the shot, fell to the ground, and a huge crowd of spiders was running towards them, and Ash hoped that the projectile would hit the target. He falls to the ground and thinks that this was an impossible task at first. A shot at an enemy whom they cannot even see under the rubble of a fallen fortress. There is not even a chance that it will hit the target. The projectile at this time continues to fly at high speed, and he thinks that, however, he is sure that the projectile is flying directly at the Spider Queen. And this projectile doesn't care about the difference in height, no matter what the distance will be. And even hundreds of thousands of monsters that may be in the path of this projectile, as if it were simply reproducing the selected result. The projectile flew at the Spider Queen, who screams in anger or fear, and hits her head exactly. The shell completely destroys her damned head. Ash reminisces about his life as a streamer. Someone wrote to him that he was simply incredible. How he did it. He looks at his computer screen with a surprised expression and thinks that he is speechless because of this. This was the first message he received when he first started streaming. He didn't even know how to react to this. Someone writes that he will subscribe to his channel. He'll still be streaming, right? Ash thinks he doesn't really remember what he wrote back then. He suddenly opens his eyes, feels very strong pain, and wonders if he is still alive. He tries to get up, but feels even more severe pain, and his entire body was wrapped in bandages. Someone tells His Highness that she does not advise him to get up yet. Ash was very surprised by this and looks at the person who said it. Lily writes something on a piece of paper and says that Damien healed his wounds with magic. But he has severe burns all over his body, so it will take some time for him to fully recover. Ash calls her name, after which Lily puts her quill on the table and tells His Highness that he has slept for 3 days. She says with a kind smile that she was afraid that he would never open his eyes again after that battle with the army of spiders. Ash looks at her with a surprised expression, lowers his head, and says that she survived. Lily says it's thanks to His Highness' orders. The spider army retreated immediately after they beheaded the Spider Queen. She calls him again, His Highness, and says that they have won. Some time ago. Soldiers clear the rubble and carry away the bodies of their dead comrades on stretchers. They also burn the bodies of the killed spiders, and Lily in the present says that the reinforcements took care of the dead and also got rid of the remnants of the enemy army. The cleanup is almost complete. Ash looks out the window next to the bed he is lying on and says that he has figured it out. Lily looks at him with a worried expression and tells His Highness that he has suffered severe burns on his hands, arms, shoulders, and neck. When they return to Crossroad, he will need to visit the temple. However, even after full recovery, he will still have scars. Ash looks at his bandaged hand and says that it's a small price to pay to save his life. He calls her name and asks how she is feeling. He looks at her, wants to say something about her wounds, but stops when he notices that she is sitting in a wheelchair. What he saw shocked him very much. He fell silent and looked at her with a surprised expression on his face. Lily adjusts the blanket that lies on her legs and says that when she ran out of mana, one spider injured her back. Then the Spider Queen died immediately, so she was no longer attacked. She tries to keep smiling, but her face was very sad, and she says that, however, it seems that that wound has damaged the nerve, and she will no longer be able to move her lower body. Ash was very surprised by this and couldn't say anything due to the shock of what he heard. Lily tells His Highness that he has nothing to worry about. She begins to smile sincerely and says that she is grateful to fate for being alive after everything that happened. With the exception of 5 artillerymen, Lucas, Damien, and the 2 of them survived. This is everyone who survived this event. Ash covers his face with his hand and, with a very sad expression on his face, thinks that only 9 people survived. There were more than 200 of them, but only 9 people remained. He remembers all the people and what happened to them and wonders, was there really no other way out? A better way that he failed to notice. Maybe there was a way to save more people. He is knocked out of this state by Lily, who puts her hand on his arm and tells His Highness that he is not omnipotent. She looks at him and says that in that situation it was impossible to save everyone. He did everything in his power. Ash still remains sad and says that he is the only one responsible for this battle. He thinks that even though Ash started it, but since he is now the one in this body, the responsibility lies with him too. Lily says that no one knew that monsters would attack the whole river for decades. That is why no one stopped him when he started the war. So she asks him not to blame himself for this. Ash thinks about all this and looks down with a sad expression on his face. Unexpectedly, Lucas sharply opens the door to this room and, with tears in his eyes, loudly calls out to His Highness. He cries loudly, walks towards him and says that he is incredibly glad that he woke up. He leans towards him and with a very worried expression on his face asks if something hurts. He'll call Damien right away. His behavior surprised Lily very much, and Ash says that he doesn't need to do this and he should calm down because he's fine. He's wounded too, isn't he? Shouldn't he be worried about his own injuries? Lucas radiates a bright aura and with a wide smile says that he knows him. He's such a tough nut to crack. This is where its strength lies. Ash looks at him and thinks it goes without saying. He is the strongest knight of this century. Lucas takes out a long list consisting of several sheets of paper and tells His Highness that while he was unconscious, he compiled a list of those killed in that battle. Unfortunately, they were unable to find all the bodies, but they did their best. Ash asks where the corpses are now. Lucas says they are in the northern plains at a forward deployment point. Ash says he wants to see them. He immediately gets up, puts on his clothes, and Lucas loudly calls out to His Highness in a worried voice. Lily is also worried about this and says that he cannot do this. He hasn't fully recovered yet. Ash says with a serious expression that they lost lives under his command. He will go to them and Lucas must help him. After some time, they walk together along a large wall and he carries Ash on his back. He looks ahead with a puzzled expression about what is happening and thinks that he feels like a backpack. He calls him by name and asks if he wants to become his horse. Lucas says if that's what he wants, then he's okay with it. Ash says it's just a joke. He shouldn't take it so seriously. They notice Damien standing by a hole in the wall and looking into the distance. Ash called his name, after which he turns to them and says with a happy expression that he is glad that he woke up. Ash gets to his feet and asks how are his eyes. Damien says he's fine. Vision gradually returns. He takes off his glasses and says that he can look at everything the same as before. Ash looks at him with a sad expression and thinks he heard about him taking care of wounded soldiers alone. He walked around the entire field, using healing magic, despite the fact that he could not see anything. His ordeal was no less difficult than his. Ash calls him by name and says that thanks to him they were able to successfully achieve their goal. If he wishes, he will reward him in such a way that for the rest of his days he will not need to worry about his prosperity. And, of course, he would no longer have to fight on the battlefield. First of all, he is a mercenary soldier, so he is free to do what he sincerely desires. Damien is silent for a few seconds and thinks about what he said. He tells His Highness that he then said that his trigger. He wants to find out where all these monsters come from. Who created all these monsters and for what purpose? He wants to find out why Van died. He tells His Highness with a serious expression that, therefore, he asks to be allowed to continue following him. Lucas smiles as he looks at him because of what he just said. Ash smiles too and says it's a great decision. He lets him. They just need a clergyman to honor the memory of those they have lost. Sometime later, they, along with the rest of the soldiers, stand in front of two people who are standing near a large blue flame and many bodies of dead soldiers, which are covered with a cloth. Ash looks at all this, blue flames reflected in his eyes, and thinks that he knew very well that there was no better way. That there was no better strategy. There is nothing stupider than thinking about how everything could be changed when everything has already happened. He chose a strategy that he implemented, and this is the result he got. Therefore, he must take responsibility. He will put it on his shoulders and move on. Ash tells Lucas, who is standing next to him, that as soon as the funeral is over, he must take all the bodies and move them. He thinks Crossroad has thousands of disasters every year. Funerals cost more than the lives of people in this world. He says there is a vacant lot to the south of Crossroad. He must honor their memory and bury them there. He thinks he's going to make a cemetery in the southern vacant lot where he placed memorials in the game. Ash continues to stand still and says that once a year, every other month, they will honor the memory of those who sacrificed their lives in the war. Lucas bows to him and tells His Highness that he obeys him. Ash thinks that this was done not only for the sake of these people, and also for all those whom he killed without remorse over a long time in the game. He imagines himself in real life in this place and thinks that this is his redemption. He calls Lucas and with a serious expression on his face says that he will never lose again. He clenches his teeth tightly out of anger at himself and says that he will never make mistakes again. He turns around and says they are heading back to their main base, Crossroad. The system notifies that the prologue is completed. He received a reward for completing it. He needs to check his inventory. Sometime later, they all ride horses and carts together and Ash thinks they have left the base of operations. 3 days had already passed since they began to move north, back to the fortress. He sits in the carriage and his necklace begins to emit a red glow. He raises his head, sighs loudly, and thinks that he is about to die of boredom. He calls Lucas loudly and asks if they will arrive soon. He tells His Highness with a worried expression that they are almost there. He asks him to be patient a little longer. Ash thinks he has that feeling. It's like he's talking to a parrot. He says the same thing every time. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that he can now choose a class, and he thinks that in any case, he needs to decide as soon as possible. After completing his training, he received level 5. It is at the 5th level that the game asks you to choose a class. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that his characteristics are strength and endurance 2 points, agility and mana 3 points, and intelligence 5 points. Ash looks at this and asks why his characteristics were pumped up like that. What kind of disgusting character did he get? However, there is something interesting. No matter what characteristics are improved, he can choose absolutely any class that exists in the game. The problem lies at the end of the list. In the system window, it is written, Class Commander is new. A special class is unlocked for completing the hellish Iron Man mode. Ash looks at this and thinks that this is it. This is the first time he has seen a class like this. What kind of class is this anyway? A special class unlocked by completing hellish Iron Man mode. Is this a so-called hidden class? Ash continues to silently stare at the system window that floats in front of him for several seconds. He thinks that the last time he got the name was a stubborn commander. Why is this whole world screaming at him that he should choose the commander class? In the system window, it is written that stubborn commander is a skill obtained for the high morale of a person who never gives up, regardless of the circumstances. This skill creates immunity to mental debuffs from any enemy within a radius of 10 meters. Ash looks at it and thinks it's a great skill. However, at the beginning of the game, this skill is of no use, because mental debuffs appear towards the end. It's risky to choose a class he knows nothing about. He sighs and says how bad it is. Lucas loudly tells His Highness that he can already see Crossroad. Ash was very happy with what he just heard. He leans out of the window and with a joyful expression on his face says that it has finally happened. He looks at the city, surrounded by a huge fence. He looks at this city and thinks that Crossroad was the name of a fortress built in the southernmost part of the world. This fortress was built to hold back the monsters that endlessly advanced from the dark lake located to the south. In the past, it was the largest fortress in the entire empire, but as the monster invasion subsided, the army was redirected to other places. Due to the lack of an army necessary to defend the fortress, they began to hire mercenaries. Old pensioners who had death in their backs and who were kicked out of the battlefield, replaced by inexperienced newcomers. Mercenaries were hired regardless of their nationality or ability. The Empire simply needed cannon fodder on the front line. When the fortress was filled with cheap lives, restaurants, banks, and hotels began to appear there. Tens of years later, the fortress turned into a huge city. At some point, people stopped calling Crossroad a fortress. Now this place is called a fortress city on the front line of monsters. This fortress had another name, ridiculing the mercenaries who blindly flocked here for money and their death, like moths. City of suicides, city of graves. Ash sits silently in his seat, looks out the window at the city, and thinks that it was the human Maginot Line. Crossroad. During the game, he did not pay attention to the fact that this city was much larger than he imagined, and more shabby than he thought. Anyway, should he become the lord of this city? Carriages and carts are driving along the city street, and many residents are looking at them. Lucas controls the horse and looks at these people who are standing nearby and looking at them. Ash looks out the window at these people and says nothing. He looks at the faces of these people and wonders why they look at him with such sad faces. He turns away from the window and thinks that although this is understandable. For the appointed commander and new lord barely returned alive after his army was crushed. A wide smile appears on his face, and he thinks that, however, he knew that something like this could happen, so he prepared. People notice objects that are lying in the cart and say that they should look there. Are these all magic crystals? Ash thinks that he deliberately placed these crystals so carelessly. 400 magic crystals from black spiders. Because they were high-level monsters, These magic crystals have a high degree of purity. It costs a fortune, so much that he will not have to worry about prosperity very soon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so. After completing an impossible mission, he should have received at least something as a reward. In order for everything to go smoothly in the game, the main factor will be interaction with the townspeople. At the moment, the residents of the city completely lack confidence in him. But he already knows how to win their hearts. He smiles widely and thinks that they should wait a little. Using a simple and effective method, he will return and buy their damned souls. After some time, the carriage stops and Lucas opens the door. He bows and tells His Highness that they have arrived. Ash comes down the stairs and thanks him and says he did a great job. He looks at the huge and luxurious house of Lord Crossroad. He looks at it with great surprise and asks, "What is this?" He wonders if he will really live in such a place. He opens his mouth wide in surprise and thinks that he doesn't even have anything to compare it with. He never thought that his desire to have his own home would be achieved in this way. A guy with glasses runs out of this house very quickly, shouting loudly out of surprise with a worried expression on his face. He runs very quickly to Ash and loudly tells my lord that he is incredibly glad that he is alive. He looks at him in surprise and wants to say something, but stops. The guy says he has to wait. He shouldn't have called him my lord. He asks His Highness to accept his apology. Ash says he can call him whatever he wants. The guy grabs his hand, rubs his face, cries and says that he was very worried that scars would remain on his body. Ash thinks the name of this emotional man with hints of ignorant servant is Eider. In the game, he is the manager of the city. This guy does all the administrative work at Crossroad, from the location of structures to platoon management and various system tasks. That's why he's here. He will run the city with this guy. Eider opens the door to this building and says, "Welcome home." He points with his hand with a joyful expression on his face and says that he has already prepared a warm bath and a delicious dinner for him. He must rest properly. Ash looks at this with a very surprised expression on his face, and he calls out to His Highness. He comes to his senses, turns and says that he must make sure the soldiers are well rested. Lucas bowed and tells His Highness that he obeys him. Ash says he will have to rest today too. Lucas is outraged by this and tells His Highness that he should protect him. Ash brushes it off and says that nothing will happen overnight. He should rest, and tomorrow they will return to their business. Lucas is upset about this, and with a sad expression on his face, tells His Highness that he obeys him. He leaves with a sad expression on his face, and Eider tells my lord that he must follow him. Ash does so, looks at Lucas with a smile, and thinks that it looks like his room is on the first floor. They enter the bathroom, where a large bathtub is filling with water and a large amount of steam is rising. Eider points to this with his hand, and with a joyful expression on his face, says that a cozy and warm bath will wash away all his fatigue from the road and the smell of war. Ash looks at this with a happy expression on his face and thinks how long it has been since he took a bath. He was really tired after a long trip, so he was going to have a good rest. He takes off his clothes, thanks Eider, and says that he is free. He starts to unbutton his shirt and doesn't say anything. A sly smile appears on Eider's face, and he says that, by the way, it was simply incredible. He continues to smile and calls him a classic nerd. Ash was very surprised when he called him the nickname he used for his channel. Eider closes the door and says that he was able to complete the training. He would never have believed it. Ash turns to him with a very angry expression on his face, and is about to say something to him. Eider, with a very joyful expression on his face, raises his hands and says that he no longer has the strength to hide. That's right, he's the director of Empire Defense. Suddenly Ash punched him very hard in the face, which surprised him greatly. He flies several meters across this entire room after this blow and screams loudly because of the pain. Ash is very angry about everything that happened, and he thinks, is the director this freak? Was he brought here by this damn idiot? Ida adjusts his glasses with shaking hands and says he needs to calm down. He kneels down and speaks. That he asks for forgiveness for the fact that because of him he ended up in such a terrible place. He raises his head and with a very serious expression on his face says that, however, he, or rather this whole world, needs him. Ash doesn't listen to him, and with a very angry look on his face, he flies towards him and is about to punch him in the face. Some time later, Ida, with a very badly beaten face, cries and asks him to forgive him. Ash sits on the floor in front of him and says, okay, so he is the same director. He agrees to this and continues to sit in front of him with his hands raised. Ash looks at him and asks, and he really is the director of this game, or rather this world. Ida says that's exactly how it is. Ash wonders why he talks like that. It pisses him off. He asks why he brought him here. Ida begins to look for something in his pocket. He took out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and said that this world has a true ending. And this is the only ending, which no one has ever achieved before. He restarted this world numerous times to get this ending. However, he never got the ending he craved, not even once. Ash asks, is that why he decided to ask someone else for help? Ida snaps his fingers and says that in short, everything is correct. Several large balls created by the system appear in front of them. Ash silently looks at this and Ida says that he turned this world into a game and showed it to players from other worlds. The players opened up many possibilities that he had never thought of. He says with a sad and serious expression that, however, absolutely no one has been able to achieve the true ending. Ash asks, then, how is he different from the others? This is the first time he has heard of this true ending. Ida turns to him and says that even though he couldn't achieve the true ending, he did what no one else could. Ash remembers that he is the only one who was able to pass the Helmet of Steel difficulty level. Maybe that's why. Ida says he believes he has the best chance of achieving the true meaning of this game. That's why he decided to bring him. Ash raises his fist and asks with a very angry look on his face, did he say to bring him here? He actually kidnapped him. Besides, he threw him into this damned training in the body of an idiot with a golden spoon in his mouth. Ida covers his head with his hands and says loudly that this was a mistake, something like a bug. He also did not expect this. Anyway, he should let him tell him something first, about the reward he will receive for helping them. Ash stops and asks what are these rewards. Ida says that if he leads this world to its true ending, he will grant him a wish. Ash looks at him blankly and wonders, does he mean wish, like in that popular manga? Ida says that technically, he is a being close to the god of this world. Ash looks at him and thinks that he looks like a real deceiver. Ida says he won't have any trouble giving him gifts when he sends him back to his world. Ash looks at him and asks if he can give him anything. Ida says loudly that he will do absolutely anything. Ash asks, even 10 billion won in cash. Ida adjusts his glasses with a wide smile and asks if he is only interested in 10 billion. He can give him hundreds of billions. Or does he want more? Ash looks at him with a very angry expression and thinks that he is definitely cheating. He will surely give him a bad check. Although, to be honest, he is interested in what he grants him the desire. There were many things he wanted to do. There was one thing he wanted at any cost. If he can really give it to him, then... He doesn't finish the thought and Ida asks, he has something he really wants to do, right? Something much more valuable than money. A dream he had given up on long ago, thinking he couldn't achieve it, right? Ash is silent as he looks at him and thinks that is when he realized that this self-proclaimed god was calling him, already knowing it. Knowing that he had something to regret. He knew that he had something that was tearing his heart apart. With a sad expression on his face, he says that he could not fulfill his deepest desire and gave up. Eider says that as long as he carries this in his heart, nothing is over yet. Ash asks, however, if he has such power, then why can't he save this world himself? Eider says there are many restrictions on his abilities. In this world, he is a simple person. That is why he needs an agent acting on his behalf. Ash says he understands him, but he has one more question. What happens if he dies? Eider says with a smile that everything will end. If he dies, he dies. Ash grabs his head with his hand and says that this is very bad. Eider raises his finger and says that life is a coin game. There are no saves or loads here. It seemed to him that he knew this very well, because he completed the game in Man of Steel mode, didn't he? Ash looks at him with a calm expression and thinks it's true. The game has always been like this. The game may have been about convenience at times, but once it got to the point of death, it became incredibly ruthless. Eider says that if he wants to return to Earth right now, then he can send him there. Ash was very surprised by this and asked if he was telling him the truth. Eider says that of course it is. He smiles and says that to be honest, he was going to ask that right away. But something happened, so he asks him to choose. He raises one hand and asks if he will take the chance to reach the true ending and get the opportunity to fulfill his deepest desire. He looks at him with a serious expression on his face, raises his other hand and asks, or will he return to a peaceful life, during which he will not have to put his life on the line? The choice is entirely his. Ash looks at him silently for a few seconds and thinks that before he would have returned without hesitation. However, two things stop him. Firstly, he wants to fulfill that desire. And secondly, this is quite feasible, isn't it? He beat this game on impossible difficulty. He knows absolutely everything about this game. He smiles and thinks, does he need to go through the game again? And what will stop him? He agrees and says that no matter what it turns out to be, he will try. Eider was very happy about this and asked loudly, is he serious? Ash agrees and says that he will try his best, so he'd better help him properly. Also, he must not forget about his wish once he reaches the true ending. Eider is very happy about this and says loudly that he can use it like a yard dog. Ash says that he insists. He doesn't finish speaking, comes up to him, pokes his finger at him, and with a serious expression on his face, says that he must sell all the magic crystals from the black spiders before the morning. Eider was very surprised by this and asked what he said. Ash asks what's wrong with a very angry look on his face. These are items that can be exchanged for money. He has a place where he can sell it, right? Eider puts his hands in front of him and says that everything is true, but it's too late and the market is closed. Ash starts emitting a very dark aura and looks at him angrily and tells this idiot that he should shut up and do everything as he said. He can sell overnight or at dawn, he doesn't care. He just has to finish this by morning, okay? Eider is very afraid, agrees to this, and says that there are 388 magic crystals of black spiders. This will bring him a huge amount of money, even if he sells it at an average price. So what was he going to do with all this? Ash looks at him and says that there is an empty spot on his team. Eider was very surprised by this and asked what he meant. Ash smiles very widely and chuckles because of this. He wonders, does he really need an answer? Sometime later, he walks towards the mercenary guild building and thinks that of course it's time for the gacha. He tosses a few coins and deftly catches all these coins with his hand. He smiles widely and asks how about 100 tries. At the same time, near Ash's house, there are several carts filled with gold, and next to these carts, there are several soldiers and Eider is sitting with a very tired expression on his face. Ash and Lucas stopped in front of the Mercenary Guild building and heard loud noises coming from there. He smiles and says they are quite energetic. Lucas looks at him and tells His Highness that he will go in first. Ash doesn't listen to him, opens the door with his foot and loudly and boldly greets everyone. All the people who were inside immediately turn, look at them, and are silent for several seconds. A big bald man loudly asks who he is. Did he want to die? Ash, with a very angry expression on his face, loudly asks this freak what did he say. What are they, dirty dogs, looking at? He scared this guy so much that he started shaking by grabbing him by the head and with a very angry expression on his face saying that he is actually their employer. Did he want a quick death? Afterwards, he and Lucas walk through the hall while people look at him and say that this is the third prince, Ash. Is this the same prince? She heard that he killed his entire platoon on the front line. But haven't we dealt with the spiders? Ash looks around and wonders, I wonder if there is anyone standing here. You can get new characters in the mercenary guild. Of course, the extent of their benefit will depend on their rank. And now he needs the best of the best. He notices a man sitting on a chair and a purple glow emanating from this man. This old woman smokes her cigar and says to him, Welcome. She pauses, looks at him with a smile, and continues telling His Highness that the Continental Mercenary Guild is Crossroad. Ash looks at her with a very surprised expression and wonders if she has an SR rank. He sits next to her and asks, Can you find out her name? The old woman gets to her feet and says that of course he can. She hits her chest with her fist and says with a smile that her name is Jupiter. She is honored to meet him. Ash thinks she is an SR rank lightning caster. He can't believe that she's sitting in the mercenary guild. He says that he has never seen its form before. Which country does she belong to? Jupiter sat on a chair and says that this is the form of their Everblack Empire. He might not recognize this model, since this form is already several decades old. Ash looks at her with a smile and asks, So she served the Empire? Jupiter says that she served for 30 years. She was even the captain of the 2nd Caster Squadron. And after she retired, she began to earn money as a mercenary. Ash says that sacrificing oneself for the country, even after retirement, is an example of a true soldier. Jupiter takes the glass with his drink and says that's not the point. She just really didn't have enough money. She swirls the glass in her hand and asks His Highness what brought him to such a humble abode. Ash asks with a smile what else could bring him to the mercenary guild. Logically, he is looking for mercenaries. Jupiter looks at him and asks, So he's not here to buy some cannon fodder who's willing to die for him? Lucas got very angry about what she said and is about to tell her something and is about to take out his sword, but Ash stops him. Jupiter looks at them with a smile and says that everything is fine. Rumors of the battle on the front lines had already spread everywhere. It seems he had to pay a heavy price for his incompetence, even though they are truly pathetic people who fight for money. Many mercenaries gather next to her, and she, with a serious expression on her face, says that they should not be considered idiots who are digging their own grave. Ash looks at this with a serious expression on his face and says that he understands that. He gets up from his chair, stands in front of the crowd of mercenaries, and says that they should listen to him. He looks at them and asks in a serious voice, Don't they all sell their lives for a handful of coins? He raises his voice and asks if selling life is the only thing they can do, or is he wrong? And now they are suddenly afraid to name the price of their lives. He hits the bar counter with his hand and asks, Aren't they idiots who are digging their own grave? He smiles and tells Jupiter that this smells of self-deception. She was embarrassed by this and is about to ask something, but stops. Ash asks, Her career is certainly bright, but wasn't she fired for secretly stealing from military funds? Jupiter was very surprised by what he said. Ash looks at her with a smile and asks, It's a lot like digging your own grave, isn't it? He thinks that most likely she did not think that he knew about her past. He says that she was involved in everything from corruption to smuggling with enemies. When she was caught, she was kicked out and fired in disgrace. And she still proudly wears her military uniform. He raises his voice and says this is so shameless. He thinks she is the embodiment of corruption. A corrupt soldier, rotten to the core, a disgracefully discharged veteran. But as a fighter, she is unsurpassed. A heroine more like a pirate than a soldier. This is what kind of woman this is, the lightning caster, Jupiter. She exhales the smoke from her cigar and tells His Highness that although her end was not the best, she still has the pride of an imperial soldier. She asks him to watch his words. She doesn't have time to finish because Ash calmly asks how much does she need. She must name the price of her pathetic pride. Jupiter silently looks at him for several seconds with a very angry expression on his face. Ash looks at her with a cold gaze and says that he told her to name the price for her to become his hunting dog. Jupiter smiles and says that despite how she looks, she won't come cheap. At least 100,000 Adels. Ash surprised her so much that she dropped her cigar by saying that he was ready to give 200,000. He doubles its price. Jupiter looks at him with a surprised expression on his face and is silent for several seconds. Ash thinks that this is a high price to pay for a mercenary, but he is the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. Moreover, Eider sold all 400 magic stones. Since he can get SR rank, then he doesn't need to talk about these 200,000. Ash shows her the card and says that he will buy her fear of death and is even willing to double her annual salary. He smiles and says that cowards who do not want to trade their lives can go home. But if they really are real mercenaries who want to hit the big jackpot, they can come to the western wasteland of Crossroad this evening. He went outside and thinks that after the guild, he needed to go to church. After some time in the church hall, a woman uses magic on him and releases very bright energy. She says everything is ready. However, the scar will still remain. Ash tells Lady Saint that he is grateful to her. She smiles and says he doesn't need to thank her. He thinks that she is the hidden R-rank heroine and also the best healer, Saint Margaret. Later, once he fulfills a special condition, he can recruit her. He gets to his feet, buttons up his clothes, and thinks that, however, he will not do this today. Ash puts it on a small column and tells the saint that, as he said earlier, he doesn't have time to finish because Margaret agrees with him and says that she brought everyone here who is now free. Ash notices Damien nodding at him and thinks that he seems to have adjusted well. He smiles and says they can start then. He still has a lot to do today, so it won't be easy. This evening at Crossroad West, Ash stands next to Lucas in a cemetery in front of a large crowd of people. He watches the soldiers bury previously killed soldiers and thinks that a parade of coffins has arrived from the front line. Next to Ken's grave lies a necklace he wore with a photo of his family. Ash remains silent, standing on the stage and watching what is happening. He thinks that the soldiers stand in formation, and the flags of the Empire cover each coffin. A large choir sings a song. In a city where death is so common and cheap, a proper funeral is a rarity. More importantly, compensation was provided to the affected families. Shocked by such a large sum, the news quickly spread among the townspeople from person to person. Rumors are like an avalanche, it cannot be stopped. He's not going to sugarcoat anything. Of course, it's a show, but it's a must. Here, on the front line, their battle should be known as a noble mission to save humanity. Ash takes a step forward towards the crowd of people standing in front of the stage. He says that he is the third prince and newly appointed lord, Ash Bonhatter Everblack. People look at him and ask, is this man really their new lord? Crazy prince. He looks like an idiot. He notices Jupiter standing in the crowd and thinks she has arrived just in time. Ash says this is what he wants to tell them. On the front line, mortality will continue to rise. New tombstones will appear in this cemetery every week, each of which will be sung by a choir. However, they should allow him to clarify something. Their deaths are more valuable than their survival. He thinks that all the funeral expenses and compensation for the dead were worth a lot. About half of the money he earned for the magic crystals went to compensation. And it is right. Death should not be something ordinary and simple. Ash says that he will therefore try to keep them alive as long as possible. He will do everything he can to ensure that they survive and continue to work on the front lines. So he asks them not to die. They must survive and take as much money as they can. They should not die and not make him pay for their funeral. Immediately after this, the soldiers raise their weapons and aim at the sky. They fire their rifles, and Ash thinks that was the end of his speech. He wonders how the townspeople will perceive it. Is this an excuse for an incompetent commander? Waste of the disgusting lord's money. On the other hand, he doesn't care at all what they think about him. He just needs to prove his words with deeds. He must prove that he is the man who can save them. As long as he is on this front line full of monsters, the world will not rot into the abyss of oblivion. He says with a smile that it's time to pass the first level. In the system window that appeared in front of him, it was written that there were 3 days and 1 hour left before the start of the first level. Sometime later, after the funeral in the backyard of the Crossroad estate, Ash stands with Lucas in front of a pile of rocks that lies on the ground. In the system window it says, "Does he want to activate the teleportation gate?" Ash smiles and says that of course he agrees to this. The stones begin to rise, and this greatly surprised Lucas. These stones are collected into a portal, which is immediately activated. The two of them stand in front of this portal and look at it. Lucas, with a surprised expression on his face, asks His Highness, "What is this?" Ash looks at this portal with a smile and says that this is the gate leading to the dungeon under the lake. Lucas is about to ask something about this, but Ash immediately understands what he wants to say, agrees and says that this is it. It's a clear passage leading to the enemy base. That's what he means. He thinks Empire Defense is a game of 2 genres: tower defense and dungeon attack. It was even written on the cover of the game. The levels in which monsters lay siege to Crossroad are defenses, but in between there are levels where the enemies don't attack. They can explore the dungeon beneath the lake and uncover the origins of the monsters. Clearing dungeons, this is called free exploration. The basic structure of actions in the game, alternating defense and attack. As he thought, this can be activated even before the start of the first level. This is an incredibly difficult game, but even so, this game remains fair. He really had to go through a lot in training. But the start is simply excellent. After all, he has Damien, who can easily be called an imbalanced character, and Jupiter with SR rank. Besides, now he has a lot of money. Ash smiles and thinks it looks quite real. Although it's not true, it's very real. He explained the rules of the game to Lucas and said that they could scout out the enemy base for the next level. Luca then hits his palm with his fist and says with a smile that he understood everything. He tells His Highness with a joyful expression that he is ready. Ash was very embarrassed by his reaction and wondered what it was. In fact, he should have the most questions. He, the prince whom he served all his life, has changed dramatically. Moreover, he knows the structure of the city in which he is for the first time, knows about the existence of the dungeon and how it works. It would be understandable if he thought anything was strange, but he's just following orders. Either he's crazy or there's something wrong here. He calls him and Lucas tells His Highness that he is listening to him. Ash asks if he wants to ask something. Lucas looks at him for a few seconds and doesn't say anything. He starts to tell him while he waits with a very serious, intense expression on his face, but stops. After a pause, he bows to him and tells His Highness that he is simply doing what he tells him to do. He doesn't have a single question. He is the sword and shield of His Highness. His task is to attack and block on his orders. Ash looks at him in slight surprise and thinks it's impossible that he doesn't have a single doubt. However, he says that he trusts him. And that trust is more important than any doubts or questions. He shakes with joy and thinks that he doesn't care about Lucas's AQ. He will need to reward him well. Ash approaches the portal and asks with a smile if he is ready to enter the abyss of hell with him. Lucas, with a determined look on his face, says that he will gladly go down to the underworld if he is with him. Ash smiles looking at him and says nothing. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that he must select a destination, and he clicks on the pier on the shore of the lake. After that, the two of them go inside the portal. After they were teleported, the portal immediately broke. In the system windows, it is written that loading and teleportation are taking place. Note: heroes can become stronger by receiving stronger equipment. Equipment can be obtained in dungeons or made in a forge. Ash says loudly that there is no need to just shine all sorts of windows with notes. It's too late to pretend to be a friendly game. They both exit through the portal and find themselves in a dark forest. Ash looks around and says that they are in the right place. He thinks that this black lake is the source of monsters, a hell that spews out nightmares. This dungeon cut off the southern part of the world. Lucas notices something strange, calls out loudly to His Highness, and says that he should look there. Bubbles begin to appear from under the water in this lake, which attracted his attention. Suddenly the water diverges in two different directions, creating a long passage. Many human hands begin to emerge from the ground at the bottom of the lake, from which a bright blue glow emanates. A huge army of armor filled with energy crawls out of the ground with weapons in their hands. Ash looks at everything that is happening with very strong surprise and thinks that he really didn't want this to be it. Could this really be living armor? Why were these particular imbalanced freaks here? It doesn't matter what monsters he fights against at the first level, be it goblins, mermaids, or even wyverns. Among a huge number of low-level monsters, if only not these guys. Why is his luck so bad? Lucas looks at this with a calm expression, takes out his sword and asks, "Are these the monsters they will have to stop this time?" Ash is very tormented by the fact that these monsters have appeared and notices a system window in which it is written that information about the enemies has been updated. Level 1. Information about enemies. Level 5 Living Armor Warrior. Number 1052. Ash was even more surprised by this and wondered, are there a whole 1,000 of these freaks? Lucas notices his strange reaction to what is happening and asks His Highness if he is okay. He turned very pale. Is he unwell? Ash clenches his teeth very hard out of dissatisfaction and calls Lucas by name. He falls silent and thinks that it seems like he already said this in training. They have very big problems now. 741. That's how many times he restarted this game. Each time the reasons were different. But as soon as he saw that the monsters of the first level were living armor, he started from the beginning without any second thought. Living armor are literally monsters made of armor. Their core is the ghost that resides within. Therefore, no physical attacks affect them. Of course, by the middle of the game they become easier to deal with after acquiring some equipment, but right now, they have nothing that can help in the fight against these freaks. Why does it have to be these damn monsters? He even has anger boiling inside because of this. As if someone is deliberately trying to prevent him from completing this game. Monsters begin to crawl out from the bottom of the lake onto the shore, and he thinks that there are still 3 days left before the start of the level. Ash looks at this crowd of monsters standing in front of him and says that they should go back now. Lucas stands next to him and agrees with His Highness. They leave and Ash thinks that all he can do is do everything in his power. Sometime later, he returns home and loudly calls Eider. He walks through the house, continues to call him, and he asks my lord, has he returned yet? Ash walks next to him and asks what is the state of the troops in the city. Eider says they now have 526 men who can be sent to the front lines. Ash turns to him sharply and loudly asks what did he say. He tried so hard, but they only have a little over 500 men. Eider is scared by his reaction and says that most of the warriors died during training. Classic Nerd gets very angry at his character and loudly says that he is a damn idiot. He calms down and asks how many can they hire. Eider says that they have already hired all the mercenaries in the city. Ash asks, does this mean there is no one else left? Eider thinks about this and says that at least in this city it is so. Ash looks at him with a serious expression on his face and says loudly that he should then send people to the nearest city for help. He should say that he will pay twice their normal salary. Eider writes this down in his notebook and says that he understands it. Ash says that he must also send a message to the Imperial capital. He should tell you that the monsters have already begun to perform and they need maximum support. Eider writes this down and asks my lord if he is sure about this. Ash thinks that asking for support from the Empire is triggering a special fatal event that will happen later. But now they have no choice, because he must survive at any cost. He leaves with a puzzled look on his face and says that he is sure of it. He should contact them. Eider smiles and agrees with him. Ash turns to him and says that he must also call all the carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in the city, although it is better to draft them into the army. Eider was surprised by this decision and says that if they do this, the processing of magic crystals will stop. Ash, with a very angry expression on his face, leans towards him and asks, they will soon have no stone left of the city, and he thinks that he is worried about some crystals there. He should stop processing and drag them all here. Eider says loudly that he understands him and will take care of it right now. He immediately leaves and closes the door behind him. Ash remains in his office, sighs dissatisfiedly, and thinks that the difficulty of this game is definitely not normal. To be honest, until this moment he had not made up his mind, but apparently there is no time for such a luxury as fear. The more complex the game, the more variables there are. In the system window, a message appears in front of him. Does he accept his class as Commander Novice? Ash thinks he'll have to go all in. He presses the button and says that so be it. He agrees to this. The system congratulates him on becoming a rookie commander. Ash looks at this with a dissatisfied expression on his face and thinks what cheap effects are there. Suddenly he felt very strong pain and some strange changes, which made him scream in surprise. He breathes heavily because of what happened and wonders what it was. He feels like he just had. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that a 50% debuff has been applied to the growth characteristics. Ash looks at this with a blank expression on his face and asks what just happened. The system notifies that a 50% debuff has been applied to equipment ownership. He looks at this with a very surprised expression on his face and thinks about it all for a few seconds. He swears very loudly and asks if they are bullying him right now. He squeezes the system window so tightly and asks, what is this all about? What class can even apply such bad debuffs? Ash grabs the poker that was standing next to the fireplace and loudly asks who came up with such stupid traps. He's gonna kill that freak right now. Suddenly system windows appear in front of him, in which it is written that he acquires the ability Totem of Attack, Totem of Defense, Super Buffer, Main Order, and now he can use the group synergy system. Ash is still very angry about the debuffs he received, but he stops and silently reads everything that is written in these system windows. He calmed down and asked what else is this. He reads about his new abilities and asks if it turns out he can give his allies a bonus buff. While he is on the battlefield, his allies receive a buff to defense and attack. Now he understands what these debuffs were for. Ash looks at this with a thoughtful expression on his face and thinks that if you think about it, it's quite nice. In addition, there is a special class system. In the system window, it is written that group synergy is a feature of the commander class. Depending on the classes of party members, they may receive a bonus to characteristics. He must try different combinations. Ash smiles and thinks this class is awesome. He is used to being a player, managing everyone from the sidelines. He draws attention to the poker, which he took in a fit of rage and was surprised at this. Because he calmed down, he hung it back in its place. The next day at his house, Ash looks at something with a blank expression on his face and asks if he will explain to him what happened. Iter, with a worried expression on his face, says that they disobeyed the draft order. So he had to bring in their leaders as quickly as possible. They both look at several tied-up people kneeling in front of them. Ash turns to him and with an angry expression on his face says that this is actually a kidnapping. The president of the blacksmiths union, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, loudly asks, "What does all this mean?" The president of the joiners union, who sits with the angry president of the masons union, loudly says that he was torn right out of the process of processing magic crystals. Will he take full responsibility for the loss of their profits? The president of the alchemists union, like the rest, is dissatisfied with what is happening and with an angry expression on his face asks, "Isn't this too much even for a member of the imperial family?" Ash looks at them with a surprised expression and thinks they are mad. This can be understood just by looking at these faces, red from screams. First, he should apologize. He emits a very ominous dark aura and asks with an evil expression on his face, "Did they want to die?" He looks at them with a very scary expression and asks if they dare to raise their voice in his presence. Who do these old idiots think they are? He presses his fingers on the table so hard that he begins to break it and says that if he, the prince of this country and the lord of these lands, calls them, then they must immediately come on their mountains without excuses. And they decided to play on his feelings. Did they want to die? All the presidents look at him with very pitiful and sad expressions on their faces, and one of them says that they sincerely apologize to him. This is their first time serving a lord from the imperial family. Classic Nerd thinks it's very convenient to be Ash in this situation. The negotiations were successful. The presidents were untied. They stood up and one of them loudly apologized and asked, "Is he saying this seriously now?" Ash smiles and says that of course it is. He will provide them with 20% of the crystals received by the army at the original price. If they have direct access to production materials, then it will be very profitable for them, isn't it? They must trade with each other directly. But in exchange for this, if he orders them, they will prioritize the production of military equipment. Of course, he will pay exactly what is needed for production. What will they say to this? That's not a bad deal, isn't it? He looks at them and thinks that using money and power, he was able to interest them. At the moment, this is the best he can afford. Some might say that this is a waste of money. The presidents rejoice at this proposal and loudly say that they agree and are ready to try it. When can they start? Ash looks at them with a joyful smile and thinks that there is nothing in this world that can be trusted more than money. The system window says that there are 2 days and 13 hours left before the start of the first level. Sometime later, Ash says he thinks they've already heard briefly about the situation from Lucas. Monsters, or more precisely, 1,000 living armor, are heading to this city right now. Estimated arrival time is about 2 days. He looks at those standing in this room and is silent for several seconds. Ash notices that they are surprised by this and thinks that judging by their facial expressions, they are just now realizing that they are in huge trouble. Lucas, with a serious expression on his face, asks His Highness what is required of them. Ash says they need everything they can do. From now on, he will give instructions to each of them. Lucas, who is now the commander-in-chief of the troops, says that he will do everything in his power. Ash says that their soldiers are too sluggish, so he will have to train them. Lucas says loudly that he will do whatever he orders. Lily, with a worried expression on her face, struggles to find words and calls out for His Highness. She looks at him with a worried expression and says that as he can see, she is. Ash doesn't let her finish, apologizes and says that, however, he really needs her help. She won't be on the battlefield, so she doesn't have to worry so much. Lily asks, but what is required of her in this case? Ash appoints her to the role of leader in the restoration of protective artifacts, and she, with a thoughtful expression on her face, timidly says that she understands him. He mentally apologizes to her for upsetting her and thinks that, however, she can forget about resigning for now. She will suffer as a civil servant of this wretched city for the rest of her life. Jupiter smokes his cigar and asks His Highness if she can ask him just one thing. She asks with a smile, that annual salary he was talking about. If one old mercenary performs well, will it be increased? Ash thinks what a greedy old woman she is. The peculiarity of her crazy love for money is exactly the same as in the game. He says that of course it is. He will increase the pay depending on merit. Jupiter smiles slyly and tells His Highness that then he should already be preparing for promotion. She received the role of commander of a special forces army and says that there is no mercenary who does her job better than her. Eider hands Damien the crossbow and Ash says he should take it. He prepared it especially for him. He took it and the system notifies that this is an ordinary crossbow of the 10th level. Attack from 10 to 15 points, strength 30 points, no bonuses. Damien, who received the role of a long-range sniper, says that since this is an order from His Highness, then he will try. Ash looks at him and thinks his posture is a little sloppy, but considering how good he was at shooting the mana cannons, he'll get used to it quickly enough. He asks, by the way, what happened to his glasses? Has he decided not to wear it anymore? Damien heard his question and looked at him with a surprised expression. He agrees and says that, to be honest, his vision was too good. So he wore any glasses to somehow limit this. He smiles with a kind expression on his face and says that since he now needs this vision, he decided to take it off. Ash watches them interact with each other with a small smile. Eider, with a joyful expression on his face, says how lucky this is. He was just worried about the overlapping characteristics of the glasses. He immediately calmed down after feeling the oppressive aura from Ash, who hits the table with an angry expression, looks at him and tells him that he should shut up. Sometime after the operation meeting, the south wall of Crossroad, the two presidents run to him and, confused, say to His Highness, "Welcome." Ash waves his hand at them and says that he is here to find out how things are going with the castle wall. The president of the Blacksmiths' Union looks to the side with a worried expression on his face and says that in fact everything is not very good. No attention was paid to this for quite a long time. Ash looks at him silently for a few seconds and thinks about what he said. He turns to Eider and with an angry expression asks, "Since this city is a fortress, then why did everyone forget about the basis of all foundations, repairing the walls? What was he even doing here?" Eider, with a worried expression on his face, says that he didn't have any money before. Since monsters began to appear less and less often, the production of magic crystals dropped significantly. Because of this, the former lord of the castle cut the budget. Ash asks if he thought this fortress was built to keep monsters at bay, didn't it? He thinks that the strength of the fortress has dried up due to the lack of invasions. How ironic that is. He waves his hand and says loudly that they can use any money and materials. They must strengthen and repair this wall until they collapse exhausted. Is this clear to everyone? The two presidents loudly agree with His Highness and watch him leave. Ash waves at them and tells them that they can get back to work now that the monsters won't wait for them to finish. Sometime later at the carpenter's workshop, Ash stands in front of the line of people working here and says that it seems they are already aware of the whole situation. For the next 3 days they will create. He pauses, a big smile appears on his face, and he says that they will create a wall. This surprised the president, and he asks what he means. Ash says he needs a wall. It's such a tall thing. He understands, right? This wall will block the path. The president looks at him with a surprised expression, apologizes for him saying this, and says that monsters can easily break through a wooden wall. He doesn't think it will perform well. Ash says he doesn't need a wall to hold them back forever. The president apologizes and asks, then what does he want to achieve with this? Ash smiles and says that all they have to do is make a wooden wall like he said. He starts waving his arms and says loudly that this wall must be incredibly high. He spreads his hands to the side and says that it should also be strong. At the climax, he raises his hands high and says that it should be a wall. He looks at these carpenters who are standing in front of him and asks, now they understand him. He raises his voice and says that now they must stop asking questions and get to work. He thinks that in this way, in the remaining 2 days, while everyone was doing their own thing, preparations were in full swing and time flew by quickly. The system notifies you that there are 30 minutes left before the start of the first level. One of the soldiers watches the forest through a telescope in complete silence. He notices an army of living armor coming out of the forest towards the city. This soldier turns around and says loudly that they have come into view. Another soldier begins to beat a drum loudly and says that they are advancing. Many monsters that have come out of the forest are slowly approaching the city with weapons in their hands. Ash, who is there, loudly says that they do not need to be afraid. He stands on the tower and says loudly that these monsters are just a rabble that will try to take them in numbers. He looks at this living armor and thinks that of course this is a lie. These are the worst monsters you could ever encounter in the beginning, a legion of living armor. Ash loudly says that they are the strongest army in the southern part of their empire. He thinks that this is also a lie. They are just a group of traveling mercenaries, consisting of old pensioners and inexperienced soldiers. He says that they are perfectly prepared for defense and their equipment is in the best condition. He thinks that no matter how much he lies, no matter how much money he invests, this preparation is still not enough. Ash loudly says that they can stop these monsters, so there is no reason to worry. He thinks that everything he said was just a bluff. He says loudly that they just have to follow his orders. And then, today, they will be able to celebrate victory. He thinks that the only one who is worried here is most likely him. He looks at a huge cloud with thunderclaps that appears above a huge army of living armor that is heading towards the city. A nervous smile appears on Ash's face as he looks at this, and he mentally wishes Jupiter good luck. He continues to look at these clouds and thinks that it depends only on her whether they will be able to pass this level or not. At the same time, Jupiter, from whose eye lightning comes, stands in the forest with her squad of young mercenaries and tells these newcomers that the time has come. They must look at it and learn. Jupiter and his squad are riding horses in front of an army of living armor, and Ash, who is watching this from afar, thinks that all monsters have one common goal, and this goal is the destruction of humanity. If there are no obstacles in front of them, then in order to kill a person, they will rush along the shortest path. The ground suddenly collapses under the monster's feet, and he thinks that in other words, their actions are easy to predict. That's why his trap will work perfectly. Jupiter stops and looks at how the monsters fall into this hole one by one, and Ash thinks that they did not have time to dig a deep enough ditch, but this will be enough. He says loudly that she must act now. Immediately after this, yellow lightning begins to appear in the clouds above the monsters. Jupiter holds a ball of lightning in his hand, looks at it with a smile, and loudly says that in this case, it is the turn to fill her wallet with money. She uses the first skill, Let There Be Light, and fires a very strong ball of lightning into a large crowd of monsters. With this magic, she inflicted very severe injuries on a huge number of monsters that were in front of her. Jupiter continues to sit in the saddle and looks at the ditch in which there were living armor. The monsters that survived this attack begin to slowly rise, make loud sounds, and look at her. Jupiter, with a very angry expression on his face, asks these freaks what are they looking at. They must learn to respect their elders. A very bright yellow lightning bolt descends from the sky with a loud sound. Living armor, from which the same lightning emanates, looks at what is happening and stands still. Ash notices with surprise what is happening and thinks that this is her symbol. The lightning that descended from the sky comes into contact with the Jupiter cigar and it turns bright blue. Lightning also begins to emanate from her hand, and she says with a smile that today they will have roast metal for dinner. She, with an angry expression on her face, waves her hand, from which very strong lightning emanates, and loudly says that they should chew more carefully. She uses the second skill, and again there is light and a very strong lightning hits the crowd of monsters from the sky. The soldiers who stand on the city wall watch what is happening and shout loudly with joy. Ash looks at what is happening and thinks that the enemies were marked with the first skill and destroyed with the second. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that the number of killed monsters is 56. Ash watches from afar and thinks Jupiter is doing a great job. But nevertheless, there are a whole 1,000 enemies. The living armor, which was not hit by her attack, continues to walk towards the city and destroys the remains of the armor that lie on the ground with their steps. A huge crowd of monsters continues to fall into the moat and rises on the other side. Ash looks at this and thinks that this attack was just a drop in the ocean. He says loudly with a serious expression on his face that they must retreat. Jupiter turns towards the city and says that everyone should run back. She and her squad ride horses while they are pursued by an army of living skeletons. The monsters start running faster to catch up with them. Jupiter turns to his group and loudly says that they must run if they want to live. They need to not turn around and just run. Ash watches as a huge army of monsters chases her squad and loudly says that everything is going as planned. He turns and, with a serious expression on his face, says loudly that they must do what he told them. Everyone must prepare. A guy from her squad turns around while riding a horse and notices a crowd of monsters that has almost caught up with him. Ash looks at what is happening with a worried expression on his face and thinks that there is still quite a bit left. Jupiter, with a serious expression on his face, loudly says that they should head inward. The guy looks at her and loudly agrees. They all jump together towards the wooden walls that are located at the entrance. They continue to ride their horses quickly while a huge army of monsters are running after them with loud noises. Ash was glad that these monsters did not catch up with them, and with a smile he thinks that Jupiter did a great job. The bright sun shines on these monsters from behind the huge wooden walls that stand in their way. They look around and see many of these walls that are placed at the entrance to the city. Ash mentally says welcome to these freaks and thinks, this is their first time in his kingdom of walls, isn't it? He smiles widely and thinks it's their turn now. What will they do avoid these walls or destroy? Jupiter turns around as he gallops towards the entrance to the city and looks at the living armor behind him. Ash thinks that one way or another, their choice is obvious. They want to kill the people in front of them. He looks at how the monsters are running along a narrow corridor from behind the walls that were placed at the entrance and thinks that this is exactly what he planned. If they simply blocked their path, they would run forward, destroying the walls, but instead they are crowded into a narrow space. Ash raises his hand and loudly says that everyone should be ready to open fire. He looks at the monsters and thinks that their formation is becoming narrower and their mobility is decreasing. He walks to the edge of the wall and tells the soldiers that they have waited long enough. He points his hand forward with a wide smile and loudly says that they cannot spare the shell and just shoot. Immediately after his order, all the soldiers began firing their guns at these monsters. They continue to fire their cannons non-stop from different directions for several seconds. All the living armor that ran towards the city raised their heads and noticed the many shells that are flying at them. The shells hit this crowd of monsters and explode with loud sounds. Ash thinks this is the basics of defensive game strategies. Many projectiles continue to hit the ranks of monsters and explosions destroy a large number of them. The shells continue to explode in the crowd of monsters that have gathered in a narrow space, and Ash thinks that this is called path control. This is their death zone. He raises his hand towards these monsters and loudly tells the soldiers that they must keep shooting. Damien stands next to him, holding his crossbow and looking at the monsters with him. He asks if everything continues like this, then isn't that enough? Monsters cannot go beyond this point. Ash looks at this with a very serious expression on his face and says that there is more to come. The living armor with large ones in their hands has a very bright energy emerging from under their helmets, and they gather together. They get into formation and protect themselves with their shields from the explosions that occur from all directions. Ash looks at this with a small smile, but a worried expression on his face, and says that there is no way this will end that easily, because these damn monsters are incredibly durable. He thinks that. However, he foresaw this. He turns around and loudly tells Lily that she must act. She agrees with His Highness with a determined expression and says that they must activate the gravity field artifact. A metal circle appears above a huge ball that emits a bright glow. Very strong energy begins to emanate from this artifact, and the two wizards who control it loudly say that everything is ready. A dome made of energy appears around several rows of living armor with shields. The monsters that are inside this dome are slowing down due to the fact that gravity has begun to act on them much more strongly. Ash says loudly that now it will be more difficult for them to move. He calls Lucas loudly, and he immediately agrees with His Highness and loudly says that they must prepare the ballistas. The soldiers who control the ballistae immediately point it in the right direction. All several ballistas located on the city wall are aimed at these monsters. Lucas raises his sword and loudly says that they should aim at these freaks. He points his sword towards the monsters and loudly says that the ballistas must open fire. The soldiers agree with him and shoot huge arrows. These projectiles penetrate the shields of living armor and destroy their bodies. Many shots hit the target and destroy these monsters with big and strong shields. Ash watches what is happening on the battlefield and thinks that the crossfire will increase the damage and kill these monsters with the help of the artifact and ballistas. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. One of the soldiers runs towards him very quickly, making loud noises. He approaches His Highness and says loudly that monsters are walking around the walls. Ash is surprised by this and asks what did he say. He turns his attention to the battlefield and notices that an army of living armor is passing between the wooden walls and going in the other direction. He clenches his teeth tightly out of anger and thinks that, of course, he thought that this could happen. But there are more of them than he expected. He loudly calls Jupiter, who, together with his squad, stands near the wall. Ash looks down at her and speaks loudly that she should deal with the living armor that is entering to the right of the barriers. They must fight them off by striking and retreating. Jupiter smiles and says that she will do as he wishes. She begins to gallop along with her squad in the right direction and loudly says that the real battle is about to begin. Several monsters with different weapons run very quickly towards her with very loud sounds. Jupiter raises his hand, into which he directs a very strong lightning and loudly says that they should try this. She releases a very strong lightning that hits these monsters, and Ash watches this and thinks that everything is going well. That part is something she has to deal with. Only those who go around on the left remain. He turns around, scares Damien by calling his name loudly, and with a serious expression on his face says that it is his turn. He raises his voice and says that he must shoot the monsters that are coming from the right. Damien agrees loudly, concentrates on what's happening, and takes a deep breath. He points his crossbow with a very serious expression on his face and immediately uses his special ability. He pulls the trigger and releases an arrow filled with energy. This arrow flies very quickly towards one of the monsters who are running towards the wall. His arrow hits the helmet of the living armor, causing this monster to begin to tremble very violently. Immediately after this monster dies, falls apart and falls to the ground. This greatly shocked the soldiers who stand next to Damien, while he says with a joyful expression that he got it. Ash looks at him with a smile and thinks that he had no idea that the 1,000-mile I could destroy the soul of a ghost with an ordinary arrow. How broken is this ability he has? Ash looks at the battlefield and thinks that the center is the death zone. On the right, Jupiter handles everything. On the left, Damien controls everything. He looks at the counter of killed monsters in the system window and thinks that their number will soon be more than 500. He smiles and thinks that at this rate everything will go as usual, at least until the boss shows up. Even though they were under a lot of time constraints, all this preparation paid off in full. His attention is attracted by the fact that the remnants of spirits begin to rise from the killed monsters, fly in one direction and wonder what it is. He raises his head, sees how it all comes together in one place and thinks, nothing like that happened in the game, right? The system notifies that the number of kills has reached 500 monsters. All these spirits that gather in one place take the form of a face with an evil smile. Ash looks at this with a very tense expression on his face due to the fact that he did not expect to see this. A sign appears in the system window, which says that this is one ghostly knight of the 25th level. He thinks it is the boss monster of the Living Armor Legion, the Ghost Knight. This is what gives these freaks their strength. The Legion itself is quite strong, but even if you crush them completely, like the second phase, a boss will appear. But they haven't destroyed all the monsters yet. Then why has he already appeared? The ghostly knight that appeared did nothing. He did not use the area debuff, nor did he use any powerful attack. He just hung in the air and did nothing. However, this is not just a game, this is reality. The soldiers were very frightened by the appearance of this monster. They looked at it and loudly asked what it was. Ash notices this and thinks that even just the sudden appearance of a huge monster in the sky, the soldiers have already begun to panic. He looks around and thinks it's very bad. This is the difference between a war among people and a war between people and monsters. Primal fear, caused by the embodiment of terrible ugliness. The boss's appearance alone scares the soldiers to death. Because of all this, the efficiency of the front line fell below the plinth. Moreover, it's not just about scared people. The horse, which also noticed this huge monster, begins to kick and makes very loud noises out of fear. Jupiter, who is trying to stay on this horse, was surprised by this and asks what is going on. She lost her balance, fell out of the saddle, fell on her back to the ground and hit her head hard. Many living armors, which she had to restrain, take advantage of this moment and calmly head towards her. Jupiter lies on the ground, looks at it with an angry expression on her face while blood flows from her head and says that this is bad. Ash also begins to panic about what is happening on the battlefield, looks at it with an angry expression on his face, and thinks that these freaks are breaking through. He sees an army of monsters running towards Jupiter, who is passed out and thinks that they are going to kill the people who are right in front of their noses. People from the Jupiter group got off their horses, walked together, and one of them loudly said that they needed to stand in a protective formation. They stand in front of the monsters with weapons in their hands, and one of them loudly says that they must protect the sorcerer. Ash looks at this with a worried expression on her face and thinks that Jupiter, the main striking force on the first level, as well as her entire group, are now in danger. Lucas calls out loudly for His Highness and says that they need to direct cannon fire towards her squad to help them. Ash turns to him with a worried expression on his face, loudly refuses and says that everything should remain the same. If there is no death zone, then there will only be more escaped monsters. Lucas wants to object, but Ash does not pay attention to this and thinks that the soldiers standing on top of the wall were confused because the boss appeared. The number of cannon and ballista shots decreased, and the defenses, in which it seemed there was not a single gap, were soon broken through. He loudly says that they must concentrate on resuming fire, because the soldiers have lost their minds. Lucas agrees with His Highness. Ash, with a sad expression on his face, mentally apologizes to Jupiter and thinks that she needs to hold out a little longer. Sometime later, she suddenly opens her eyes and screams loudly. She gets up and puts her hand to her head because of the severe headache. She notices the blood that is left on her hand and asks if she is already at the age where she should be going through this. She notices a guy from her squad who runs up to her and loudly asks how she feels. They urgently need her help. Jupiter looks around and notices how people from her squad are fighting with a large number of monsters. She gets to her feet, holds her head because of the pain, and says what a disgusting situation. Apparently, the time to sit quietly has not yet come. The guy says loudly that the rescue squad is already on its way. They need to hold out until theirs. He doesn't have time to finish because a living suit of armor is running towards him with loud noises, and he turns sharply towards this monster. He interrupts the monster's attack with a very strong blow of his mace to the helmet. The living armor was able to withstand this blow on its feet and stopped. His helmet was bent very strongly from this blow, but this monster continues to stand in place with a weapon in his hands. The guy was very surprised by this and loudly asked what it was. How could this monster withstand such a blow? Jupiter is very surprised when she notices something that attracts her attention and loudly tells this newcomer that he should turn around. Suddenly this guy is pierced with a spear and he starts coughing loudly because of the damage he received. He turns around with a surprised expression on his face and wonders if he was attacked from behind. He was sure that all the freaks there had already died. He turns around and notices a living armor that is missing the lower part of its body, but is still able to move. The guy is about to say something and does not notice other monsters that attack him from the other side. Several monsters attack him at the same time, and he screams loudly in pain and calls for help. Jupiter is very angry about what is happening and loudly says that she will destroy these monsters. She is about to use her magic, but is very surprised when she notices something strange. She looks at her hand with an angry expression and realizes that something is wrong with her control of magic. A girl from her squad is grabbed by a crowd of monsters, which greatly frightens her. She screams loudly and says that they must let her go. The monsters mercilessly pierce her with their weapons and blood flows profusely from her wounds due to all these blows. The guy from this squad looks at all this with a very tense expression on his face and looks at everything that is happening around him. He throws down his shield and quickly runs away from the battlefield with loud cries. The badly wounded living armor swings its spear with loud sounds. This monster, which has no lower body, throws its spear with great force. This spear very quickly catches up with this fleeing guy and pierces his body. Jupiter looks at him, and this guy falls to the ground with a spear in his back. The small defensive line, supported by a couple of people, was broken in the blink of an eye. She felt the power of the living armor standing right in front of her. This smell of rusty armor and rancid water, it was the smell of drowned people. Jupiter was able to take control of herself, directs the lightning into her hand, and says that they should have stayed for the days of the lake. She looks at these monsters with a very angry expression on her face and asks very loudly, "Is it really that they don't want this old woman to calmly receive her money?" She releases very strong lightning bolts with which she attacks all monsters that stand in front of her. Monsters that were previously wounded stop moving, and the energy that comes from them begins to dissipate. Jupiter looks at this, breathes heavily due to fatigue, and thinks that this lightning was not like the previous ones. It was a weak attack. She sees a crowd of other monsters coming towards her and thinks that this seems to be the end of her. She calls the remaining guy from her group and loudly says that he should quickly run away from here. The guy with the spear turns to her and asks, what did she say? Jupiter loudly says that at least one of them must survive. She will buy him time with her magic, so he must escape from here as quickly as he can. The guy loudly says that he will never do that. He would rather stay here and wait for the rescue team. She's a magician, after all, so she has to attack these monsters with her lightning. Jupiter was very surprised by this and asked what he said. The guy with the spear gets into a fighting stance and loudly says that the mercenary survival guide, rule number 2. You should never leave the magician's side. With a very determined expression on his face, he loudly says that rather than trying to escape from here without a horse, it's better to try to survive by helping her. Jupiter looks at him with a very surprised expression on his face and is silent for several seconds. This young mercenary's tactics worked. He did not kill living armor, but pushed and smashed them with his spear, maintaining his distance. The guy turns around and loudly says that he will somehow hold out, and she must prepare the next spell. Damien fires his crossbow at these monsters, and at least he tried to help from the wall. However, this was not enough to completely stop these living armors. When Jupiter was finally able to muster enough mana to call down a rain of lightning, the monster's spears pierced the young mercenary's body. She has a very angry expression on her face because of what happened and loudly says that these freaks must die. She uses her magic and shoots a lot of lightning from the sky. She stands still, looks at the body of the last guy from her squad, and wonders if she could have saved him by collecting mana at least a second earlier. The guy is lying on the ground, coughing up blood, and his body is shaking violently because of the pain he is experiencing and crying. Jupiter was too old to remember every death that happened before her eyes. She looks at him with a slightly sad expression, calls this newbie, and asks what is the first rule of survival for a mercenary. The guy was surprised by this question, turns to her, silently cries for a few seconds, and remembers it. He says the first rule is not to take on missions that have a suspiciously high price tag. After this, he begins to lose consciousness due to his wounds and calls for his mother before dying. Jupiter looks at the crowd of monsters that runs towards her and tells this child that his rules are stupid and naive. With this, he will never become successful. She clenches her hand tightly into a fist, into which she directs strong lightning and loudly says that if he wants to get rich, being a mercenary. She pauses, raises her fist, and says with an incredibly angry look on her face that if he wants fame. She defeats the monster with one blow of her fist using magic and loudly says that he should only take on dangerous missions with huge price tags. She defeats many other living armors with great speed and loudly says that he should stay as far away from his mages as possible. She stops, breathes heavily due to fatigue, and says that this is because it is the magicians who will take all the credit. Her hand is shaking very much due to pain, blood is flowing through it, and she is about to say something else, but stops. Jupiter put in her cigar, breathes heavily due to fatigue, and says that if he wanted to survive, then he should never have become a mercenary. She raises her shaking and bloody hand and wonders if she really doesn't have enough strength to even light a cigar. She gave up her hands, sees a huge crowd of monsters running towards her, and says that it seemed to her that everything was going as usual, and she finally got a well-paid job. Jupiter looks at this with a calm expression and thinks with a smile that this is how it will all end. Lucas rides towards her on a horse at high speed and tells her that she should not move. He swings his sword, into which he puts his energy, and looks at the monsters with an angry expression on his face. He runs next to the monsters and defeats several monsters with one blow of his sword. Jupiter was very surprised by what was happening and dropped her cigar from her mouth. Lucas turns to her and looks at her with a calm expression. Shortly before this, on the walls of the fort, after Ash gave the order to Lucas and went the other way, he hits the soldier on the back, which greatly surprises him and loudly tells these damn idiots that they must get together immediately. Were they really that scared of one monster? The system notifies that he is activating the unbending commander's skill. The soldiers immediately felt inspired, loudly agreeing and saying that they will no longer be afraid. Ash was very surprised by what was happening and wondered what just happened. He looks in surprise at his hand, from which comes bright energy, and ponders everything that is happening. The system notifies that the skill Unbending Commander provides immunity from madness to all allies within a radius of 10 meters. Ash wonders if this not only prevents mental debuffs, but also restores their morale. He turns around sharply, touches the soldier with his cloak, and loudly calls Lucas. He loudly says that he will deal with the soldiers and the restoration of the death zone. Ash says with a serious expression that he should take over the rescue team at this time. He must open the gate and go to the aid of the Jupiter squad. He thinks he literally told him to save his comrade from certain death. What a stupid order this is. Lucas doesn't think about it that way and agrees with His Highness and says he'll be back as soon as possible. Ash thinks that, however, there was not even a drop of doubt in his eyes. He watches Lucas ride his horse and mentally wishes him luck. He loudly tells the soldiers that they must rise up immediately and do their job. Currently, Lucas looks at her with a serious expression and tells her that she should hold on tighter. Jupiter was very surprised because he grabbed her by the clothes and began to ride his horse. Lucas puts her behind his back and begins to run away from the crowd of monsters that are chasing them. The living armor makes very loud noises after noticing them running away from them. Immediately after this, the monsters begin to throw their spears at them. Lucas swings his weapon and destroys all those spears that were thrown at them. He turns around and continues to control the horse, and Jupiter, who sits behind him, calls him a guy. Lucas asks what she wants. She asks if he would like to meet her granddaughter. She is quite a nice young girl. He turns to her and says that if she still has the strength for things, it would be better to spend it on restoring mana. The monsters actually haven't disappeared anywhere. Jupiter laughed at this and thinks that for his owner he is as sweet as possible, but Lucas is colder than ice without the prince. She says that she is grateful to him for saving her. He says she doesn't need to thank him. He is simply following His Highness's orders. He looks forward with a sad expression on his face and thinks about something. He remembers the people from her group who were killed by monsters and says that he wishes he could come earlier. Jupiter looks around and says that they will grieve after everything is over. They return to the entrance to the city, and she, with a very angry expression on her face, says that she has not been as angry as she is now for a very long time. The soldiers continue to fire cannons at the monsters, and Ash thinks that thanks to his skill as an unbending commander, the death zone was restored. He looks down and thinks that besides, Jupiter has also returned safe. But he lost 4 precious characters in the blink of an eye. He was overly confident in his gaming experience. Even in the game he had to monitor the psychological state of the soldiers, because there were also unusual states like fear or confusion. But in reality, the reaction was much more unpredictable. He couldn't even think that the horses might get scared. In future, he must be more attentive. Ash looks at the battlefield and thinks that this is all a result of reality. Fire spreading due to artillery salvos. The death zone begins to disintegrate and enemies begin to approach. He sees crowds of monsters running next to the burning wooden walls towards the city gates. Ash looks at this with a worried expression and thinks that from now on he will have to fight at the city wall. He would like to end everything here and now. In the system window, it is written that there are 277 armored warriors left alive and 775 killed. Ash looks at this and thinks that at least they have already dealt with most of the opponents. He should try something. This battlefield is still under his control. Lucas approaches him, calling His Highness to get his attention, and he says that he saved Lady Jupiter. Ash looks at him and thinks that he is reluctant to treat her like a lady. It's obvious that he won't like someone like her. After all, she was fired in disgrace, but he's great. He says he's glad she survived. Jupiter coughs into her fist and tells His Highness that she is ashamed because she has made too many mistakes. Blood flows down her hand, and she says that because of her, very young mercenaries died in vain. It's such a shame. Ash says that she couldn't have known that monsters would appear out of nowhere and horses would start going crazy. It's not her fault. Jupiter looks at her bloody hand and says that this is not so. She made a mistake. Considering how old she is, she should react appropriately on the battlefield. She clenches her hand into a fist and says with a serious expression that this is why she will repay everything. No matter what it takes, she will bring him the heads of these freaks. Ash says she should focus on recovering because they will need her power soon. They see a huge army of monsters quickly running towards the gates of the city while soldiers fire cannons at them. Ash turns around and loudly says that the death zone has already been destroyed. They must cease fire. The soldiers do what they are told and smoke comes from the guns they fired from. Ash calls Damien and says he should rest. He immediately turns to him, breathes heavily with a tired expression on his face, and says that the enemies are still advancing. Ash puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that there will be bigger prey for him. He needs to rest and recover a little, okay? Damien looks at His Highness and agrees with him. Ash looks at the living armor that is already trying to break through the city gates and thinks that the enemies have finally reached the walls of the fort. If the walls hold up, these monsters will begin to climb up them. Everything happens exactly as he predicted, after which he loudly tells the soldiers that they must prepare for close combat. The soldiers immediately take up their weapons and agree with him. Soldiers with maces and shields lined up and loudly telling the melee squad that they must move. Ash thinks that a fight without magic is a fight based solely on brute force. He looks at everything that is happening next to him with a worried expression on his face. A large crowd of soldiers armed with various weapons are walking towards the edge of the wall. At the same time, a large crowd of living armor climbs the wall, and Ash thinks that a real war will begin here. He raises his hand and says everyone should pay attention. The monsters continue to climb the wall and almost reach the top. He waits for the right moment and loudly says that they must reset it now. Soldiers lift large buckets filled with stones. He continues to shout that they must throw it down, and the soldiers begin to throw stones at the monsters who are climbing the wall. Ash thinks that stones, pieces of steel, and other debris, like remnants of reinforcement, immediately flew from all their walls. His idea worked. Monsters fall down because of it, and he thinks that he ordered it to be collected throughout the city. A large number of living armor fell to the ground and were broken into pieces, but the remaining ones rose again. He looks at these monsters with an angry expression on his face and thinks how these freaks infuriate him. They continue to climb, and they don't care about all this garbage that flies at them from above. Ash says loudly that they should push them with spears. He clicks on the system window in front of his face and thinks that he needs to reorganize the group. Jupiter will be in charge. The system notifies that group interaction is being activated. In the system window are written the names and levels of the characters from his group, which Jupiter joined, and also that the combat bodyguards have one commander. This group does not weaken in morality. Double Magician, all magical attacks of party members are increased in strength by 20%. Ash was very surprised by this and wondered, are all magical attacks enhanced by 20%? It's just great. One of the monsters, with a blow of his sword, broke the spear of one of the soldiers, which frightened him very much and made him scream in fear. The soldiers loudly say that the enemies are advancing. A large number of monsters climb up with their weapons in their hands, and an army of soldiers stands in front of them. The living armors emit strong energy from their helmets and make loud noises. Ash looks at this with a worried expression on his face and thinks that from now on they will have to fight them in close combat. The soldiers with their weapons look at the monsters that stand in front of them, and he wonders if they can handle this. Unexpectedly, Lucas delivers a very strong blow with his sword and cuts the helmet of one of the monsters on the wall. Because of the clouds, very bright sun rays appear, which illuminate the entire city. Lucas runs very quickly along the edge of the wall and defeats many monsters with blows of his sword. He stops and holds his sword, from which strong and bright energy emanates. He says loudly that he will take care of them on his own. They just need to stand in their places and not let them go further. The soldiers he addressed immediately agreed with him. Ash smiles and thinks that for sure, it doesn't matter if they can do it, they have to do it. To survive, all soldiers need to give 200%. They have no choice but to fight and win. Ash turns around, loudly calls out to Lily and says that she must activate the next artifact. She agrees with His Highness with a serious expression on her face. She turns to the magicians and loudly says that they must activate the artifact of haste. Due to the activation of this artifact, a buff is applied to all soldiers. The system notifies that all comrades have become 5% faster, lasting 5 minutes. Ash looks at the system window with his character and remembers the skills he chose. He thinks it can help in close combat. The soldiers engage in battle with an army of monsters and loudly say that they must dislodge the monsters and push them away. Ash looks at this with a worried expression on his face and thinks they're doing okay for now. The soldiers continue to fight against the living armor and hold back their advance. Lucas continues to fight against the monsters and defeats them with blows of his sword. Ash looks at him and thinks that this is his first skill, a blow of strong will. This is a cumulative skill, making him stronger with each enemy he kills. He alone is half of these freaks who climb the wall. He looks at the rest of the battlefield and thinks that however this is not enough because they are losing. One of the monsters wounded a soldier in the shoulder, which made him scream loudly in pain. The second soldier pulls the wounded man back and says that the wounded must retreat and exchange with other soldiers. Ash looks at what is happening and thinks that, unlike living armor, they are getting more and more wounded. Damien tells His Highness that he must return to the front lines. Ash stops him by putting his hand in front of him and thinks that they need his strength to fight the boss, and he also needs Jupiter. He looks at this with a serious and worried expression on his face and wonders what he should do. He looks at the fighting monsters and thinks that there must be a way to reduce the number of wounded and get rid of the remaining enemies. Immediately after this, he notices a bright pillar of fire that rises above the battlefield. Ash is very surprised when he notices this magical fire. This column of fire begins to grow, and it affects a large area of the battlefield. Lily, who is sitting on the edge of the wall, uses her fire magic and destroys many living armors. Ash notices her using her magic with a very serious expression on her face and loudly calling her name. He was happy about this and said loudly that, of course, she can use magic. Lily was very surprised by this and asked what he said just now. Is he serious now? She was always a magician. Ash tells her it's amazing. She will get a promotion later. Lily sighs with a very upset expression on her face and says that she wanted to resign after all. Ash looks at her and thinks that apparently she is unable to cope with the severe depletion of mana due to fire magic. He comes up behind her, takes hold of the wheelchair, and says that there is no problem. In addition to this, she will also receive a decent bonus, so she has to add even more fire. Lily looks at him with a worried expression and says loudly that she wants to live. Besides, her mana is already running out. Ash says loudly that she should do this one more time, and now she must prepare. He quickly runs with her and loudly says that she must do this. Lily, with a very scared expression on her face, screams in fear and uses her fire magic. Ash thinks that thanks to the group's cooperation, magical attacks are increased by 20%, and the attack totem additionally increases damage by 5%. As a result, fire magic is enhanced by 25%. Ash loudly tells her flamethrower that she can do it again. Lily says in a dissatisfied voice that he should at least treat her like a person. Ash thinks that the soldiers ended up holding these monsters back with their bodies. Lucas killed them with his sword. He tries to give Lily a potion that restores mana and thinks that she burned the ranks of these monsters to ashes. Together, they defeated the remnants of the army of monsters, and the last of the living armor fell to the ground. The soldiers stand in complete silence for several seconds and think about what is happening. They begin to rejoice and say loudly that they have finally stopped them. They did it. Ash interrupts their celebration by loudly saying that it's not over yet. Lucas breathes heavily and looks at him with a tired expression. Ash loudly says that they cannot lose concentration yet, because there is still one more enemy left. The remaining remnants of the armor suddenly begin to rise and fly upward. All these remnants of armor fly towards the boss, who has been inactive all this time. All this armor gathers into one huge armor around this spirit. A sword appears in the hand of this boss, which is assembled from this armor. The transformation of this monster is completed, and it turns into a huge armor with an equally huge sword. The boss of this level lands next to the city wall after falling from the sky very quickly with loud sounds. Because of this landing, the ground shook, and this greatly surprised the soldiers. Ash thinks this is some kind of mockery of him. He looks at this monster with a very worried expression on his face and asks what kind of joke is this? How can this even be considered a level 1 boss? Ash stands still and looks at the huge monster with a terrifying aura that stands in front of him. His hand begins to tremble violently out of fear, but he tries to suppress this feeling and clenches his hand into a fist. He clenched his teeth and thinks that he cannot give in to fear. This is still a simple boss of the first level. Just a level 25th monster. He orders to open fire and the soldiers begin to fire their cannons. They continue to shoot non-stop at this monster, and he loudly says that they may not spare the shells. Many cannon shots hit this monster, but it continues to stand still. This huge monster continues to walk towards the soldiers, despite the fact that they are shooting at it from cannons. Ash looks at this and says they should keep shooting. They must destroy it before it reaches the wall. He thinks that despite the incessant fire, the ghostly night continued to advance. This is the most purposeful monster of all. Ash calls Lily loudly, which frightens her very much. She turns to him with a tired and frightened expression on her face and asks what he needs. He looks at her with a serious expression and says that they must activate the third artifact. She agrees with him and loudly says that they must activate the artifact. Ash thinks it's a magic multiplier, an R-rank artifact. This can double the effect of the magic used by the recipient. The system notifies that the effects of Jupiter magic are increasing. She closes her eyes as strong energy fills her body and says this is great. She has a very angry expression and says that it's like she's back in the good old days. Ash points to a huge monster that is approaching the city walls and says that she must attack the boss with everything she has. She needs to concentrate all her power on the breastplate. Jupiter begins to slowly walk towards the monster while she is affected by the buff from the artifact. Many yellow lightning bolts come from her hands, and she tells His Highness that he should be more careful with lightning. These lightning bolts also appear in the sky above the monster, and it makes loud sounds. A very strong lightning quickly flies down, and Jupiter says that even if he gets electrocuted, there is no refund. With her hand movements, she directs this strong lightning at a huge monster, which heads towards the walls of the city. The monster feels the very strong damage it receives from this magic spell. With this attack, Jupiter was able to make a hole in the boss's chest, where there was a lot of blue energy. Ash looks into this hole and realizes that this is the core of the soul. He turns around and calls Damien loudly with a serious expression on his face. At this time, he stands behind the ballista and loudly agrees with his highness. Ash loudly orders him to shoot, and he immediately activates his ability. Damien fires his ballista and releases a large arrow filled with energy. The projectile hits the soul core, which was inside the armor, and cracks begin to appear due to this attack. The core of the soul that was inside begins to collapse with loud sounds. Ash is happy about this and loudly says that he did a great job. He thinks it's all over, but the monster still continues to move and the energy in the boss's helmet begins to glow brightly. Ash was very surprised when he noticed this and thinks that this is some kind of mockery. The monster, which has already come close to the city wall, begins to slowly raise its huge sword. Ash looks at this and thinks that if this sword touches the walls, it will just collapse. He calls Jupiter loudly with a worried look on his face and says that she should hit it again. She creates many blue lightning bolts from her energy and asks if it decided to raise its weapon during the thunderstorm. This monster's sword is hit by many lightning bolts, which make loud sounds. Jupiter, with a very angry expression on his face, loudly says that this is his end. Many yellow lightning bolts appear around the monster's entire body, which begin to glow very brightly. Suddenly, blue lightning from the sky hits this monster very hard. The boss, who is attacked by lightning for a few seconds, begins to strike with his sword. Ash is very surprised when he notices this, and with a very worried look on his face, he loudly tells these idiots that they should run away. They must run away from this sword. The soldiers who are standing on the wall are very shocked by what is happening and look at how the monster is about to attack the wall. Lucas runs up to his highness and loudly says that he needs to get out of here. He does not have time to finish because the monster delivers a very strong blow with his sword and destroys the wall on which the soldiers stood. They are thrown very strongly by a destructive wave and they scream loudly in fear and pain. Ash fell due to this attack and says his back hurts. Lucas stands in front of him and asks his highness if he is okay. Ash says he's fine. What happened to the wall? Damien, Lily and Jupiter stand next to each other and look at what just happened. Ash turns around and sees a huge monster sword stuck in the wall. The energy inside the huge armor begins to slowly fade away with the sound gradually fading away. The armor breaks into many huge fragments and falls to the ground, and the energy that was inside begins to dissipate. Ash looks at what happened to the wall and thinks that they have finally dealt with the boss of the first level, the Phantom Knight. From the fragments of armor that lie next to the wall, many spirits begin to fly away and fly upward. Lucas looks at what is happening and loudly tells his highness that this is dangerous. Ash pats him on the shoulder and tells him it's okay. He looks at it and thinks that this is a sight he will never forget. This is the final outburst of the Phantom Knight's rage. A display of fear, confusion, and madness. All these souls are heading towards him, and he thinks that this attack does no damage. But if it works, it can plunge you into madness. Ash looks at this with a calm expression and says that from now on this is human territory. He directs his hand, from which a bright glow emanates, and says that this monster must disappear. The system notifies that he is using the Unbending Commander skill. He releases a very strong wave of energy, and the souls that were heading towards him immediately disappear. Many magical particles remain in the air above the city wall, which emit a bright glow. The soldiers look at all this with great surprise and ask, where did that giant and all those ghosts go? They look at these magical particles that float in the air and say with surprise that the prince got rid of them. Is it really over? Immediately after this, the clouds begin to dissipate and bright rays of sunlight fall on them. The sky turns blue again, and the bright rays of the sun illuminate the entire city. Ash raises his fist in the air and loudly says that they won and were able to survive. They will continue to win in life. All the soldiers who stand next to him look at him with a surprised expression on their faces, and he thinks that fear has begun to leave their eyes. Lucas looks at him with a calm expression and a smile, and Ash thinks that it was clearly visible how the horror of battle is replaced by the joy of victory. He continues to hold his hand above his head with a serious expression on his face, and thinks that no matter whether it was the effect of his passive skill or his words, it still felt good. He loudly says that they will crush all the monsters and continue to survive. He thinks all he did was scream his heart out. The system notifies that the first level has been cleared. The reward for completing the level has been awarded. He must check his inventory. Sometime later, on the night after this battle, there was a festival in the central square of the city. Ash raises the wooden mug of his drink and says that he now congratulates everyone on defeating those ruthless monsters and adding to their record. He says cheers with a serious expression on his face and looks straight. Many people standing in front of him also raise their mugs. Ash says loudly that they can drink as much as they want. He's paying for everything today. All the people who stand in front of him begin to rejoice loudly because of what he said. People begin to celebrate the victory, and he thinks that the festival has begun. Musicians play music on their instruments with joyful expressions on their faces. Soldiers and workers with joyful expressions on their faces pour themselves alcohol into mugs. The chefs prepare many different dishes that smell very delicious. Somewhere in the square, two men compete in arm wrestling, and one of them defeats his opponent. The soldier raises the winner's hand and says loudly that this newcomer has won. The losing man says loudly that it doesn't count. They must try again, but this time on their left hands. Ash sits alone away from them and looks from the side. He silently watches how people celebrate this victory, and a smile appears on his face. Lucas comes up to him and asks His Highness, is everything okay with him? He hasn't eaten anything all day. He should eat. Ash looks at him and agrees with him. He holds a mug of drink in his hand, and Lucas tells His Highness that his appearance is not befitting of a commander who has just won a victory. He stopped 1,000 living armor without significant casualties. It seems to him that he has reason to rejoice. Ash raises his mug to his face and says that indeed, there were no significant losses. He drank his drink and immediately spat it out because of the taste he felt. Lucas is very embarrassed by this and loudly asks His Highness if he is okay. Ash says there's nothing wrong with it. It just tastes different from what he expected. He looks at his drink and wonders if it's beer. There's at least 20% alcohol here. His face became sad, and he says that although there were no great losses, many still lost their precious lives. He thinks that when someone dies, it doesn't matter whether there were many or few of them. Every life is important and valuable. Of course, he knows that he cannot save everyone. In such a cruel game, such thoughts would be arrogant. But if he had been a little more careful, they would not have died. Everything was not like in training. He had a chance to change everything. Ash clutches his mug tightly and thinks that knowing this makes his heart feel even worse. Lucas tells His Highness that he did a great job, so there is no need to be sad. Here's what he thinks about it. However, no matter what he says, he will not be able to dispel his regrets with this. This is a holiday in honor of victory. If His Highness does not rejoice, the morale of the soldiers will not rise. He asks him to smile and at least have fun with them now. This is also part of the commander's duty. Ash looks at him with a smile, is silent for a few seconds and thinks, is a smile also part of the captain's duty? Eider suddenly crept up to them and loudly said that these were such correct words. Ash was very frightened by his appearance and turns to him. Eider, in a chef's uniform, holds a plate of vegetables and says that mourning the fallen is, of course, important, but time must also be devoted to celebrating the victory. Ash looks at him and wonders what he's even doing. Eider hands him a plate and says that eating meat alone is not very healthy, so he brought some vegetables. Ash, with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face, says that he hasn't even eaten meat yet. Eider says with a happy expression that he congratulates him on completing the first level. It was difficult, but he did a great job. He hopes that he will continue in the same spirit. Ash is silent for a few seconds and thinks about what he says. He thinks about all this and takes a tomato that is on the plate. Immediately after this, Eider loudly says that His Highness is eating vegetables. He waves his hand and says loudly that His Highness has no meat, so he has to be content with vegetables. Ash is embarrassed by this and asks what he is doing. The rest of the people apologize very loudly to His Highness and loudly say that they have forgotten too much. Many people come running to him with worried faces, different dishes, and loudly saying that they cannot believe that they forced the prince, who ate only meat, to eat only vegetables. Ash is embarrassed by this and wonders what kind of reputation this is. What kind of life did his character have? One of the men very loudly tells these stupid idiots that they must immediately serve meat to His Highness. And also they bring all the alcohol they have. All these people are walking down the street, leading Ash and drinking alcohol from their mugs. He holds a piece of meat in his mouth and with a surprised expression on his face wonders how everything turned out this way. He planned to sit in a quiet dark corner and think about today's battle. Lily timidly grabbed him by the hem of his clothes and called His Highness. Ash turns to her, notices that she is shaking very much and wonders when did she get so drunk. Lily grabs him and, with tears in her eyes, loudly tells His Highness that she asks him to resign her. Ash smiles at her with a kind expression and tells her that she should work more. He thinks that in these times no one will resign. Maybe it would be better if he paid her more. The two magicians were surprised when they noticed her and loudly called her name. These two magicians take Lily away, who loudly says that she wants to leave already. Ash looks at her and thinks it would be better if they put her to bed. Damien sat down next to him with a mug in his hands, laughing and calling for His Highness. Ash turns to him and wonders what will happen now. Damien smiles and says that the local water is a little bitter. He begins to laugh and hiccup. Ash says that it's not water at all. He wonders who got this child drunk. He was very surprised when he noticed that Jupiter was sitting next to Damien, who was pouring alcohol into his mug. Ash calls her loudly and asks what she is doing. He's still a child. She smiles and says that he is no longer a child, but a full-fledged mercenary. He needs to learn to drink and smoke, and also learn how to spend money on different things. He is like a grandson to her, so she will teach him everything. Ash, with an angry expression on his face, asks this old woman why she would teach her grandson something like that. Damien, with a joyful expression on his face, rests his head on his shoulder, laughs and calls for His Highness. Ash looks at him with a smile and asks how dare he touch the prince's body with his head. And he became bolder. Damien, with a sad expression on his face, says that when he is alone, he begins to see the face of his dead friend. He can't stop thinking about that day. The sin of surviving without him breaks his heart. A small smile appears on his face, and he says that the strange thing is that when he is near him, he feels better. That's why he stays with him. He doesn't have time to finish because his head fell on the table, and Ash looks at this and is silent for several seconds. He thinks it's not because he's special or amazing. It's all thanks to his skill. But he cannot tell it to him. Jupiter holds a glass of alcohol in his hand with a smile and says that for some reason she feels it too. That her magic becomes stronger when she is under his command. Maybe it's because he's an excellent leader. Ash remembers the system and thinks that his leadership qualities have nothing to do with it. It's all because of his characteristics and the interaction of the group. In this battle, the buff was 25%. But how can he tell about it? Lucas, his face flushed from alcohol, says that when he stands next to His Highness, all his doubts disappear and his body becomes light and fast. This is probably all thanks to the character of His Highness and his talent for leadership. Ash smiles and asks, so that's why he's always on his side. Lucas, with a red face, asks if this could be true. Ash wonders what this means. Such an answer does not suit a knight character like him at all. A lot of people gather around them, banging their mugs on the table and saying that they must drink to their fallen comrades. For those who survived and for His Highness. Ash was surprised when he saw them and asks what's wrong with them. One of the men says with a smile that His Highness's mug is full. Ash says he just doesn't feel good. The men begin to cry, loudly apologize to His Highness, and say that they absolutely do not know how to cheer up. Because of them, the prince, who is famous for his week-long feasts, did not drink a single mug today. Ash, with a displeased expression on his face, thinks that this is happening again. What's wrong with his reputation? What kind of life did this prince live? People say loudly that they deserve to die. He should kill them. Ash loudly tells these idiots that they should stop exaggerating. They should calm down and stand up. People say that then he should have a drink with them. Ash, who is dissatisfied with what is happening, loudly asks, well, what should he do about it? He drinks alcohol from his mug and asks loudly, are they happy now? Since they made their lord and commander drink, they know what will happen next, right? They have to pour it for everyone. Immediately afterwards, they were brought many mugs of alcohol. People rejoice over this and say that they must drink it all. Ash thinks that while the moon was dimly shining in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and talked. The night of victory continued. Ash comes into his room and says that he drank too much. He sits down on his bed and doesn't say anything for a while. He looks at the 3 chests he received for completing the level and says that he needs to open these before he falls asleep. He touches one of the chests and says he needs to see what's inside. A bright glow appears from the chest, which greatly surprised Ash, and he loudly asks if this is a maximum level item. He takes out black gloves from this chest and looks at it and thinks, is this not only an SSR rank, but also a maximum level? He is shaking very much because of something while he is looking at these gloves. He throws these gloves at the wall and loudly asks, what is this? He wonders, out of all the possible SSR rank weapons, this is what he got. In the system window, it is written that this is a lucky strike of SSR rank, level 7. Class Combat Gloves, damage from 0 points to 777 points, strength 7 points. Increases the characteristics of allies by 1%. Ash thinks that the damage these gloves do in waves is based on randomness. He sometimes entertained people on stream with this weapon, but in practice it is a completely useless weapon. Ash stands still, looks at these gloves and says that this is still better than nothing. He puts on these gloves and says that he shouldn't throw this away. He doesn't even have anyone to give it to. But these gloves are quite comfortable. Perhaps this is due to the fact that this is an SSR rank item. He looks at these gloves with a sad expression on his face and thinks that maybe he will get lucky a couple of times. He should think about something good. Ash can't think of a good thing and says that of all the imbalanced items that could make his life easier, this is what he got. He screams loudly with anger and loudly asks what good can happen here. He thinks that even though he received a very rare item, he was able to fall asleep only closer to the morning, because he grumbled all night because of the disorder. The next day in the early evening, Ash comes out of his room with a very tired look on his face and says that his head hurts a lot. In front of his room stands Lucas, who looks at him with a very tired expression on his face and wishes His Highness good morning. Ash looks at him for a few seconds with a surprised expression on his face and asks how he feels. He should have rested this morning. Lucas holds back the urge to gag and says loudly that he is actually His Highness's guard, as best he can. Ash looks at him and thinks that he seems to have drunk too much too. Eider comes to them with a cheerful expression on his face and wishes good morning to the two of them. Ash was surprised by this and wondered where he had so much energy. He surprised both of them very much by saying that he brought them tea with honey. They can drink it without embarrassment. Lucas drinks all the tea that was in the teapot with a very joyful expression on his face, and Ash, who drank the tea from the mug, says in surprise that it seems he is starting to come to life. He thinks, in this case, is it time to start preparing for the next level? Sometime later, Ash, along with several people, stands in front of a huge sword that is stuck in the wall. He looks at it with a calm expression on his face and says that in this state, the wall will not stop even wild animals, let alone monsters. How long will it take to fix? The president of the Masons Union looks at this and says that at least 2 weeks are needed. First, you need to somehow remove this giant sword. The system notifies that there are 9 days and 20 hours left before the start of the first level. Ash says to mobilize everyone who can stand on their feet and send them to help with the repairs. Lucas, who stands in front of him, agrees with His Highness. Ash says they should try to deal with this as quickly as possible. He asks Eider how things are going with the reinforcements. He says that new soldiers from the surrounding area will arrive soon, and tomorrow those who cleared the central region should return. Ash thinks about this and says that this means that there will be no progress until tomorrow. He thinks that he needs to do other things, and strengthening the army will have to be postponed. There is nothing left to do but pray that reinforcements will arrive on time. He tells Eider that if anything happens, he will have to report to him immediately. They must use this chance to give it their all. Lucas asks what does he mean. Ash says with a smile that they will go to the dungeon to destroy those annoying monsters in advance. Lucas asks with a worried expression on his face. So, like last time, they will go to the Black Lake. Ash says that this is exactly the case, but this time they will go down under the lake with the elite members of the squad. It's time to change the mode of defense to attack. After a while, he loudly says that that's all for today. They should rest well until tomorrow. He thinks that he only told the members of the detachment that they would go on expeditions, because instead of explaining it 100 times, he will show it once. Damien takes a crying and upset Lily away and tells His Highness that they will see each other tomorrow. Ash mentally apologizes to her and thinks that the elite squad is designed for 5. He turns and says that he must prepare everything necessary for the expedition. Eider asks what exactly does he need. Ash, with a serious expression on his face, says that he needs canned food, camping supplies, and all kinds of potions, and also lamps, lanterns, and torches. In other words, everything that can light the way. The next morning in the backyard of Lord Crossroads' estate, Jupiter with a bag behind his back says that this is impressive. And where are they going? Ash creates a portal from stones and says that soon she will see everything. The portal is activated. This surprises Jupiter, and she asks loudly if this is really a teleport. Didn't it disappear hundreds of years ago? Ash thinks she can come in and check. Why ask stupid questions? He stands in front of the portal and says that behind this portal there is a breeding ground for monsters, their refuge under the Black Lake. In fact, their kingdom is located at the bottom of the lake. Everyone except the frightened Lily looks at him with serious expressions and listens to him carefully. Ash says they are investigating this to find out why the monsters are attacking. This is the only way to end this endless war forever. He thinks that destroying the source of monsters is the true goal of this game. He presses the teleport to the lakeside destination and says that he will tell you the details later. For now, they should just follow him. Lucas tells His Highness that he should let him go first. Ash doesn't listen to him and immediately enters the teleporter, which greatly surprises him and wonders if he didn't tell him it was safe. The system notifies you that loading is in progress. Advice: the character's characteristics increase as the level increases. He must level up by earning experience points in battles. Ash wonders if all the useful hints have already ended. All other people pass through the portal and stop after crossing. Jupiter is surprised when he notices this place and is about to say something. She looks around and says that this is really the same lake. Ash calls her name and asks, has she been here before? Jupiter says that she was here 20 years ago, when there were still royal soldiers in Crossroad. Then they received orders to dry up the lake. Ash asks if they tried to fill this whole lake with dirt. It seems that 20 years ago the commander was not the best either. Jupiter says that many battle mages have been summoned. Together they filled the lake with soil. However, Ash interrupts her by asking what happened then. Jupiter, who remembers what happened at that time, says that it turned out to be impossible to fill this lake. No matter how much earth and rock fragments they sent there, the lake did not become smaller. Rumors quickly spread throughout the royal army that this lake was connected with the abyss itself. A week later, monsters appeared. There were huge crowds of them. The troops were forced to retreat, and the plan failed. Then she visited here for the first time. They continue to stand in front of the lake, and Ash says that they should be on guard, because they are going to go deep. This news greatly shocked Lily, causing her to start crying and shaking violently out of fear. A system window appears in front of Ash, in which it is written, does he really want to enter the kingdom under the lake? He immediately presses the button and thinks that of course he wants this. A red system window appears in front of him with a warning, which says that he will not be able to return until he reaches the checkpoint. Does he still want to continue? Ash thinks it doesn't scare him at all. How many times do they think he played this game? He clicked on the system window and a whirlpool appeared in the lake, and he realized that the passage was opening. He says they should go ahead. After that, he immediately dives into the lake and goes down very quickly. The system notifies you that loading is in progress. He goes into the dungeon. Advice: the most common cause of death is negligence. He must always be on guard. Ash continues to dive and thinks that it is very dark here. Both in the game and now, this is his first reaction to this place. It's incredibly dark here. Nothing is visible at all. He hears some sounds and thinks that only some sounds are heard here. The number of different sounds becomes louder, and Ash thinks that he feels as if darkness is quickly approaching him. Lucas, who happened to be next to him, loudly calls His Highness several times and asks where he is. Ash says he is here. He need not worry. Everyone must remain calm and light their torches. Lucas was the first to light the torch, but the light barely illuminated the few meters around him. Everyone else also uses different methods of lighting and looks around, but the darkness is so thick that they cannot see more than a few meters around them. Lily uses her fire magic to light up the place, and with a very scared look on her face asks where they are. Lucas and Jupiter notice something in front of them that really surprised them. He asks His Highness with a worried expression, "What is this place?" They stand in front of a huge gate that leads to a huge and dark kingdom, and Ash says that this place is called the Kingdom Under the Lake. More precisely, a dungeon at the bottom of the lake. And also, this is the home of monsters that they have to destroy, one by one. He looks around and thinks that he can breathe here, and also his movements are not limited in any way. This is most likely due to the ancient magic surrounding the city. Lily looks at this kingdom with great surprise and asks how such a huge city could be hidden underwater. And why can they move here? Lucas turns around sharply and says loudly that they should be quiet. Someone is coming towards them. He turned out to be right, and someone is indeed walking towards them barefoot. All the people from the group are wary and look at this silhouette that is walking in their direction. This person turned out to be a girl with long white hair, a large sword on her back, who was wearing a black cape with a hood. Ash restrains the panicking Lily and says that they should remain calm, because this is not the enemy. He thinks this is the first time they have entered the dungeon. So this is most likely an NPC guide. The girl stops in front of them and asks, "Are they treasure hunters who have come for the riches of the kingdom?" Ash is a little confused that everything is not going as he remembers and wonders what this means. This girl, whose face became visible because she came closer, says in a calm voice that they will not find what they are looking for here. They should return to the surface while they can. Ash looks at her with a slightly worried expression and thinks that he has never seen her before. Was there such an NPC in the game at all? An abyss at the bottom of the lake, populated by many NPCs. There are about 100 of them here. Usually it is the NPC guide who appears at the entrance. He replayed this game 742 times, but he had never seen such an NPC. Well, it's not that important. Ash takes a step towards this girl and says that they came from the surface to end the source of the monsters. The unknown girl looks at him with indifference and says nothing. Ash, with a serious expression on his face, says that the outside world is suffering because of the monsters that break through to the surface. They came here to put an end to it. The girl says that the invasion of monsters will never end. No one has yet been able to stop this because the cycle is endless. Many great warriors led by peerless heroes tried to break the curse of this place, but they all failed. They shouldn't set foot in this room. They need to get back to the surface before it's too late. Before they are swallowed up by the abyss of despair and regret. Ash looks at her silently with an indifferent expression on his face and thinks that, of course, he will run away if she just says this. He says that he is the Lord of Crossroad, a stronghold of protection against monsters. He has the responsibility to protect the fort, or rather even to protect all humanity from these monsters. He is not afraid of the darkness, so they will enter the city and destroy the source of the monsters. This is what they came here for. But the passage inside is closed, so they cannot enter. If there is another way, then he asks her to lead them. The girl looks at him silently for several seconds and thinks about what he said. She agrees to this and says that she even wonders whether his words come from the heart or are just reckless bravado. She starts walking slowly in a certain direction and says that they should follow her. She will guide them through. Ash asks how can they contact her. Does she have a name? The girl with a sad expression on her face turns to him, is silent for several seconds, trying to remember it, and says that she does not remember her name. If they want, they can call her Mumyon. A quarter of an hour after they decided to follow her. Lucas, with a worried expression on his face, asks His Highness why they are following some stranger. This could be a trap. Ash, with a calm expression on his face, says that everything will be fine, so he can be calm and just keep walking. They continue to walk, and he thinks that he says something almost every 5 minutes. Mumyong stops and says it's here. She turns around and says that if they pass here, they can get inside the city. Ash stands next to her, looks at the passage and says that this place is a sewer system. Mumyong says it's slippery here, so they have to be careful. They all go inside together, and Ash thinks that this way they hunched over and walked through the narrow tunnel for 5 minutes. After some time, they found themselves in the first location, a dried-up sewer. Ash thinks that they have finally reached the first location of the kingdom under the lake. He says this is where all the sewer drains converge. All the pipes are dry, and there is not a single drop of water here. Ash activates a portal made of stones that were lying not far from here. The system notifies that the first location, the dry sewer control point, has been passed. Conservation was successful. Ash thinks that the checkpoint is a safe zone where monsters cannot enter. Next time they can start right here. Lily cries with her face red with fear, calls for His Highness and loudly asks if she can go home already. Ash turns her down and wonders if she really thinks they carried all that equipment this far to turn back. Mumyon says that this is where she will leave them. Their future fate is in their hands. Ash pushes Lily away, who wants to leave here, turns away from her, and thanks her for leading them here. Mumyon sighs and says with an indifferent expression that she will give them one last warning. The kingdom has already been completely swallowed up by chaos. The further they advance, the stronger and more terrible the monsters will be. If they intend to enter the abyss, no matter what, then she will give them advice. They should never turn off the light. All the people from Ash's team look at her with serious expressions and say nothing. Mumyon says she hopes the gods will guide them. After she said this, she went into a dark tunnel without any light source. Lucas asks, who is this strange woman? How can she live in this terrible place? Ash says he doesn't know that. Damien, with a worried expression on his face, tells the prince that this darkness is somehow strange. Even with his eyes, he can't see anything. This darkness seems to be alive. How does that woman walk in such darkness without a torch? Ash is silent and wonders how he can know this. This dungeon is still full of secrets that even he, who cleared the map on the hellish difficulty of Man of Steel, knows nothing about. There is only one thing he is sure of. He says that they will definitely meet again, then he can ask her. He thinks that they will definitely meet again here, at the bottom of the lake. As enemies or allies, it doesn't matter. He asks if everyone is ready. He thinks that at the checkpoint they were armed to the teeth. In the window, the system says, first location, dried up sewerage. Clearing progress, normal rooms 0 out of 3, boss rooms 0 out of 1. Ash says with a smile that with such a level of the squad, clearing should not be much of a problem. They all approach the dark tunnel leading to the city, and he says that they can move out. They walk and Lucas says that this is the main corridor of this sewer. He looks around and asks how long this corridor is. Ash says with a calm expression that this will end soon. He thinks that the standard dungeon structure is a series of rooms and corridors. In these rooms you need to fight enemies and find objects. Sometimes NPCs can be found here. So they are waiting for them in the first room. He pauses and notices a large rat opening wide and making very loud noises. A red system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that he must destroy the enemies. Dried up sewer. First room, giant sewer rat. 14 third-level creatures. All these monsters simultaneously begin to run towards the human team. Ash smiles and thinks that he shouldn't relax, because they attack at the same time, but these rats themselves are quite weak. Lily, with a very frightened expression on her face, screams and says that these are rats. Ash was very embarrassed by her reaction and wondered if she was now going to be afraid for any reason. He waves his hand and loudly tells Lucas that he must stand on the front line, but at the same time keep his distance and stop anyone who gets too close. He immediately took out his sword, runs towards the rats and agrees with His Highness. Ash loudly tells Damien that these monsters have strong enough skulls, so he should aim for the eyes or neck. He immediately activates his ability, aims his crossbow and agrees with the prince. Ash loudly tells the mages that they should not waste power unnecessarily. They should only attack those who break through Lucas. He thinks that at this time he will probably just look from the side. Lucas lands several quick strikes and kills the rats that tried to attack him. Damien fires a few shots from his crossbow using his skill. All his shots hit the weak points of these monsters and kill them. Sometime later, when they had defeated all the giant rats in that room, Ash says they're all great. They did a great job, didn't they? Damien agrees and says he was worrying about it for nothing. Lucas turns around and tells His Highness that there are only 13 monsters here. Should he collect their magic crystals? Ash refuses and says that these monsters have low ranks, so their magic crystals are cheap. He was embarrassed when he heard what he said. He wonders, did he say that there were only 13 monsters here? The information box said there should be 14 of them. He was surprised when he realized what was happening, and at that moment the last rat was above him. This rat attacks him with loud noises, and Ash immediately turns around at this sound. He was very frightened by this and screamed loudly. He delivers a strong blow with his fist, and a system window appears in front of him, in which it is written, "Jackpot." The drum in the system window stops, and it shows the number 121. With this blow, he threw the giant rat very hard, and this monster flies very quickly across the room. The rat hits the wall very hard and leaves blood on the wall due to this attack. Ash was very surprised by what happened and thinks that it was a lucky blow. It's usually difficult to get more than 100 points of damage. Lucas asks His Highness with a worried expression, "Is he okay?" A confused Ash agrees with him and says that he is fine. Lucas looks at him with a surprised expression on his face and asks what happened just now. How did he kill this monster in one blow? Ash is thinking, surely he can't tell him that he gets chests for every clearing and that when he upgrades, he can choose a development line. He shows his fist and says that this is the prince's signature blow. Lucas was surprised by this and asks if he called it the prince's blow. Ash agrees and loudly says that this is his signature move. There is nothing unusual about it. If a royal is cornered, they can activate superpowers, but only occasionally. He has an embarrassed expression on his face and thinks that he should quickly express his surprised reaction and they will move on. Lucas really surprised the others by having a very surprised expression on his face and saying that this is impressive. Ash looks at this and thinks that he probably couldn't convince anyone else besides him. But they didn't ask any questions and moved on peacefully. Sometime later in the second, empty room of the dried-up sewer. Ash says that there must be something hidden here. They should search this room well. Damien finds a hidden passage and asks what's in there. Ash is happy about this and says that he did a great job. He is counting on him. Damien tells the prince that he has found a treasure chest. Ash says it's great, but he has to be careful. This could actually be a trap. The system notifies that the passive skill gold rush is activated and Jupiter, with a crazy expression on his face, runs to this chest and laughs very loudly. Ash was very surprised by what this greedy old woman was doing and wondered, what if there was a trap there? She opens this chest from which a bright glow appears, and he thinks that he is very happy that it turned out to be a treasure chest. Jupiter came to her senses after opening this chest, asks for forgiveness, and says that as soon as she smells money, she immediately loses her mind. She hands the chest to His Highness and says he can take it. Ash looks at her and wonders, is she really going to pretend like nothing happened? After that, they go to the next room and the system notifies that they must destroy the enemies in the third room of the dried-up sewer. Level 3 giant sewer rat. Ash thinks clearing the third room was easy. And then they finally got to the boss's room. They stop in front of a huge door, and he says that they have arrived. He turns around and says with a small smile that after this room they will be heading home, so there is no slowing down. They slowly open this huge door that leads to the boss's room and go inside this room. In this room, there are many bloody corpses of rats on the floor. Ash covers his nose with his hand because of the terrible smell and asks what is it. He thinks the place smells incredibly strongly of blood. In this room there is a huge rat sitting with its back, which in a terrifying voice says that there is no end to these rats. This monster squeezes the smaller rat and says that we need to get rid of the rats. It squeezes this rat very hard and says that he must eradicate and cleanse everything of rats. This monster stands up to his full height and loudly says that he must do this to restore the kingdom under the lake. Damien was very surprised by this and asked if this monster speaks with a human voice. The huge monster heard what he said and moved its ears. It immediately turns around and asks, "Are there really any living rats left here?" The system window says they must defeat the boss. Boss room, dried up sewer. Giant ratman of the 15th level, head of the sewer service, Peleg. The monster loudly says that no matter how many he kills, the rats still come back. Ash looks at this with a surprised expression on his face and wonders, is this the head of the sewerage service, Peleg? Why does a ratman have the same status as a human? This monster runs very quickly towards them and says very loudly that he will kill them all. Ash looks at this and thinks he should say something. He does not have time to do anything because Lily releases fire from her palms, cries and screams loudly with a frightened expression on her face. The rats that she hits with her magic begin to scream very loudly in pain and say that they are hot. Lily continues to shoot a huge amount of fire from her palms for a long time and loudly says that they should not come close to her. The Peleg, which she hit with jets of fire, lies on the ground and smoke comes from it. He raises his head and says in an angry voice that she is a damn rat. Jupiter points his finger at him, from which lightning emanates and says that he can stop here. Good night. After she said this, she shot lightning through the head of this huge monster. A very strong lightning pierces the entire body of this monster, and it screams loudly in pain. Peleg falls to the ground and says that he must clear everything of rats. Ash looks at this in surprise and says that it was fast. He thinks that thanks to the two magicians working together, defeating the boss was easy. A characteristic feature of a monster at an early stage of development is that it has practically no resistance to magic. If they only fought with physical attacks, it would be difficult. Lily asks His Highness loudly with a frightened expression, "They are going home now, right?" Ash agrees and says that they will be back soon. Is she really that afraid? Lily says loudly that the whole room is filled with dead rats. Isn't this creepy? They all come together to a large chest that stands at the end of the room. Above this chest, there was a system window that said it was a boss room treasure chest. Ash turns around and tells Lucas that he must hold Jupiter tightly. He immediately agrees with His Highness. He lifts her up and she screams loudly and says that he has to let her go. Where is his respect for elders? Ash at this time opens the chest and says that he will see what is inside. He takes out a sword with a strange blade from which a blue glow emanates and looks at it with a surprised expression on his face. In the system window, it is written that this is a rat killer sword of R rank 15. This is a long sword, attack from 20 to 25 points, strength from 20 to 25 points. When used against rats, damage increases by 25%. Ash thinks it's a useful thing. He gives this sword to Lucas and says that he should take it. He takes this sword and thanks His Highness. Ash says that this sword is not good enough to replace his main sword, but he should keep it because they might need this sword. Lucas agrees with His Highness. Ash looks into the chest again and asks if there is anything else there. He finds a summon scroll that summons an automatic defense turret. He thinks that this thing can be guaranteed to be obtained from the first zone. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he came here solely for this purpose. They found everything they needed, so there's no need to linger here any longer. He says that now they can get out of here. Lily is very happy about what he said. The system notifies that the zone has been cleared. First zone, dried up sewer cleared. They all leave together and Ash thinks that the sewer ended after the corridor that was connected to the boss's room. He looks in surprise at something in front of him and thinks that now they are inside the kingdom of the lake. They went into the second area, called the back streets. Ash looks at this and thinks that these are the streets of a prosperous city. Since even the nooks and crannies look like this. A city that personifies a magical civilization. This is the true essence of the kingdom under the lake. But even in such an advanced city, there is not a grain of light or even one living soul. This city is plunged into oblivion. They approach the portal, which Ash activates, and the system notifies that the second zone, the back alley checkpoint, has been passed. The location is unlocked. Please note that for now he cannot go beyond this zone. Ash looks at the portal in front of him and thinks that he doesn't think it's worth going further now, because they could easily be killed there. He says that everyone did a great job. That's all for today. He clicks on the system window and is about to teleport to the shore of the lake. Ash smiles and says they are going home now. The system notifies you about this. That free research has been completed and a reward has been issued. Increasing the level of squad members, Ash is level 9, Lily is level 20, Damien is level 21. In front of the portal, which closed, some unknown person came and stopped. He holds a flute in his hand and says that this is him, the last player. He came all this way to get here. He begins to play his flute and a large army of giant rats gathers around him. This man was wearing a mask with a long smile on his face, and he says that he must forgive their sins. All these rats walk next to him, and he says that this is all for the sake of the kingdom under the lake. At the same time, Ash, along with the others, comes out of the portal and says that they are all great. They should rest well this night. Lily sits with a very tired expression on her face, and Jupiter says that because of what happened, she definitely won't be able to sleep. Who would have known that there was such a huge place under the lake? What is happening there is simply incomprehensible. This darkness is definitely not simple. Maybe His Highness will explain to them what's what. Ash thinks it over and says it's hard to explain. He thinks that even though he completed the game completely, nothing was explained to him. The kingdom under the lake has simply always been like this. He has his guesses, of course. It feels like he will be able to understand something if he breaks into the very center of the city. And then he will reveal all these secrets. He says that they will deal with everything gradually. Jupiter says she definitely won't be able to sleep today. At least sober for sure, so she'll go to the bar. Lily says loudly that she wants to go too, so they can go together. She also feels like she won't be able to sleep. Jupiter takes her away and says that it won't be possible to say more precisely. She knows one wonderful place. Ash stands still and looks at them and thinks that they seem to be working well together. Damien smiles and says that he will probably return to the temple. He's a little scared of the darkness, but it seems he will feel better after prayer. Ash agrees with him and says that he should rest. He turns around and says that they should go and rest too. Lucas agrees with His Highness. They leave and he asks, will they go to the dungeon again later? Ash says they won't go until the next siege. What is it? Lucas asks if they can figure out what monsters will be next. Ash smiles and says they already did that. Next time they encounter a pack of sewer rats. He thinks that the kingdom under the lake is infested with hordes of monsters. During reconnaissance, they usually encounter those who attack next time. They reach the limit of their numbers, spread to the borders, and from there they go out to their city. Ash says that the monsters they encounter in nearby locations while exploring are the ones that will attack them next time. Lucas was surprised by this and says that he understood it. They go inside the house and Ash loudly tells Eider that they are back. He hopes that food and bath are already ready. Eider runs up the stairs towards them with a worried look on his face and loudly tells my lord that they have a problem. Ash asks what problem is he talking about. Eider, with a worried expression on his face, says loudly that there will be no reinforcements. The capital and provinces say they will not be able to send reinforcements. Ash was very surprised by what he said and asks what does this all mean. They both fall silent because they heard Lucas's stomach growl very loudly. He apologizes to His Highness with an embarrassed expression. Ash looks at him and wonders why he is sad now. In any case, he cannot influence this in any way. He says loudly that they will think about all this tomorrow, and now he must bring them food. The next day, he asks, why won't there be reinforcements? Eider says that war recently broke out on the Western Front, and the Empire sent all its forces there. They collect all the soldiers from all regions and transfer them to the Western Front. There are simply no extra troops that can be used for reinforcements now. Ash looks at him with a suspicious expression on his face and thinks that something is wrong here. The Empire is always at war with someone. Regardless of the time of year or day, battles with neighbors have always been, are, and will be. Why did they suddenly decide to pull all the soldiers from the south right now? And it was purely by chance that it happened exactly when he requested reinforcements. He asks, what about mercenaries? Was he able to hire someone? Eider says they've already hired everyone they had, and there aren't many new ones coming in. Ash thinks that only a couple of days have passed since the last battle. It would be foolish to expect the mercenary guild to fill up immediately. What should he do now? He noticed that Eider was smiling while looking at him, grabbed his head and loudly asked why he was smiling. Or does he know a way to quickly recruit troops? Eider is confused by this and says that he actually knows such a method, but it will be very problematic. Ash, with a displeased expression on his face, asks loudly if he really thinks he cares right now. They now have to worry about the next level that is coming soon. He should tell him how to get more soldiers. Eider continues to smile and says that he will tell him everything. He should follow him. Some time later, the three of them stand on the street together with the horses. Lucas climbed onto his horse and asks the manager where they will have to go. Idero greatly surprises everyone present by saying that they are heading to the former manager. They are going to the mansion of the Margrave of Cross. Ash thinks that Margrave is a title given to counts of strategically important border regions. Since they need to protect their borders from enemy countries, monsters, and natural disasters, Margraves have more power than ordinary counts. In other words, they are not just pampered nobles from the provinces, but military commanders in charge of defense. They all gallop together, and Eider says that when the first peasants migrated to Crossroad, the Margrave Cross was already ruling this city. In fact, the fort itself is named after him. The road built by the Cross family and the fort at its base is Crossroad. He has protected this place from the very beginning, and he also comes from a rather illustrious family. Ash asks, why is he a former manager then? He thinks that this front is quite far from the center. Frankly speaking, here the Margrave would have more power than the Emperor. But he renounced his status as a landlord and forced a man from the capital to be sent here. That's why he became the new lord of these lands. Did he just up and abandon the land of his ancestors? Why did he do this? Eider says that everything is quite complicated there. It will be easier if he asks him personally. Sometime later, they see a large building and he says that they have arrived. They stop at the entrance and he says that this is something like the country residence of the Earl of Cross. After he renounced his position as Margrave, he moved here. Ash examines this place, which no one cares for, and asks if someone really lives here. Eider says that of course it is. He regularly sends provisions here. They go inside. They are noticed by an old man who came out of the building and asks who is there. This old man holds a bottle of alcohol in his hand and asks with an angry expression how dare they come here. They must get away from his house. Eider runs to him, joyfully waves his arms and asks the respected Margrave how he is doing. The old man calmed down and asked, is he his successor? They haven't seen each other for a long time. Ash looks at this with a surprised expression on his face and wonders what this idiot told him. Is this the Margrave? That old alcoholic Margrave of Cross? Is he really the past lord of the city? Eider smiles and tells the respected Margrave that he must greet his comrades. He brought guests here. The old man asks what guests he is talking about. Didn't he tell him that he should take away everyone who came to him? Eider asks him to at least listen to them. He points with his hand and says loudly that this, by the way, is the new landlord. His Highness Ash Bonhatter Everblack. Ash smiles and says that he is glad to meet the former Margrave of Cross. He is the Emperor's youngest son and the new Lord of Crossroad City. He thinks that even though his character is a tyrant prince, the Margrave, even a former one, needs to be shown at least a little respect. This is annoying, but he will have to speak formally. He will speak to him the same way as a private to a superior. He continues to smile and says that he would really like to talk to him about it. The Margrave does not listen to him and says that he must leave here. This shocked Ash very much, and with a stunned expression on his face, he asks what did he say. The old man raises his voice greatly and says that he said that he should leave here. Does he even hear him? Ash is very angry about what happened and thinks that he is already crossing all boundaries. The Everblack Empire is a state with a strict hierarchy system. Even if this old man was a Margrave, how dare he treat the prince so rudely? Also demand that he leave here. Ash, with a very angry expression on his face, asks this Margrave what he allows himself to do. The old man took out a large spear and shield, looks at it, and Ash says that he will remind him of what is in the hierarchical system between them. He calmed down and said that although it doesn't matter. He slowly walks in the other direction from this old man and wonders who in their right mind would dare point a weapon at a member of the imperial family. The Margrave points his spear at him and loudly says that he must leave here. Ash thinks that only a real madman could do this, and he must avoid meeting such crazy people at all costs. The Margrave loudly says that they must leave here immediately while he uses words. Ash says that he will come back and hopes that by then he will learn to communicate normally. The Margrave says loudly that they must not come near him again and must leave him alone. Do they understand this? Ash restrains a very angry Lucas and says that he should be more patient. He thinks this Margrave's full name is Charles Cross. He never appeared in Empire Defense. The reason he didn't get involved with this old man is because he is the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. She has very cool SSR rank abilities, and she is also one of the most popular characters. He would have to find a way to negotiate with this old man. If all goes well, he will be able to recruit his daughter. They ride horses and Ash asks. He was wondering how this old man would solve his problems with the troops. Eider says that the Margrave of Cross has his own personal army. They are elite soldiers who are deeply loyal to him. If they can come to an agreement, this will seriously ease their situation with the army. Ash thinks about all this and says that they need to come to an agreement one way or another. But it's hard to look at him without sadness. What kind of dialogue can we talk about? Eider says that actually, there is one way. Ash was surprised when he heard this, looks at him and asks what kind of method is this. Eider says that sometimes only an alcoholic can become close to another alcoholic. Ash looks at this with a disappointed expression and thinks that he wants to live a virtuous and noble life. But it seems this world will not allow him to do so. Sometime later, Ash returned to the Cross family estate, calling him and asking loudly, "Is the Margrave here?" Cheryl goes outside and asks loudly, "Is he tired of living?" He had already warned him. He must not come close to him again. He notices a cart covered with a cloth and asks, "What is that there?" Ash picks up this cloth and asks, "What does he think?" He says with a smile that this is his favorite thing. He thinks his character was known as absolute trash. A prince who leads a riotous lifestyle is a disappointment in every sense. So it wouldn't surprise anyone if he came here with a lot of expensive alcohol. He takes out one of the bottles and tells the Margrave that they can drink together. Or does he not drink anymore? Cheryl was very surprised when he heard this and says that he is wrong. Who even told him that he didn't want this? He tells His Highness with a joyful expression that he should go inside and take it all with him. Ash thinks the good thing is that it's easy to read. At the same time, Lily sleeps in her room and imagines Ash as an evil monster from whom her wheelchair protects her. At the same time, Cheryl opens the door to her estate and says he can come inside. Ash walks into this estate and asks what is it. He notices several bottles lying on the floor and smells a very strong smell. He covers his nose with his hand and thinks that there is a very strong smell of alcohol in here. He doesn't just like alcohol, he's a real alcoholic. Cheryl puts 2 glasses on the table and says that he hasn't had a drink with someone else for a very long time. Ash looks at this glass with a dissatisfied expression and asks, "Is it really clean?" Cheryl says that even if his house is so dirty, the cups should be clean. Isn't this a sign of respect for alcohol? He quickly grabs the bottle that Ash brought and says that they should see what he brought. He looks at this bottle with great surprise and says that this is royal whiskey from the first year of production, Peacemaker. It's priceless. Ash thinks Peacemaker is the nickname of the first emperor. The batch of the drink itself was made in the year of his coronation. This is incredibly expensive alcohol. He spent money on alcohol that was so expensive for him, so he hopes it won't let him down. That's the message this action was meant to convey to everyone. He doesn't have time to finish his toast because he notices that Charles has already started drinking. He puts away the empty glass with a happy expression and says that as expected from a quality drink. It's even prepared differently. Ash, surprised by what happened, asks if he drinks it like this. Will he be able to at least appreciate the taste? Cheryl asks if he wants to compare it to the cheap drinks he usually drinks. Shouldn't he drink it the same way? In this way he can make fair judgments. Ash looks at him with a surprised expression and wonders, is this how it works? It's better not to argue. He himself doesn't really like to drink, so how would he know? He says that anyway, today he would like to talk to him about. Cheryl interrupts him and says he shouldn't bring up another topic. He should just drink and can leave if he wants to talk about something else. Ash says he should at least give him something to eat. He looks at the silent old man in front of him and thinks that this old drunkard cannot drink on an empty stomach. Cheryl puts a small bag on the table and says he can eat it. Ash looks at it and asks, what is it? Cheryl says that these are dried fruits that he himself grew in his orchard. Ash looks at him with a dry fruit in his hand and asks if he has his own garden. Cheryl asks if he can't see this garden through the window. It is located directly behind the estate. It's a small garden. He even likes to spend time there. Ash thanked him for this, tries it, but because of the taste he immediately spits it out. He looks at it and asks loudly, what is this? It is very sour, but at the same time bitter. How can you even eat this? Cheryl, with a calm expression on her face, takes this dried fruit and asks, does he dare to spit out the fruits of his many years of labor? What kind of ignorance is this? He tries it and immediately spits it out, and Ash says loudly that he himself is not able to eat it. Cheryl wipes her mouth and says how disgusting this is. He grew this fruit, but it tastes like garbage. He pushes it towards Ash and says that this is a gift for him. He should take it. He was indignant about this and loudly asked why he was giving such an inedible gift if he couldn't even eat it himself. Cheryl pours herself a glass of whiskey and says that if it tasted good, he wouldn't give it to him. He should think better about it. Why is he surrounded by only idiots? Ash looks at him with a little surprise and wonders how he does it. He says nonsense, but for some reason it sounds convincing. Cheryl looks at the dried fruit in his hand and says that he doesn't understand anything. Crossroad is located in the northernmost part of the continent. The day length is above average, and the soil is fertile. He heard that it was impossible to find a better place for growing fruit. Ash is surprised by this and loudly asks why it tastes so bad then. Cheryl says that he himself doesn't know this. Here any crop, not just fruits, should grow. You just have to sow. Maybe it's the monsters that constantly come to these lands. For sure, monsters are trampling their fields and killing farmers. Even when monsters die, they poison the land with their filth. He knows how this happens, right? Where defilement has spilled, Even the soil becomes cursed and plants simply refuse to grow in it. Therefore, there are no fields around Crossroad. Margrave Cross's wistful gaze fell on his glass filled with golden alcohol, which was made from high-quality fruits and grains, which will never grow on his land. Ash looks out the window and asks, "Then why did he work on this garden?" Cheryl starts drinking from her glass and asks, "Everyone has at least one regret in their life, right? This garden is his regret." With such thoughts, he won't even be able to drink normally. Ash pours alcohol for the Margrave and asks, he knows what business he came to him for. Cheryl asks if he didn't tell him to leave right away with his talk. Ash hits the table very hard with the bottle, making a loud noise, and says he can chase it away if he wants. He will still say what he has to say. The monsters keep coming, and their numbers are huge. Cheryl looks at him with a serious expression and remains silent while he talks. Ash says that last time they were barely able to fend off a legion of living armor. They were able to stop this attack, but the walls of the city were badly damaged, and the losses among the soldiers could not even be calculated. They are now in desperate need of military support. He needs their soldiers. Cheryl tells this guy that he doesn't have any soldiers. Ash asks what about his personal army that served his family for years. Cheryl says that all that remains of them are friends whom he trained in his time and with whom he went through many battles. But as soon as he renounced his title, as soon as he betrayed his faithful spear and shield, those friends also abandoned their weapons and ran away. They all resigned. Ash says with a persistent look on his face that he can call them back into service. Cheryl calmly drinks her alcohol and says it's no use. He looks at the dry fruit in his hand and says that this land is not worth protecting. Ash asks in confusion what is he talking about. Cheryl asks why waste innocent lives trying to protect a useless border. It would be better to just evacuate everyone. Ash looks at him and thinks that hearing something like this from a man whose ancestors swore to protect these lands and passed on their will to their descendants is disappointing. Cheryl raises her head and asks the prince how he got into this wasteland in the first place. Here only death awaits him, like all living things around him. He looks at him with a very serious expression on his face and says that he must listen to the advice of the elder, who put all his youth into protecting these lands. He must escape from here as quickly as he can. He must do this before this damned place consumes him too. After these words, Ash leaves the estate and heads towards the horse. Lucas, who is waiting for him, asks His Highness how it went. Was he able to convince him? Ash says that he didn't succeed, but he received this generous gift. But, as it seems to him, not everything is finished yet. Lucas asks, so is he going back there? Ash says his work shouldn't go to waste. Lucas says he was curious about something. Why did he still give up the title? Ash says he feels like the Margrave has been through a lot. Does he know anything about this? Lucas refuses and says he doesn't know anything about it. Ash looks away and says that Eider told him that it would be easier to ask this old man directly. He thinks this freak is too cunning. He says they will have to work with what they have. They need to try to do their best. He wonders what else they can do. They must fix the wall and prepare for war. No matter what he does, the monsters will still come. So he must focus on preparation and formulate a strategy that will allow him to destroy the monsters with the available forces. Ash says that they should return to Crossroad because they have a lot to do. In the system window, it is written that the second wave will consist of an unknown boss and 3,251 large sewer rats of the 5th level. The next morning, when the great sword was removed from the city wall, the president of the Masons Union stands at the huge gap that remains from the sword and says that they have finally destroyed the huge sword that was stuck in the wall. Today they will remove the fragments and begin to restore this wall. Ash looks around and says that they should take the fragments not very far. It would be better to place it in front of the wall. This will serve as an excellent barricade. He thinks it will be ideal against a crowd of rats. He asks how long will it take to repair the wall. The president says the wall's condition is worse than they originally thought, so Ash doesn't listen to him and says that he should say it faster. How long does it take? The president says that counting today, they need 10 days. Ash thinks about this and thinks that they have about a week left until the next siege. Time is too short. He thinks that the embodiment of the architecture of the empire is the crossroad wall. He knows very well that a couple of large stones will not fix it. He says that he will take care of hiring workers and materials. So they should try their best, but complete the repair within a week. The president was surprised by this and wants to object to His Highness. Ash looks at him with a very angry expression on his face and asks, "What is it?" He listens to him carefully. He thinks that it is already clear that this task is extremely difficult, but they have no other choice, so they will have to hurry. He remembers how many monsters there will be in the second wave and thinks that this is a harsh reality. More than 3,000 dog-sized rats they met in the dungeon will come here. They really need the wall to be intact. The president cries and says with a sad expression that they will try their best. Ash pats him on the shoulder and tells him that he is grateful for his dedication and dedication. He turns to the rest of the workers and says that they should listen to him carefully. They have a tight deadline. They must hurry up to work if their lives are dear to them. After a few days. During the day he supervised the renovation work, and at night he drank alcohol with the Margrave of Cross in his mansion. They hardly spoke to each other and just tirelessly raised their glasses of alcohol. The defensive line was gradually restored, but the same cannot be said about his health. He drank huge quantities of good and not very good alcohol for several hours in a row. After 4 days of going through the same scenario in complete silence, the Margrave finally could not stand it. Cheryl asks this guy, has he ever been in love? Ash is surprised by this question and asks what he means. Cheryl says he wondered if he loved anyone. He waits for a few seconds for his answer, but he didn't answer anything, and so he says that apparently not. And if you think about it, there was no one at all? Ash, with a thoughtful expression on his face, wonders if he had a lover. On Earth, even before he became a game streamer, he was a loner. No one really swore their love to him, and he did not consider it necessary to waste time on this. He simply lived like a lonely person. Then he started streaming. His platform grew, and he received love from his viewers. He imagines the faces of his viewers who wrote to him that he loved him. How long can he twerk for? Here's 100,001 for him at the moment. Ash pushes away the thoughts of this and thinks that this was their one-sided love for him. Anyway, no matter how hard he thinks, he covers his face with his hand and says that he had no one. Cheryl tells this kid that he's had a hard life. Ash looks at him silently for several seconds with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He points his finger at him with an angry expression on his face and asks, "Is this something that someone who drinks alone in his house would say?" Cheryl starts laughing out loud because of this, and he asks then what about him. Did he love anyone? He looks at his glass of alcohol with a small smile and says that he loved it. It was his wife. She is the only person he loved all his life. But she died 3 years ago. Ash was surprised when he heard this and stares at him silently for a few seconds. Cheryl pours alcohol into her glass and says that the monsters killed her to pieces in this very garden. There was nothing even to put in the coffin. He looks at the table with a sad expression and says that every lord of these lands is haunted by misfortune. I think it could be called a curse. A fortress or a person he values, there will definitely come a time when he will have to choose between these two options. There have been no exceptions yet. From the founding lords of the distant past to his grandfather and father, no one had been able to escape this curse. Cheryl's hand shakes very violently as he reaches for his glass. He looks at it with a sad expression on his face and thinks that it has caught up with him too. Over the past couple of decades, Monsters have shown almost no activity. Peace reigned in the fortress, but income began to fall. Finances were very bad, so he had to open his own business. Then his wife suggested setting up a farm south of the fort. Ash was surprised when he heard this and asks if he means outside the fort. Cheryl agrees and says that the northern lands at that time were mired in war. So the empty and peaceful southern lands seemed just the perfect option. Monster raids were rare there, so soil contamination was negligible. And they decided that farming would be a great idea. So he expanded their farmland to the south. Rumors about fertile lands spread and nomads began to gather here from everywhere. The monsters hardly bothered them, and they easily fought off those who came. For a while everything was fine. This orchard stood at the southernmost point of the new border. As a woman, his wife took the initiative to plant trees and seed even in the most dangerous parts. He remembers how she fed him grapes with her slightly soiled but gentle hands. Their first harvest on this land was modest, but there was nothing sweeter than those fruits in this world. At some point, he began to hope that someday he would be able to move away from the routine of killing monsters and begin to work in the fields, picking fruits to feed his family. He felt the taste of a new life, unfamiliar to him, a simple warrior. But, as one might expect, this did not last long. In the second year of his farming life, information was received about 100 huge monsters rapidly advancing on their city. He quickly returned to the front line. Having said a warm goodbye to his wife and promising her to be careful, he left the farmland. Cheryl closes her eyes with a sad expression on her face, is silent for a few seconds, and says that while approaching the fort, he learned that the monsters were divided into two groups. And some of these freaks, having separated from the main group, attacked from the south, where the farms were located. But most of them were heading towards the city. And this is where he had to get out. Turn around and save your wife or fulfill your duty and protect tens of thousands of city residents. A small smile appears on his face, and he asks, "Isn't it difficult to guess what he chose then?" Ash looks at him with a serious expression and says that it was a city. Cheryl agrees and says that all his ancestors chose the same thing he did. From a moral and legal point of view, he did everything right. He defended the walls of the fort and defeated the monsters. It was a long, grueling battle that lasted several days. After that, he immediately hurried to the farms, without any respite. However, he could only find trampled fields and mountains of corpses. Just 12 monsters tore to pieces hundreds of people, and his dear wife was among them. Ash thinks that Margrave Cross has fulfilled his duty to the land of his ancestors at the cost of everything he ever held dear. Cheryl asks who should he blame for this? Uncouth idiots unable to defend the front line without commanders, or one's own decision to stretch the border and forces along it. He looks down with a calm and sad expression on his face and says that he himself is to blame for this. This doesn't make it any easier, but the hardest thing for him is the realization of the fact that he betrayed his wife and chose the city. Even his own daughter called him an idiot. She didn't understand how he could choose the city and not her mother. A few days later, she left him too. Cheryl looks at his very trembling hand and says that this is all he got in the end by devoting his entire life to protecting this place. His wife is dead, his daughter is gone, and he is rotting here all alone. And this is just one example among many others. Ash listens to him carefully and looks at him with a serious expression on his face. Cheryl says he thinks he knows what else this place is called. Ash asks if he means the City of Graves. Cheryl agrees and says that this city stands on corpses, and one day this will force him to make a choice. To protect this city, he will have to pay a high price and sacrifice everything he holds dear. Ash is silent and thinks that it doesn't look like a curse so much as it looks like an inevitable future. Something caused by a number of reasons leading to a bad outcome. Cheryl says his family has carried this sacrifice through generations. But perhaps they've had enough. He wouldn't dare leave this damn job to his daughter. Ash looks at him with a serious expression and says that he got it. So he left the position to protect his daughter from inheriting the post and his fate. Cheryl says that's exactly how it is. He looks at his trembling hand and says that he wants her daughter to get out of here alive and unharmed, so that she can live happily, albeit somewhere far away. Ash thinks that the SSR tank, Evangeline Cross, is the character whose power he desires more than others. The Margrave tries to keep her away from the battlefield. Cheryl pours herself a glass of alcohol and asks the prince. He asks him to help him defend the city, right? He hits the bottle very hard on the table with a loud sound. After that, he looks at him with a serious expression on his face and says that he has been protecting the city for long enough. He even traded the lives of his loved ones for this. Ash looks at him with a serious expression and doesn't say anything, and he says that he should let him go. Ash looks at him and thinks that the Margrave's eyes, which were reflected in his glass, did not shine with pride for the work done to protect the fort. Cheryl says he should let him die in this garden and not on the walls of the fort. Ash thinks that rather, his eyes reflected the bitterness of regret that he did not die with his wife. Cheryl asks, I hope now he understands that he has reasons why he cannot help him. He told him the whole truth as a thank you for keeping him company. And now he must leave and he will give him his last advice. If he happens to be faced with this choice, he should think better so as not to regret it later, as he did. Sometime later on the 5th day of repair work. And there were only 2 days left before the new wave. Ash comes to the wall and says that they are all great. He points to the table and says they can rest a little and eat. The workers were happy that food had been brought to them. The workers loudly say that their prince is doing a great job, giving them water and food. They are very grateful to him for this. Ash looks at them with a confused expression and tells these idiots that they should shut up and eat already. The president of the Masons' Union substituted his mug and agrees with his highness. Ash pours him water and asks how is it going. The president, with a joyful expression on his face, says that everything is going well. Since he has provided them with enough workers, it seems they will be able to finish on time. The repair is not the most reliable, but the wall will be intact in 2 days. Ash says they work great. He thinks he has dealt with the most difficult part. He turns to the trembling old man and says it's time for them to use it. The president of the Alchemists' Union happily agrees with him and loudly says that they will finally be able to use this. Ash looks at the scroll in his hand and thinks that it is a magical summoning scroll that they found during the last expedition. It can only be used after research in the alchemist's workshop, and just today it was completed. A system window appears in front of him, which says that he really wants to place a defense turret here. Ash activates this scroll and thinks that of course he wants this. The scroll in his hand disappears, and only a bright magical glow remains. The system notifies that a new player skill is available to him, the magic of summoning a protective turret. Ash looks at the large amount of debris that the workers have collected and thinks that this should be enough. He remembers the remaining chests that he had and thinks that he is finally lucky. He finally got a normal object. He takes out a rank Armana core and thinks that with this thing he will succeed. The system notifies that he must select a place to install a protective turret. Ash clicks on the system window and thinks about it. Maybe he should put it right here. Immediately afterwards, a pile of rubble rises up with the help of magic, and he looks at it with a smile. All these fragments flock in one place and form a turret. Ash stands still and looks at what is happening in front of him. The construction of the protective turret ends, and everyone who is nearby looks at it with surprise. This turret begins to rotate in different directions. Ash claps as he looks at it and says it's great. The president of the Alchemists' Union looks at this with great surprise and says that this is a technology of magical architecture that was lost hundreds of years ago. Ash slaps this turret and says that thanks to the efforts of each of them, the defense line becomes stronger every time. They all must continue to work. People are happy about what is happening and shout loudly, and he thinks that this even managed to cheer him up. He smiles and thinks it will be nice if they can continue like this. Their next stop is the blacksmith shop. After some time, Ash in the forge asks how he likes it. The custom-made armor was finally ready, and Lucas, with a joyful expression on his face, says that it couldn't be better. Ash thinks that this armor was made using the mana core of the Phantom Knight. However, this armor is only as strong as a glass. The system window says that this is SR rank 30 level ghost armor. Armor category: protection from 50 to 55 points, strength 12 points. Increases resistance to physical attacks by 33%. The wearer receives a special ghost skill. The first level ghost skill makes the user invulnerable for 5 seconds. Note: invulnerability to any attacks. But for the duration of the ability deprives the owner of the ability to attack. Ash thinks it's a lot more useful than he thought. Lucas holds back tears of joy and tells His Highness that he will use this armor wisely. Ash says that of course he will use it. It's not in vain that he spent money on it. He should use it. He smiles and thinks he almost cried when they took his measurements. He should give him gifts more often. He turns and says that he is grateful to him for this beautiful armor. The president of the Blacksmiths Union smiles and says that he is also grateful to him. He was finally able to work with decent material. He raises his voice and says with a big smile that he's a pleasure to deal with, so he hopes they can work together some more. His Highness can contact him at any time. Ash thinks that upgrading the forge and equipment is extremely important even in the late game. He will definitely be a frequent visitor here. He is about to say something and Lucas immediately asks what does he want to say. Ash says that they will go to the western part of the city because they need to be present there. He thinks the western part of the fort. The sounds of cannon shots and memory of the dead echoed in the air. They accompanied the fallen on their final journey. All the soldiers who died during the previous defense of the fortress from a wave of monsters. Their comrades were buried under fresh tombstones and a layer of earth. Not many people died. It's difficult for him to judge whether it's good or bad. A choir of many people sing a song, and Ash at this time stands in front of the graves of the dead and thinks that his day passed in such endless bustle. Some time later, he sits on the field next to this cemetery next to Lucas. Ash says he should look at how much money was spent on the funeral. He even organized posthumous compensation. They are approached by Cheryl, who attracts their attention by saying that this is true royal generosity. He must remember, this is the front line of monsters. This place is claiming lives like a giant whirlpool in a storm. Sooner or later, there will come a time when it will no longer be possible to pay off. Ash asks if he came all this way just to say that, or did he just run out of alcohol at home? Cheryl says there is no such thing as too much alcohol. Even he has to shop. However, today he came for a different reason. He visited his former comrades to talk and have a little drink. So, he asked them if they still wanted to defend the city. Ash was surprised by what he said, and with a serious expression on his face asks, what did they tell him? Cheryl says everyone has said they want it, and will defend it as long as it takes. Ash is very happy about this news, and says that this is the best news he has heard all last week. Cheryl says he doesn't know how much use these old men will have, but they're getting ready right now. He came to say that he was transferring leadership into his hands. He also asks that he not waste the lives of these guys. Ash grabs his hand with a happy expression on his face and loudly says that he is very grateful to him. Cheryl is embarrassed by his reaction and says that he shouldn't thank him because it's their decision. Ash thinks that the Margrave was so adamant that he had already despaired of getting anything from him. Who would have thought that he would take it and help him? He says that he did talk to them after all. He can't put into words how grateful he is to him. To be honest, it was very unexpected. Cheryl is silent for a few seconds as she looks at him and says that he did everything he could. He must take care of this city. He wishes him luck. Ash says with a happy expression that the Empire will not forget his help. He personally vows to give it his all. He would definitely visit him whenever he needed his wisdom. Cheryl says in a dissatisfied voice that he should already let him drink in peace at home. He leaves and Ash loudly says that he drinks too much. It would be better if she brought him some medicinal herbs. Cheryl loudly says that he can keep it and bring him normal alcohol. He looks at him with a small smile and takes a deep breath. He turns away, starts to walk away, and waves at him. Ash watches him leave and thinks that he most likely went back to his garden. He wanted to stop him. Even as an old man, Margrave Cross is an excellent commander who successfully defended the border all his life. He would be very useful for defense. But he has lost too much. He looks at him with a sad expression and thinks that he has no right to stop him. He should let him go. Maybe next time they can talk more. Maybe he will even give him some military advice. However, at that time he did not yet imagine that the next time would never come. 2 days later, early morning. The wall repair was finally completed. The president of the Masons' Union, with a tired and frightened expression on his face, says that a couple of places were not repaired very well because they were in a hurry, but he promises that the wall will be able to fulfill its duty. Ash pats him on the shoulder and says that they did a great job. They don't need more from them. He thinks all preparations are complete. Ammunition is ready. The soldiers are ready, and they have 300 veterans. He heard that initially there were about 1,000 of them. Ash smiles and thinks that, however, he doesn't dare ask for more. The protective turret begins to rotate in different directions. He kisses this turret with a joyful expression on his face and thinks that this pleases him the most. He looks at the entrance to the city and thinks that, in addition, there are already barricades with a death zone. Everything must be perfect. He smiles and thinks that these freaks might try to attack if they dare. At the same moment, a guy in a mask, who was in the city under the lake, stops far from the city. Some time later, a soldier on a horse gallops towards the entrance to the city. He runs inside and says that he has an urgent message from intelligence. Monsters are coming. Ash stands on a high wall and sees from afar many monsters running towards the city. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that 10 minutes are left before the start of the second wave. Ash turns around and loudly says that the monsters are already close. They need to be vigilant. The soldiers he addresses simultaneously loudly agree with him. Ash thinks they are ready for this. For all the time that he played this game, there have never been better conditions than now at the beginning of the battle. He looks forward with a smile and thinks that these freaks can only try to come here. In the dust that rises due to the wind, there is a man in a mask who looks at the city from afar. Ash was very surprised when he saw this masked man. He looks at him intently and wonders who this guy is. Lucas, with a worried expression on his face, asks His Highness, "Is something wrong?" Ash points his finger into the distance and asks if he sees the person over there. He does not have time to finish his question because he noticed that this person was not visible. Lucas looks around with a serious expression on his face and asks where he saw him. He doesn't see anything. Ash turns around and loudly asks Damien if he saw a person there. He uses his skill in front of his eyes and tells His Highness that there is no one there. Ash is surprised by this, but doesn't say anything about it. He turns around and, with a worried expression on his face, wonders if he really imagined it. He hopes that this is so. But what if it didn't seem to him and there really was someone there? But who could it even be? He notices that the ground under his feet has begun to tremble, and this means that the monsters are already coming. He clenches his hand tightly into a fist and thinks that he needs to remain calm. No matter what it seemed to him or no matter how many of them there was only one thing he could do now. Ash looks ahead with a serious expression on his face and thinks that he should stop them. He says loudly that they must prepare the cannons. He orders to open fire and the soldiers immediately begin firing with all their guns. They continue to fire many shells from the cannons. Huge rats that were running towards the city notice all these shells that are flying in their direction. These projectiles begin to hit the crowds of these monsters running next to the wooden walls. The projectiles continue to hit the wooden walled hallway with loud noises, and Ash says that everything is going well. A system window appears next to him, in which the number of kills is written, and this counter increases very quickly. He thinks that the first salvo managed to kill almost 100 rats. He smiles and says they should continue. He thinks that these monsters are superior only in numbers, but in general the rats are very weak. Their large numbers will play a cruel joke on them because they form a crowd. As you know, it is much easier to conduct barrage fire on a crowd, which will allow you to hit as many targets as possible. Ash looks at the system window in front of him and thinks that about 30 minutes have passed since the battle began. He sees that they have killed 924 large level 5 sewer rats and thinks that if things continue like this, they will easily cope with this. Suddenly rats begin to crawl over the wooden walls. Ash notices this through his spyglass and loudly asks what it is. He looks at these monsters and wonders, do they use corpses for this? The supports that held these walls begin to collapse under the weight of these rats, and he thinks that this is very bad. The supports have completely broken, and Ash thinks that these piles of corpses are so large that they create a springboard for their relatives. This is all very bad. Bypassing the death zone was not part of his plans. He turns around and says loudly that they must spread out the fire and expand the kill zone. The ballistic squad must open fire. He thinks there is nothing wrong with it. The killing zone is located far from the fort walls, and there is a barricade on the ground. So far everything is going well. Many cannons and ballistas continue to actively fire at the horde of monsters who are quickly running towards the fort. The rats dodge shots from the ballistas, and Ash thinks that he still didn't take something into account. The worried soldiers loudly tell His Highness that these monsters are too fast. It is difficult for them to hit them. Ash looks at this with a displeased expression on his face and loudly says that these damn rats are too agile. He wonders why he didn't think about this beforehand. All four-legged monsters are very fast. Now, because of this, many more rats will reach the walls of the fort than he originally expected. Suddenly, the protective turret begins to glow brightly and move quickly in different directions. This cannon starts shooting many magical projectiles that fly in different directions. Ash was very surprised by this and thinks that he also has a turret. The huge rats in which these magical projectiles are flying begin to scream very loudly. The shells fired by the turret explode very strongly and scatter these monsters in different directions. Ash looks at this with great surprise and thinks that it was incredibly cool. It is obvious that the turrets are simply created for defense. He sees many rats that survived after this attack and thinks that, however, no matter how cool the turret is, it cannot cover the entire battlefield. Moreover, the turret has already used up all its ammo and gone into reload mode. After that, he looks at the battlefield and thinks that there are still too many monsters. The defensive line begins to rapidly shrink. The fragments of a huge sword that lie near the walls are doing their job, but the rats will still definitely reach the walls of the fort. It's only a matter of time. He is very worried about what is happening and thinks that close combat cannot be avoided. And this is the most undesirable turn of events. There will be more victims. Suddenly, shots from the cannons begin to hit the rats more actively, which are approaching very quickly. What is happening is very surprising to Ash, who is watching everything that is happening. He looks at the many shots and wonders what's going on. All of these shots are absolutely perfect. He turns very sharply towards the cannon and wonders who does this anyway. The veterans who were persuaded to come by Cheryl help the soldiers shoot, and one of them asks if he told him this right. He's doing great. The joyful soldier loudly says that he really managed to get there. He is very grateful to him. Ash thinks that the Silver Army is experienced warriors, seasoned in hot battles. Their presence has a much greater effect than he thought. Another veteran loudly says that they cannot sleep. They will be able to rest in the next world. They must act quickly before the monsters reach the city. Another veteran says that it's okay if he misses. He should keep shooting. Even just shooting can help. Ash looks at this and thinks that they are giving good advice and keeping the soldiers' morale up. One of the veterans tells His Highness that he can leave the soldiers to them. They will be able to take good care of them. Ash looks at him with a smile and thinks that it seems like they can be relied on. So far the defense is still going well. Thanks to the help of the Silver Army, they were able to more effectively defend against rats. Besides, his best fighters are all busy with something right now. Lucas loudly says that the left front must expand the affected area. They must aim further and more carefully. Ash thinks Lucas is in charge of the front lines. He only outlines the defense strategy, and he already gives more detailed orders, in accordance with his instructions. Yet his knowledge of military terminology is lame on both legs. As a result, most military personnel think that he is talking nonsense. However, Lucas miraculously understands what he is trying to achieve and gives orders that the soldiers can understand. Ash looks at him with a smile and thinks what a great protagonist. He turns around and thinks that Damien is still shooting. He does it slowly, but accurately. He gets rid of rodents that get too close to the walls with precise shots to the head. He's good at sniping, an ability that might not seem all that valuable in the midst of such carnage. However, any reduction in the number of enemies matters. Ash looks at him with a smile and thinks he's doing a great job. He turns around and thinks that Lily is in charge of the artifacts at this time. She loudly says that gravity artifact number 1 needs to be used in 3 minutes. They must also prepare gravity artifact number 2. Ash thinks that looking at how energetically he gives orders and rushes in different directions. Lily turns around and notices that he is looking at her with an inspired expression on his face. She winks at him and gives him a thumbs up, and Ash thinks it's like she's trying to show him that he should leave her alone while she's working. He turns away and thinks that Lily attacked the wrong person. He will still need her directly on the battlefield. He turns around with a smile and thinks that finally, the last member of his squad, Jupiter. She lies on the bed with a glass of alcohol in her hand and says that they are all great and doing a good job. Ash looks at this with a surprised expression and wonders, is she just lying there? He looks at her with a very frightening expression on his face and thinks that he, of course, himself told her to rest and be on guard for now, but she somehow settled in too well here. Jupiter starts to get up and says that her back hurts a lot. She was so tired of collecting mana that even her back began to hurt. Ash looks at her with a smile, but is still angry and thinks that he would tell her who she is. But now is not the time to quarrel with the most powerful magician. He asks where she got tired so early. She still has time to get tired. Jupiter raises his glass of alcohol and says that he is right. It's worth drinking for. Ash thinks this really pisses him off. By the way, thanks to the hard work of everyone, with the exception of Jupiter, the defense is going well. If you close your eyes to the fact that the rats are approaching. The defense turret recharged and fired a very strong shot. A lot of magic missiles hit the crowds of rats, and Ash thinks that he completely forgot to mention the incredible power of his turret. He has a happy expression on his face and says that he is so proud of this turret. He thinks that at this rate they will quickly be able to fight back. He looks at the battlefield with a smile and wonders if this is the first time they will win without any damage. He notices a human silhouette in the distance and wonders what it is. He sees a masked man standing very far away and thinks that he is the same freak as he was then. So it wasn't a hallucination. He uses the map creation skill and a system window appears in front of him. He is very surprised when he notices something and thinks that it is very bad. Could this be an enemy NPC invasion? And this happens in the second wave. Anything can happen during an attack. Any variables make the game more interesting. And one of these events is the invasion of an enemy NPC. Be it an NPC from the kingdom under the lake or simply a raid from the Empire's enemies. Any little thing can bury all hopes of a successful passage. Not on the second level. It's not time for that yet. This developer is a complete idiot. He would have expressed everything to him, but this freak, as always, hid somewhere at the crucial moment. Ash calls Damien loudly and asks. He can see him too, right? They both look at the masked man who is standing very far away. He uses his skill, sees this man, agrees and asks, "Is this some kind of traveling artist?" Ash, with a very worried look on his face, loudly says that he should kill him right now. Damien was very surprised by this and loudly asks what he said. But this is an ordinary person, isn't it? Ash says loudly that it doesn't matter. He should just kill him while he can. He thinks that he is sure that this is an NPC from the kingdom under the lake. He is familiar with this jester costume. Now he remembered who it was. Ash points to this man and says that he must be killed before he plays the flute. Damien looks at him with great shock. He holds his crossbow with trembling hands and wants to say something to His Highness. Ash asks loudly. He remembers that he is his weapon, right? He must do as he says. If he doesn't want more people to die, he has to kill him as quickly as possible. Suddenly the masked man begins to play his flute and releases strong sound waves. Ash was very shocked when he heard this. He turns to the side and looks into the distance. A masked man plays his flute and keeps a watchful eye on the city. All the rats heard this loud sound and turn in its direction. All the soldiers stand still and look at the huge crowd of rats who have stopped their advance. They look at it in surprise and ask what is happening. Why did the rats stop? The masked man continues to play his flute and releases sound waves, and this causes the rats to go berserk and start making loud noises. After this, they immediately begin to run very quickly in one large crowd towards the gate leading to the city. Someone says loudly that they all rushed in the same direction. Ash asks loudly, where are these rats running? Lucas, with a very worried look on his face, says loudly that they are heading towards the center of the wall. This is the place they recently renovated. Ash raises his hand and loudly says that the ballistas and cannons must correct course. They must fire the most powerful salvo at once. Immediately after this, all cannons simultaneously fire at the monsters, which quickly run towards the wall. Ash looks at everything that is happening and thinks that this is very bad. They don't have time. The change of direction was too sudden. The rats run very quickly towards the wall, making loud noises. After this, one of the rats jumps forward very quickly, making loud noises. The soldiers stopped shooting and looked at what was happening below. Ash looks down with a very surprised expression on his face. He sees the rat slamming into the wall with all his might, and he wonders what they are even doing. Several more rats run very quickly towards the wall, and he realizes that these rats are ramming the wall with their heads. Soldiers who were very surprised by what was happening and loudly say that they are distraught. Why do they do this? Ash looks at the many rats crashing in and thinks that they only recently finished fixing this wall. He asks how dare these sewer freaks do this. He thinks that they finished the repairs at best a couple of hours ago. The workers left very tired because the deadlines were merciless, but they still failed to perfectly repair this wall. Their goal was simply to fill the gap, which means that cracks are inevitable. Sewer rats tend to get into these cracks. They bang their heads against the wall, scratch the stone with their claws, and chew their way through the wall. This is the ideal strategy for them in this situation for monsters like rats. Ash looks at this with a very angry and displeased expression on his face and says that this is very bad. He looks at the masked man, who stands very far away, and thinks that for some reason it seems to him that this freak is now laughing at them. NPC from the kingdom under the lake. A jester who can control monsters with a flute. The players called him the Pied Piper of Hamelin. He needs to get rid of it urgently. Ash turns around and loudly tells Damien that he must shoot him immediately. He holds the crossbow in his very trembling hands and looks at this man who is standing very far away. This masked man continues to stand still and adjusts his hat. Ash calls Damien loudly with a very worried and angry look on his face. The masked man suddenly disappears from their field of vision. He puts away his crossbow and Ash looks at the battlefield with a worried expression on his face and says nothing. Damien begins to cry, apologizes to his highness, and says with a worried expression that even if it is the enemy, he cannot shoot the person. Ash remains silent with a serious expression on his face and thinks that he can understand him. After all, he belongs to the healer class. But among their enemies there will be many people. In the future he will have to fight against them. If this remains a problem for him, then he will be of very little use on the battlefield. He puts his hand on Damien's shoulder and says that they will return to this conversation a little later. He approaches the edge of the wall, looks at the crowds of rats that are running towards the wall, and thinks that for now they have a more serious problem. Ash loudly tells the soldiers to continue firing their cannons and bows. All the soldiers do what he says and continue shooting. He turns around and tells Jupiter that a job has appeared for her. She must deal with it quickly. She smiles and creates a powerful lightning bolt from her hand and says that this is just what she was waiting for. Where should she shoot? Ash points with his hand and says loudly that she should attack the rats in that direction. Jupiter immediately uses his magic and releases very strong lightning across the area. Ash turns around and, with a serious expression on his face, loudly tells Lily that she must prepare the fire artifacts. She must use all artifacts to their full potential. She looks at him with a serious expression on her face, loudly agrees with his highness, and loudly says that they must activate the fire artifacts. Several magicians immediately begin to charge several large artifacts that stand at the edge of the wall. Lily orders to open fire and the magicians immediately activate the artifacts, from which fire begins to fly out. Magicians and soldiers use all sorts of methods to destroy the monsters that are running towards the wall. Ash looks at this with a smile and says that's great, everything is going quite well. He wonders if he really thought that hitting one point would help. Ash looks at what is happening and thinks that he can create a death zone even under the wall. He laughs with a very evil look on his face and asks loudly, did they really think they could break through the walls of the fort? He is surprised when he notices the system window appearing in front of him. Ash thinks that the name of the wave boss, which was previously hidden under question marks, is now revealed. In the system window, it is written that this is an elite Ratman champion of the 30th level. Ash thinks that since the name is now revealed, it means that they have already appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, they brought with them even more sewer rats. They are trying to break through the fort wall. Ash looks at this with a worried expression and says that they have to stop them. He sees a huge rat running very fast towards the fort. He turns to the soldiers and loudly asks why they stood still. They should attack faster. They need to stop these monsters immediately. The soldiers immediately begin firing their cannons. Their shots hit a huge rat that runs towards them, but this does not even slow down this monster. Ash thinks that this rat is at least twice the size of the one they met in the dungeon. He looks at one of the three huge monsters who is running towards the fort and thinks that one blow from this monster on the wall of the fort will be enough to destroy it. The defense turret has recharged and fires another salvo. Several magical projectiles that were fired from the turret fly at the huge monster that was in front. All these projectiles hit the huge monster, and it does a lot of damage to one of the three bosses. This huge rat falls to the ground due to its wounds, from which blood flows. Ash looks at the battlefield, where many sewer rat bodies lie. He is very worried about what he sees in front of him and loudly says that they must prepare again. They need to get rid of the ratmen first. They must fire all rounds. The soldiers obey and fire many shots from their cannons. Ash says loudly that they should use mana artifacts. They must restore Jupiter's mana. She immediately begins to smile when she feels the effects of the artifacts, which immediately begin to restore her mana supply. With a very angry expression on her face and a smile, she says that she will now destroy these monsters. Immediately after this, she releases many lightning bolts that strike the rats from the sky. Ash looks at what is happening and thinks that her power was great. Her attacks cause rats' bodies to melt like beeswax. The huge ratman continues to run to the side, even under the influence of the lightning attack she uses. This surprised Jupiter very much, and she loudly asks how is this even possible. Ash thinks that this attack was too scattered, and the Ratman champions were able to avoid significant damage. He turns around, calls Lily loudly, and says that they must use fire artifacts. She was surprised by what he was saying and asked what he said. All artifacts should now cool down. Ash says loudly that he doesn't care at all. Lily was very surprised by this and looks at him with a shocked expression on her face. She begins to use her fire magic with a dissatisfied expression on her face and loudly asks why she is doing all this. Her fire magic hits one of the ratmen. This stopped the monster and made him scream loudly due to pain. This magical flame spreads around this ratman who stands still. Lily stops using her magic and this huge monster dies due to the fire damage received. But the last ratman appears from behind the boss and quickly runs towards the fort. Ash, with a very worried expression on his face, says loudly that there is only one ratman left. They must kill it. Lucas channels his energy into the sword, which he holds with one hand. He throws his sword very hard from the wall of the fort and leaves a trail of energy from the flying sword. With this throw, he hits the ratman's neck, and it begins to scream very loudly because of the pain. Lucas continues to use his energy to control the sword and loudly says that they must shoot now. Ash turns to Damien, who is standing next to him, and loudly says that he must shoot. After that, he immediately uses his ability to hit this monster for sure. He makes a very strong shot and magical energy emanates from his arrow. With this shot, he hit the ratman right in the eye, who was stunned by the sword that Lucas threw. Ash, who is watching this, loudly says that they have won. He does not have time to finish because he noticed that the ratman survived after all these attacks and continues to run towards the wall. What was happening surprised Ash very much, and with a surprised expression on his face, he wondered why this monster still has the strength to move. This ratman continues to run very quickly towards the wall, putting his shoulder forward to attack. This huge monster crashes into the wall and breaks through with a shoulder smash. Cheryl stands in the distance, watching the siege of the fort, and thinks that there was something strange about all this. As a commander who had dedicated his entire life to fighting monsters, he felt this intuitively. The monsters began to attack somehow differently. Not at all like when he himself was a lord. Firstly, there are many more of them, and secondly, they have a hierarchy. Tactics began to be visible in their formation and method of combat. Besides, Prince Ash has already survived 3 similar battles. He could understand why the new landlord had turned to him for help in the first place. But it turns out he did a great job himself. It's even hard to believe that they talked about him as a drunkard and an idiot. However, things take a turn for the worse. Cheryl touches his shield and spear, which are hanging on his horse, and wonders if he should interfere. He remembers how the last defense of this fort ended for him last time. He closes his eyes and thinks that he shouldn't interfere there. He goes towards the forest and thinks that he is already retired. There is no point in him getting involved in this pointless battle. He can die in the garden as he wanted. Suddenly he hears very loud sounds, which shocked him and forced him to stop. He turns around and notices a ratman who has made his way through the gate leading into the city. Cheryl looks at this with a shocked expression and thinks that he doesn't want to fight anymore. He, with a very serious and worried expression on his face, thinks that he should return to his garden. His wife must wait. This time he will fulfill his duty to her. At the same time, on the wall of the fort, Ash turns around with a worried look on his face and says loudly that they must begin evacuating the townspeople immediately. Although the wall was destroyed by a huge ratman, ordinary sewer rats had not yet managed to get inside. Ash looks towards the monsters and thinks that the sewer rats are advancing and they are already very close. He loudly says that in addition to rifle squads and artillery, everyone who is capable of close combat must immediately go to the breakthrough point. He turns around and loudly tells Lucas that he must take command of the swordsmen. Shooters must continue to fire. They should strive to create a fiery barrier in front of the breach in the wall. Jupiter gets complete freedom of action. She can attack as soon as she wants. She needs to kill as many of these monsters as possible. She may not spare mana, because it can be restored with artifacts. It should deliver the most powerful blow. Jupiter is breathing heavily due to fatigue, but with a serious expression on his face, he says that she will do as His Highness orders. Ash goes to Lily, calls her by name and asks what artifacts they still have. She says they only have acceleration left. He asks, "What about the fire artifact?" Lily looks at him with a very displeased expression on her face and says that she still needs 10 minutes to recharge. Ash turns around and says that for now she should use haste on the fighting soldiers, and once the fire artifact is ready, she should use it. He returns to his seat and calls Damien's name. He stops and is surprised when he notices something strange. He, with a crossbow in his hands, turns to His Highness and with a terribly guilty expression on his face asks what is required of him. Ash remembers everything that happened earlier and thinks that most likely he now thinks that it was his fault. He hits him on the forehead with his finger and Damien screams out of surprise. Ash looks at him with a kind smile and says that they still need him. Damien is surprised by this, tears well up in his eyes, and he wants to say something to His Highness. Ash puts a hand on his shoulder to encourage him and tells him that they can all make mistakes and that's okay. The main thing is that he should not lose confidence. He thinks that a shooter who doesn't miss is too important a combat unit. He says that just so he knows, his presence alone gives hope. He must believe in himself as much as he believes in him. Ash was touched by what he said and looks at him and agrees with His Highness. Ash says it's better this way. What he needs to do now is provide the last line of defense. He must shoot those rats that break through the soldiers and rush into the city. Damien looks at him with a very serious expression and tells His Highness that he understands and will do his best. Ash nods at him and thinks that he can only hope that everyone will cope with the task. He stands on the edge of the wall and watches the monsters quickly run towards the hole in the wall. He says loudly that the monsters are starting to break through. Everyone should be ready for this. The soldiers who stand at the destroyed gate to the city look at the hole with worried faces. They see how many monsters are already beginning to climb the body of the killed ratman, which lies in this hole. One of the rats, which was the first to sneak into the city, immediately receives a swift blow from the sword. Lucas, who uses his new sword, was the one who cut off the head of this rat. He lowers his sword, into the blade of which he directs his energy. He turns to the soldiers and says loudly that this passage is quite narrow, so the monsters will not be able to penetrate all at once. They must remain calm and kill the rats one by one. The soldiers who stood in front of him loudly agree with him, and they are filled with determination, and their morale rises. Ash looks at this from the wall where he is standing. Something attracts his attention, and he wonders what is happening there. He notices that the number of rats that are breaking through begins to increase. He notices that these rats are gnawing the body of the ratman and realizes that they are slowly increasing their opening. What kind of sewer rats are these? They look more like moles. Lily says loudly that the fire artifact is fully charged and ready to use. She is about to say that she is ready to use the artifact, but something stops her and she begins to scream loudly. Ash turns sharply to her, calls her by name, and asks what happened to her there. He notices that several rats were able to climb the tower and are already killing several magicians commanded by Lily. One of the dying magicians crawls up to her and wants to say something, and this frightened her very much. Ash very quickly runs to her aid, punches one of the rats very hard, and loudly says that this is a blow from the prince. In the jackpot system window, it is written that the damage of this attack is 15 points. From such a strong blow, this rat was thrown out of the wall. Ash clenches his fist tightly, from which smoke comes out after the blow, and loudly asks how these monsters were able to climb the wall. As a huge army of rats flee into the city through a hole in the wall, some of them climb up the wall using their claws. Ash is very angry about what is happening, and her tears begin to flow. She attacks these monsters with her fire magic with tears in her eyes, and loudly says that they must come here. She will kill every one of them. Ash is very surprised by what is happening and thinks that activating the artifact without her squad will be problematic. At the same time, there is a hole in the wall. One of the soldiers was shocked that the rat very quickly cut off his hand, and he could not move for several seconds because of what had happened. This soldier, like the others, begins to scream loudly because of the injuries they receive. Ash looks at this and thinks that there are also casualties among the troops blocking the passage from below. The shooters were supposed to help them, but they had their own problems. With one blow, he defeats another rat that had climbed onto the wall. He looks at what is happening with a tired expression on his face and thinks that at this rate, the damage may be irreparable. One of the veterans who killed a rat with his sword is very surprised when he notices something that attracted his attention. He asks loudly if this is the former Margrave. Ash was very surprised by what he heard and loudly asks what did he just say. He turns towards the field and notices a very bright glow that comes far from the city. He sees Cheryl, who in his armor gallops towards the city and raises his huge spear above his head. He gallops towards the city with a determined expression on his face and loudly tells these monsters that they must come here. The rats that are standing outside stop and turn to him as the sun's rays reflect off his spear. Ash was very surprised by what happened and thinks that he drew the attention of these monsters to himself. All the rats that were standing outside the city turn to him and scream very loudly. Cheryl stands calmly in place and sees how all these monsters turn to him, and Ash wonders what he is even going to do. He loudly calls the Margrave and asks what he is doing there. He could die because of this. Cheryl doesn't answer him and looks at the army of monsters that stands in front of him with a serious expression on her face. Ash thinks that Margrave Cross has been fighting monsters all his life. The city in which he was born was a stronghold of protection against monsters. His father left very early, bequeathing the title of Margrave to his son. And, despite his young age and the burden of being a landlord, he killed monsters every day. No matter what monster attempted his life, he was always one step ahead. His world was simple and understandable. A girl with white hair and a joyful expression greeted my lord, and he thinks that it was so until the day this woman appeared in the city. Young Cheryl was silent for a few seconds as he looked at her and asked what she intended to do here. The girl puts some flowers in his hand and tells my lord that she wants to sell flowers. It was just a merchant asking permission to open her own store. The Margrave was perplexed by the type of activity she chose. Cheryl says this is the front line of the monsters. Here you need swords, spears, arrows, cannons, and the like. Does she think that someone will buy flowers from her? Besides, these flowers fade quickly anyway. The girl with a joyful expression on her face tells my lord that people need flowers. Of course, they fade quickly, but that is their value. The life of flowers may be fleeting, but it is truly beautiful. Then Cheryl didn't understand her at all. At first he even suspected and thought that she was a foreign spy. He went to a flower shop, and the girl tells my lord that he came here again. Cheryl looks around the store and says he's never seen flowers like these before. To convict her of espionage, he came to her store every day for evidence. As a result, he learned to distinguish all types and scents of flowers. I even learned the intricate names of these flowers. However, something still eluded him. It was an understanding of the nature of beauty. A year later, Cheryl Cross proposed to this woman. Currently, after Ash tried to convince him, and he looked at the monsters in front of him with a serious expression on his face. He gritted his teeth with a serious expression on his face, galloped on his horse towards the army of monsters, and screamed very loudly. Without an ounce of fear or doubt, he headed towards the huge number of monsters that were about to attack him. A very long time ago. Cheryl returned to his house with a very worried and tired look on his face. He sees the maid and his wife, who is lying on the bed with a small child in her arms. She says with tears and a joyful expression that he should look. This is his daughter. Cheryl Cross, who had returned from another battle, covered in sweat, blood, and dirt, was carefully handed a tiny baby. She was named Evangelina, and his wife asks if she is not beautiful, matching her name. Cheryl still didn't understand, so he couldn't answer her. His daughter grabbed his finger with her small hand, and he looked at her with a surprised expression on his face. Cheryl was silently perplexed. Why does this small and fragile creature, in whose weak body life barely burns, make his heart beat so fast? While he was killing monsters on the front lines, like recently, his world was simple and understandable. But then suddenly everything turned upside down. Currently, Ash says loudly that all survivors must regroup. They must tell the rifle squad not to shoot, because they could hit the Margrave. They should only shoot rats if they are far from him. The soldiers to whom he said this immediately agreed with him. Ash walks to the edge of the wall and loudly calls out to Lucas, which immediately attracts his attention. He says loudly with a worried expression on his face that he must gather a squad of the strongest soldiers capable of standing outside the walls of the fort. Their task is to save the Margrave. Lucas looks at him with a serious and calm expression and tells His Highness that this is not so. He is the one saving them now. Thanks to his provocation, they can attack the enemy from the rear. This is their chance to deal with the rats. They must destroy the monsters and return with the Margrave. Ash says loudly that they should do just that, preferably quickly. Lucas immediately agrees with him, and after some time the gates of the city opened. He raises the sword above his head and loudly says that they must go forward. They must kill all these monsters and get their savior out of there. He screams loudly and leads a huge army on horseback to the Margrave, who is fighting the monsters. Ash looks at this with a very worried expression on his face and really hopes that they will make it in time. At the same time, Cheryl tightly grips her spear with her hand, which was completely covered in blood. He jumps on the monsters with a very determined expression and screams loudly. He rushes into the crowd of rats on his horse and delivers a very strong blow with his spear while monsters surround him. He coughs up blood from his wounds and thinks that he doesn't understand anything. Several monsters run very quickly towards him and are immediately about to attack. Cheryl, with a very angry look on her face, throws a very strong blow with her shield and defeats this monster. However, he himself cannot understand why he does all this. He promised his late wife that he would meet his end at her grave, but it seems he can't even keep that word. He rides alone against an army of rats and wonders why he got involved in the battle for this damned city again. Several rats, which jumped high, fly towards him and hit the shield. Also, these monsters crash into his head and knock his helmet off, and he thinks that he still doesn't understand anything. His helmet falls to the ground, and he thinks that all his life he tried to understand, but still could not. Cheryl fell from his horse, stuck his spear into the ground for support, and thinks there was only one thing he knew for sure. His body is shaking very much due to the wounds he received, but he still continues to rise. He runs with all his determination towards the army of monsters with weapons in his hands and screams very loudly. He is immersed in warm memories and thinks that Flower's daughter, their fragile lives need to be protected from monsters. And that's exactly what he does best, killing monsters. Cheryl begins to cry and loudly says that this is his house and his daughter's house. It's their little world. He faces these monsters in battle with tears in his eyes and loudly says that he will not allow anyone to cross the threshold. Do they understand this? These rats deal very strong blows and destroy the armor that he was wearing. Charles is in great pain. His eyes are bloodshot and he growls loudly out of anger. He knew that no matter how many gardens he grew, no matter how many monsters he killed, he will no longer be able to return the old time back. All he knows is to fight monsters, so he will raise his spear again and again. Cheryl, as in her youth, bursts into the crowd of monsters and delivers a very strong blow with her spear with a very angry expression on her face. He defeats the monsters one by one with his spear and thinks that he will do this as many times as required of him. Margrave Cross stood to the death, gritting his teeth, unleashing all his fury on the enemy. Blood flows down his spear and drips onto the ground, and Cheryl wonders why it's so quiet here. He stands alone in front of the walls of the fort while everything was very dark around him and wonders why the monsters stopped attacking. He breathes heavily due to fatigue and wonders if he has already died. Lucas approaches him, bringing a bright light and breaking the silence by calling Margrave Cross. He looks at Cheryl with a serious expression on his face and says that all the monsters have already been killed and the battle is over. This surprised the Margrave very much, and he notices bright rays of light that fall on him. He sees Lucas in front of him, behind whom there are many soldiers. He tells the Margrave with respect in his voice that he can now rest. Cheryl, who received many wounds from monsters and lost his arm in this battle, stands still and looks forward with a surprised expression on his face. He lets go of his spear and it falls to the ground with a loud sound. Some time later, Lucas and his squad stand in front of Ash. They all make a gesture and he calls out to His Highness. He says with a serious but sad expression that unfortunately they were late. Ash looks at him with a serious expression on his face and breathes heavily. He walks past many soldiers who stand in front of him and show the same gesture. He is very surprised when he notices something in front of him. He sees many soldiers standing around Damien, who uses his magic to heal Cheryl, who is lying on the ground. Ash calls his name, after which he raises his head and looks at the prince with a very sad expression on his face. He lowers his head and waves as a sign that he can no longer be helped. Ash bites his lip hard out of sadness and the fact that he understood this hint. He takes out a large potion, walks towards them, and thinks that he has a high-quality potion that fell out of the last reward chest. Maybe at least this could help him. Cheryl looks at him with a calm expression and says he can forget about it. It is impossible to cure such wounds with a potion. It will only take longer for him to die. Ash loudly calls the Margrave and wants to say something, But Charles interrupts him and says that it would be better if he helps him up, otherwise he can't see anything anymore. The clouds in the sky begin to dissipate and the rays of the sun illuminate the area near the fort. Ash lifts up Cheryl, who asks him if the battle is over. He agrees with the Margrave and says that his contribution to the victory is immeasurable. Cheryl looks at the fort, coughs and says that the wall was broken after all. Ash agrees with him and says that, however, not a single monster has broken into the city. Everyone inside is safe now. Cheryl looks at him and says that's good news. He looks away because he heard someone crying. He looks at his comrades who are wiping their tears and asks why are they so sad. Cheryl looks at them with a small smile and calmly says that this is a war against monsters. There is no way to avoid losses. It was just his turn, and they need not mourn him. They would rather think of themselves. They should be happy that they won and were able to survive. Cheryl looks up at the sky and says that this is a city of graves. Those who died in battle are buried here from time to time. He smiles and says that only thanks to these graves can people continue to live peacefully for some time. If you always mourn the fallen, then life will turn into endless funerals. Of course, a decent funeral is good, but he must make sure that there are positive moments in the lives of his people. Ash looks at him with a serious expression and says that he will definitely do it. Cheryl says people need hope to continue living, so that if anyone is destined to die, it will be someone like him who has lost all hope. He wants the prince to promise him something. Ash tells the Margrave that he can say it. He will do everything in his power to fulfill his request. Cheryl looks at him and says in a calm voice that if his daughter ever comes back here, he should tell her that her father is very sorry for what happened. His hand drops, and with the last of his strength, he says that he must tell her that she should live freely, the way she herself wants. Ash says that he will definitely convey these words to her. Cheryl says he won't ask for more. He apologizes to his wife and says that he was never able to fulfill his promise. About the garden and their daughter, and all this in general. Ash takes his hand and says that he shouldn't talk like that, because he protected the world. Not only now, but throughout my life. He protected his people on this battlefield. He looks at him with a serious and regretful expression and says that they are all indebted to him. Cheryl didn't answer him. He looks at the sky with eyes in which life is fading away and apologizes for the fact that in the end he didn't do anything. He didn't answer Ash because he no longer heard what he said to him. Suddenly he remembered something. He takes out from his pocket a bag of dried fruits that the Margrave recently gave him. Ash didn't understand then why he was fussing over it, considering how tasteless it was. Perhaps it was all for this moment. He puts the dried fruit into the dying Cheryl's mouth and he begins to bite it. He remembers the past and says that there really is nothing sweeter in the world than these grapes. He looks up with a happy expression and took his last breath. At the same moment, the bell suddenly rang. This meant that the monster attack was over and evacuation was no longer necessary. Ash looks at Cheryl's dead body and thinks he doesn't understand it. A man who lost everything to protect this city. A man who hated his business so much that he refused to pass it on to his successors along with the title. What made him change his mind and return at the last moment? What did he decide to fight for and why did he die? What kind of crazy war is this in which so many people are forced to sacrifice themselves for the sake of victory? He looks down and with a sad expression on his face, tells the Margrave that it is a heavy cross to defend these lands. He looks at his happy expression and says that this is very hard. He sits like this for some more time, surrounded by soldiers and complete silence. System windows appear in which it is written that the second wave has been reflected. He receives a reward, which is placed in his inventory. The level MVP becomes Lucas SSR rank. Character losses, Guest Charles Cross SR rank. Ash returns to his estate and slowly opens the door inside. Ida runs to meet him, who calls him my lord and asks, "Is he not hurt anywhere?" He was so worried about all this. Ash, who stands in front of him in clothes stained with blood, looks at him and calls him by name. Eider says he did a great job defeating this wave of monsters. He wants to say that he is impressed by this, but suddenly Ash grabs his clothes and pulls him very hard. He presses him back against the closet, which greatly surprised Eider, and he loudly asks what happened to him. Ash looks at him with a very angry expression and says that he should tell him. Eider does not understand what he means, and in a worried voice asks what he wants to know. Ash again says that he has to tell him. Eider still doesn't understand what he means and loudly asks what he wants from him. Ash, with a very angry look on his face, loudly says that he should stop pretending that he doesn't know anything. What's going on here anyway? No matter how he thought about it, it was too strange. What kind of abnormal difficulty is this? Okay, still training. It was always strange, so he didn't attach any importance to it. Even when the first wave turned out to be living armor, he chalked it all up to his bad luck and forgot. But what was it? On the second level, an enemy NPC suddenly appears, capable of ordering monsters. This has never happened even on hellish difficulty. So he became very interested. Where did this complexity come from? And what was he going to slip into the next level? He pretends to help, but he secretly does something similar. He must answer him immediately. Eider looks at him for a few seconds and says nothing. He tells my lord that he may not believe him, but he is really on his side. This is true. Ash doesn't listen to him, squeezes his throat tightly, and loudly says that he asked a specific question. What is he planning to do next? He is not interested in his excuses. Eider points to it and says loudly that it is a necklace. A necklace he received as a reward for completing his training. If he reflects the third wave, then the functionality of this item will be revealed to him. Once this happens, he will understand what is happening here. Just one level, and then he himself will understand why this is happening. He begs him, like a gambler, respected classic nerd, to overcome all the challenges. He sincerely hopes that he will continue to fight the same way as today, even when he learns the bitter truth of this crazy world. That's because he can't get out anyway. Ash looks at him with a serious expression and asks what he means by saying they can't get out. A small smile appears on Eider's face, and he says that he means he won't be able to get out of this world. At the same time, a girl with white hair and green eyes walks in the dark forest. 3 days passed after the second wave was successfully repelled. Flags flew at half-staff throughout the city. A gloomy atmosphere reigned throughout the city. However, this was not something new for Crossroad. Now is not the time to mourn, because we need to start preparing for the next wave. Tired of the daily routine, Ash and Lucas return to the estate. The system window says that there are 12 days and 9 hours left before the start of the third wave. Ash looks at this with a dissatisfied expression on his face and thinks that taking into account the past 3 days, there are only 15 days left until the next level. Not much, but not little either, if you think about it carefully. At least they will have time to repair the wall properly, and that makes him happy. He looks out the window and his attention is attracted by something he saw there. Near the wall around his estate, the silhouette of a man with a large spear in his hand was visible. It was a girl with white hair and green eyes. She moves very quickly towards the carriage with her weapon in her hand, and Ash at that moment asks, "Who is that standing there at the entrance?" She delivers a very strong blow with her large spear and breaks through the carriage, which greatly frightens the horse. This blow passed next to Ash. He was very scared because of this and loudly asks what it is. The girl was embarrassed by what happened and thinks that she initially only planned to damage the wheel. Some time later, Lucas, with a worried voice, asks His Highness if he is okay. Ash agrees and says that he seems to be fine. Lucas, who was very angry about what happened, turns around and loudly asks who she is. How dare she attack them? For this, she will be arrested, and her fate will be decided by the court. Does she understand this? After he said this, he pointed his sword at her. But the girl with a calm expression on her face stands still and looks at them. Ash looks at this and asks if he really wants to give the child a trial. Lucas, with a serious expression on his face, tells His Highness that one should not underestimate the enemy because of his age. She clearly had special training. Ash asks how did he figure it out. Lucas says he should look at her clothes. This is the Royal Academy uniform. She even has a badge. He raises his voice and asks what kind of behavior is this for an academy student. Who is she and what is she doing here? The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face tells these old men that she wanted to ask them. This made the two of them very angry, and they asked loudly who did she call old people. Does she have problems with her eyesight? A girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face points to the estate and says that this is actually her house. She had just recently returned, and suddenly there were a lot of armed people whom she had never seen before. How does she know that these are not bandits, or even conquerors who occupied foreign territories? And then she arrived in her carriage. Anyone in her place would have stopped them and demanded an explanation. Ash says with an angry expression that anyone would use their tongue to do something like that. Why was it necessary to break the carriage? The girl straightens her hair with a smug smile and says that this is a key rule of the academy. In case of doubt, you need to demonstrate strength. This is the only way to take control of the situation. But she didn't want to break the carriage that much. It doesn't matter anyway. They must answer who they are and what they need in her house. The more sincere the answer, the milder their punishment will be. They should choose their answer wisely. Lucas stabs his sword into the ground and says that she should stop saying such nonsense. This estate belongs to the landlord Crossroad. He points to Ash, who is standing next to him and loudly says that he is right in front of her now. The girl asks what is he even talking about. The landlord of these lands is her father. What she just said surprised them very much, and they both understood what it meant. Ash looks at her with a serious expression and says that he understands everything. He remembers Cheryl and asks if her name is Evangeline Cross. She was surprised that he said her name and asked if they knew each other. She points her weapon at him, and Ash says that her father talked about her. He thinks that one glance is enough to understand whose child it is. She looks so much like the Margrave. He examines her, which confused her a little, and thinks that she has eyes like a Margrave. But wait, that SSR rank tank from the game. Evangeline Cross was a tall and beautiful girl. He understands that she is still young, but why is she so short? Ash uses his hand to show her height, which makes her angry and says that she is very short. He wonders why everything is so different. After all the other characters correspond to their prototypes. Ash walks up to him and quietly tells His Highness that discussing a person's appearance right in front of him is a bit rude. Evangelina trembles with anger. Ash notices this, is surprised, and says that he did not mean it. It's just a small misunderstanding. She grits her teeth out of anger and asks if he has the courage to discuss her appearance right in front of her. Does he consider himself immortal, or does he have an extra life in his pocket? Ash is surprised by this and says that he only has one life. Evangelina says in a dissatisfied voice that then he should treasure this. She takes out her shield, which she holds behind her back, and puts it in front of her. She gets into a fighting stance with her weapon in her hands and looks at them with an angry expression on her face. She slowly moves her foot away and says that she has changed her mind. Before, she only wanted to stop the carriage and drop them off, but now everything is serious. A small smile appears on her face, and she runs very quickly towards them. And Ash looks at this and thinks that she looks a lot like her father. He remembers that at their first meeting, Cheryl also attacked him and thinks that she definitely has his genes. Evangeline strikes hard with her spear with an angry expression on her face, but Lucas blocks the blow with his sword. He looks at her with a serious expression and loudly says that she must lower her spear immediately. Does she even know who is standing in front of her? This is Prince Ash, the third prince of the Empire. Evangelina looks at him with a dissatisfied expression on her face and asks, "Are they so used to stealing other people's property? They don't even disdain someone else's personality." With a very angry expression on her face, she kicks and pushes Lucas's sword hand back. Immediately after this, she swings her spear and loudly says that she would not believe in her life that that same prince would suddenly settle in this place. Who are they trying to fool? She strikes with her spear and moves her shield arm back. Lucas continues to closely monitor her movements and reacts very quickly to this attack. He strikes back with his sword, and this interrupts Evangeline's attack. And Ash looks at them and wonders what is wrong with him living here. She jumps back and asks with a smile on her face that he can do something after all, right? Lucas looks at her with a serious expression on his face and says that of course it is. He is actually a graduate of the same academy as her. He points his sword at her and says that he is number 2 of the 369th graduate of the Royal Academy, Lucas McGregor. And Prince Ash, who is standing behind him, is also an academy graduate. What he said about him surprised him very much, and he thinks, is it true? Did he also graduate from this academy? Lucas continues to point his weapon at her, and with a serious expression on his face says that, by the way, among the 369 students, the prince was the most legendary. Ash was very surprised by this and asked if he was legendary. He asks with a joyful expression, "In what way is this?" He should tell him more about it. Why is he silent? Lucas is about to say something, but stops because Ash asks if he's become famous for something bad. Lucas begins to worry greatly about this and loudly says that this is not so. Many representatives of royal blood are famous for this. It's just that he avoided studying so independently and bravely that he absolutely deservedly took first place from the end. Ash is very embarrassed by this, smiles with a stupid expression on his face, and thinks that he seems to have just been deceived. Of course, a character like his took last place. Evangelina closes her eyes and asks with a smile, "Now they are also graduates of the academy? Do they really think it is illegal to cheat on a little girl?" They both fell silent and looked at her with a surprised expression on their faces. She grips her spear tightly and says that they should let her introduce herself. A very strong aura begins to emanate from her, and with a serious expression on her face, she says that she is the first place of the 375th issue, Evangelina Cross. She runs very quickly towards them and says loudly that they should let her greet their colleagues. She jumps towards Lucas, puts up a shield in front of her, and swings her spear while he prepares for her attack and holds a sword in his hand. They run after each other very quickly and strike each other with strong blows with their weapons. They face each other with very serious expressions. Ash looks at them from afar and thinks that this is such a spectacular fight. Is it because they are both SSR rank? He admits, the fight between two geniuses is a completely different level. This is very exciting, but at this rate, one of them will definitely suffer. He loudly tells the two that they must stop this immediately. He looks at them with a smile and says that they don't need to fight. There seems to be a misunderstanding. They can just discuss everything. They didn't pay any attention to him at all and continued to fight each other. Ash is very embarrassed that he was ignored and asks if they can even hear him. He looks at them and thinks that it looks like they have no time for this right now. Two knights completely engrossed in battle with each other. He looks at his fist and thinks that in such fights someone else is needed to get in and separate those who are fighting. And who should do this? He begins to walk towards them and thinks that it seems that a regular attack will be enough. He just needs to break their concentration on the battle and draw attention to himself. A light slap of the glove with random damage should do the trick. He only needs to hit it very lightly. Ash runs towards Evangeline, is about to hit and loudly warns her about this, which greatly surprised her and made her turn to him. He touches it lightly with his fist and the system window with the jackpot appears. The drum stops and the maximum damage is shown, which is 777 points. The system window begins to glow very brightly with congratulations. Ash is very confused about what happened and asks why everything is happening this way. Evangelina, with great surprise, notices a very bright glow that appeared after his blow. Because of this impact, a very bright column of strong multicolored energy appears. Smoke begins to emanate from Ash's fist. He looks at what happened with very great surprise, and his body trembles due to shock. He thinks this jackpot sucks and looks at the damage that was created by the energy beam from his attack. Lucas looks at him with a very surprised expression on his face and tells His Highness that it was a truly amazing blow. How did he do it? Although he should rather ask. He pauses and looks at Evangeline, who crashed very hard into the wall and lost consciousness because of it. Lucas covers his face, looks at this with horror in his eyes, and asks how he could do such cruelty to a child. Ash says loudly that he didn't want this. Evangeline's shield and spear were completely destroyed by this blow and lie on the ground next to her. They stand still for a few seconds. Ash turns and asks in a worried voice what he thinks. She survived, right? When Evangeline was younger, during monster attacks on the city, her mother always came to her room. Her mother said that she came to make sure that her little girl did not cry in fear because of the monsters. Saying this, her mother always smiled, but even then Evangelina knew the truth. The only one who was afraid was her mother. She turns to her mother and says with a happy expression that she is not crying. Dad always defeats monsters, so why should she be afraid? Her mother smiled because of this and said that she was right. Evangelina later realized that her mother was not afraid of monsters, but that she might lose her husband. And the fact that one day her daughter will also have to go out onto the bloody battlefield. After this, Evangelina suddenly opens her eyes in an unknown room. She looks around and recognizes this place. She silently looks out the window and smells a familiar smell. She lies on the bed and thinks that this is her room. Suddenly, the door to this room opens with a quiet sound. Evangelina is surprised when she notices this and turns around very quickly. She hides under the blanket, and Ash slowly enters the room. He slowly walks towards her and drags a chair behind him, which makes sounds as it slides along the floor. He sits down next to the bed, and Evangelina continues to hide under the covers and doesn't say anything for several seconds. She collects her thoughts, thinks that it is her father, and says that 3 years have already passed. How has you been all this time? Ash doesn't say anything to this, and she says that everything is already obvious, so he doesn't have to talk. Surely he enjoyed hunting monsters day in and day out, right? She falls silent and with a sad expression on her face thinks that this is what she wanted to say. Not this, but something more suitable. Ash apologizes to her and says that he is not her father. This surprised Evangelina very much, and she wonders who it is then. She reaches down with her hand and wonders where her weapon went. She notices the bandages on her hand and wonders if she got hurt. Ash says she probably still hasn't come to her senses. Apparently the blow was too powerful. Evangeline turns to him and remembers everything that happened last night. She points her finger at him and says that he is the same old man from yesterday. Ash looks at her with a serious expression on his face and says that he is actually not an old man. Evangelina continues to point her finger at him and asks if he is pretending to be a wretched old man, but in reality this is what he is like. Ash got very angry about this and asked loudly, "Did she call him wretched?" How many more times must he repeat that he is not old? He calms down and says she should let him introduce himself again. He is Ash Bonhatter Everblack, 3rd Prince of the Empire and current landlord of Crossroad. Evangelina looks at him in disbelief and asks if he still wants to continue saying such nonsense. She raises her voice and says that he is a prince. Then she is the great queen of the principality. She asks with a smug expression if he wants to take a bow. But she didn't finish it because she noticed that Ash was showing her some object. She was very surprised by what she had just seen in front of her. She took it in her hands and said loudly that this was the sign of the Everblack royal family. This is impossible. Is he really that prince? She turned her back to him and is shaking because of something, and Ash says that he told her so. Evangelina, with a very joyful expression on her face, leaned towards him, took his hand, and with sparkles from her eyes said that she was his fan. She is a real fan of His Highness and hopes that he will give her an autograph. Ash was confused by this, but still agreed and wrote her a couple of lines on a piece of paper. He looks at her with suspicion and asks if she really likes someone like him, the main rebel of the entire empire. Evangelina looks at him with a very joyful expression on her face and says that everything is exactly like that. She likes such a crazy idiot. Ash laughed sheepishly and said that of course he was grateful to her, but he was interested. Why is this so? Evangelina covers one eye with her hand and says with a smile that it is because she, too, rebelled against her father. With a joyful expression on her face, she loudly says that, however, he is much cooler, a real fiend of hell. Trash that brings the royal family into disrepute. In general, she ran away from home from her idiot father and entered the Royal Academy on her own. Only it turned out that they were training there all day long. She had to reconcile herself and forget about the rebellion so that she would not be kicked out. Ash looks at her with a serious expression on his face and thinks that he is sure that it was so. She is not just an exemplary student. Evangeline graduated from the Royal Academy in just 3 years, becoming the top of her class, although it usually takes 6 years. She is a genius who has long been ingrained in the history of the Academy. Evangelina says that in general, her environment greatly limited her. The most rebellious thing she could do was not contact her father during the entire period of training. Ash looks at her with a disappointed expression and says that this is a very quiet riot. Evangelina says that, however, then she heard the story of His Highness. Even being the son of the Emperor himself, he was able to become famous as the last freak on his own. And his creativity in changing newspaper headlines every week surprised her. Either a fountain of gold coins or a carpet of precious stones for the entire room. They even made the Emperor faint from pure anger with their actions. It's just amazing and amazing. He is an idol for her, and she looks up to him. Ash is very embarrassed by this and asks if she is really saying this seriously. He thinks it's amazing that despite his bad behavior, he is someone's idol. His character did a good job. His idol life was not lived in vain. He was surprised that Evangelina, with a joyful expression on her face, asked, "Where is her father now?" She enthusiastically, and with a very cheerful expression, says that she wants to follow his example and bring her insidious ideas to life. She hopes he's not hiding from her, is he? Ash looks at her silently for a few seconds and asks, "So she really didn't hear the news?" Evangelina was embarrassed by this and asked what he was talking about. She just graduated and returned from the academy. What was going on here? Ash clenches his fist tightly because of what he has to tell. Evangelina's expression became worried, and she asked if something had happened to him. Ash lowers his head and says with a serious expression that he wants to apologize for not communicating properly and for her having to find out this way. But her father died. After he said this, they sat silently in front of each other for several seconds. Ash says that a few days ago, during a battle with monsters, he sacrificed his life and protected the city again. He died a heroic death. He is a true hero. He wrote down all of her father's achievements and sent it to the palace. He's worked all his life, so he'll at least get the king's medal for honor and bravery. Evangelina says nothing about this and listens carefully to what he says. Ash says that the funeral will be held in 3 days and they plan to do it with full honors. Evangelina, who was shocked by what she heard, laughed and said that she was just going to be a bad girl, and he ran away like that. He always said that he would most likely die fighting monsters. And now he really is dead. She is silent for several seconds and says that she did not even have time to throw out all her anger. Ash looks down with a guilty expression and says he's sorry for that. He is the current lord of these lands, and he gives orders during battle. He raises his head and with a serious expression on his face says that therefore the responsibility for her father's death lies with him. She can take out her anger on him. Evangelina looks at him and asks, "Is he really the prince she knows?" Ash is surprised by this and asks what she means. She looks at him with a calm expression on her face and says that it's just that the prince she knows doesn't think about others and only does what he wants. He's just an ordinary freak. Ash looks away and says that she should stop calling him that while he's standing in front of her. Evangelina tells His Highness that in any case, she is grateful for his concern. Ash says that if she needs anything, there are servants outside the door. They are at her disposal. He opens the door and is about to leave, but Evangelina stops him by calling His Highness. She says with a worried expression and a smile that she wants to apologize for yesterday, for the carriage and for everything in general. Ash smiles as he looks at her and says that he accepts her apology. He leaves the room and says she should rest. Some time later, a portrait of Evangeline is shown in the system window, and Eider says that firstly, he should know her age. She will turn 16 this year. Ash looks at him and says she is so young. She is 2 years younger than Damien. Eider says that he already knows that Evangeline appears in the game about 2 or 3 years from now. But in this version of events, due to a number of circumstances, it appeared earlier than it should have. Ash, with a thoughtful expression on his face, says that he understands everything. So that's why she's not the same as she was in the game. He thinks that in other words, she appears in the game in about 2 years. In 2 years, it is quite possible to become significantly longer. Children grow very quickly. In the system window, it is written that Evangelina SSR rank, level 35th, is a guest character. Title Heiress of the Margrave, specialization, skilled spearman. Strength and endurance 35 points, agility 30 points, intelligence and magic 20 points. Ash thinks that her agility is very high for a tank. But this is to be expected from the best tank in this game. Its characteristics are simply amazing. Not to mention her imbalanced 100% resistance to physical attacks. He notices that the system window says that it has characteristics such as uncontrollability and clumsiness. Ash wonders, has she always had such a characteristic as clumsiness? In the system window, it is written that due to her youth and inexperience, she can sometimes make mistakes. The chance of making a big mistake increases on the battlefield. After gaining enough experience, this characteristic will disappear. Ash was very embarrassed by this and thinks that, of course, it's good that such a tank appeared ahead of schedule. But with such a characteristic, it could very well ruin everything, which she had already done once. Although this is understandable in principle because she is 16 years old. She would rather be playing and having fun, and not fighting on the battlefield. Eider calls my lord and asks if he wants to add Evangeline to the main squad. Ash pays attention to him, thinks about it, and is about to say something. Eider asks, so he's not going to invite her. She will be a very strong ally. Ash thinks about all this for a few seconds and says that he wouldn't say he doesn't want it. Is he thinking about getting 2 SSR rank characters at level 3? This is just a dream. He remembers Cheryl telling him that he wants his daughter to get out of here safe and sound and be able to live happily, albeit somewhere out there. Ash thinks that he promised him that he would tell her to live freely, the way she wants. This is the last wish of the Margrave. to spare his daughter from their family's debt, his dying request. Ash says he wants to keep his word and let her choose what she wants. He bites his lip hard and cries, which Eider notices and says that you can't tell from his face. Shouldn't they at least try to keep her at all costs? Doesn't he at least feel sorry for losing her? Ash says that of course he feels sorry, but he will not give up his principles for the sake of profit. Eider looks at him blankly and asks, but isn't that why he was able to beat the game on hellish difficulty? Because he completely abandoned moral principles. Ash smiles and says that if he continues like this, he will never get better. And he wants to be better than yesterday with every new day. Eider looks at him with a serious expression on his face and says that his principles would not turn into a heavy burden. Ash thinks that of course he is not a saint, but he doesn't want to turn into a monster either. Even if in this reality human life is not worth a penny, he would prefer to remain human. Ash says that he should keep an eye on Evangeline anyway. She is just at a transitional age. He himself should understand this. Eider bows to him and says that he understands everything. He coughed and called out to my lord to get his attention. He says what he would like to say about Evangeline's spear and shield. Ash was very surprised by this, looks at him with a worried look and asks, what is it? Eider says preliminary estimates indicate that the items were SSR rank items, a spear and a shield. But both of these items are too damaged to even be recycled. It will be very difficult to compensate. Ash was very shocked by this and wondered if both of these items were SSR rank. Turns out it's incredibly rare and expensive, doesn't it? Eider looks through his notebook and says that they can get new ones. There were some monocores left from the last visit, and they were of high quality. He calls my lord and says with surprise that his face is shrinking. What's happening to him? Ash says that he used all the cores to charge the turret. Eider was very surprised by this and loudly asked what he said. How could he waste such an important resource so senselessly? Ash's hands are shaking very much because of her anxiety, and he asks if he can give her his gloves. How equivalent would this be? Eider disappoints him because it's not even close in value. Ash closes his eyes and ponders all this with a serious expression. He stands up sharply, hits the table with his hands, and loudly says that a detachment needs to be called. They should immediately go after the monocores. He thinks it's time to take another trip to the dungeon anyway. He will definitely be able to find new items for her there. It's not that hard. Sometime later in the backyard of the estate, Ash smiles and says that it has been a long time since they got together. He hopes that they have had a good rest during this time. He looks at the members of his squad who are standing in front of him. Lily cries, waves her hands displeasedly, and asks, why should she go with them again? She pulls Ash by the cloak and says loudly that he said that he recruited new people. He could have taken them with him instead of her. He tries to snatch the cloak from her hands and says that he really recruited new people, but they are ordinary mercenaries. He thinks the problem is that they are all N rank. Maybe they will improve over time, but adding any weaklings to the heroic squad can be fraught. Lily shakes Ash very strongly with her hands, who thinks that if there was someone very strong among them, he would not worry at all and replace her at the same moment. But unfortunately he cannot. Evangelina comes to them and attracts their attention by asking, why are they gathered here? Ash heard this and turned to see her walking towards them. Lily stopped shaking him, looks at Evangeline and asks His Highness, who is it? Ash points at her and says that most of them are probably seeing her for the first time. They must meet. This is the only daughter of the Margrave of Cross, Evangeline. Damien and Lily lowered their heads in front of her with sad expressions on their faces. Jupiter hits her chest with her fist and says she's sorry for her loss. Evangelina, with a calm expression on her face, shows the same gesture and says that she is grateful for the concern, but she is fine. She turns to Ash with a joyful expression and asks where they're going to go. He says they will go to the dungeons. Evangelina asks where they will go if there seems to be nothing underground here. She asks with a surprised expression on her face, "Is there really a dungeon under the lake?" Ash asks, so she knew about it. Evangelina says she thought it was all a lie. She heard rumors that someone tried to go there, but no one came back. She smiles as she says it and escalates the situation with a smile. Ash smiles while looking at her, agrees and says that no one returned except them. Evangelina looks at him with a dissatisfied expression on her face and asks, "Does he mean that there are really underground tunnels here, which even her family, who has owned this land for several generations, knew nothing about? And His Highness even managed to go there and back a couple of times. Did she understand everything correctly?" Ash jokes with her with a smile and makes her very angry by pointing and talking at her. That her family might have known, they just didn't tell her. He thinks that she ran away without having time to really acquire the knowledge necessary for an heiress. So if the secret about the kingdom under the lake was passed down in her family, she simply wasn't old enough to know it. He turns around, waves his hand at her, and says that she doesn't have to believe it. That's her business, and it's time for them to go. Evangelina says loudly that she also wants to go there. Ash was surprised by this and loudly asks, "What did she say?" She points to herself with a smile and says that he should not look down on her. She is the best graduate of the academy in her year. She's willing to bet that her fighting skills are far more useful than anyone else's. Ash says that may be true, but he doesn't have time to finish because Evangelina says that if there really is a whole dungeon hidden under the lake, then she wants to see it with her own eyes. She is now the sole heir of the Cross family, and both her parents fell in battle with the monsters that crawled out of the lake. She seems to deserve the right to know. Ash looks at her for a few seconds with a serious expression on his face and thinks that this is actually why he doesn't want to involve her. Because her late father wished it so. He asks, can she handle this? How does she even feel? Evangelina makes a gesture with a joyful expression on her face and says that she is completely fine. Ash asks what about her feelings. She asks what does he mean? He asks, has she already cooled her head for this? Evangelina silently looks down for several seconds and with a serious expression on her face says that she is afraid that if she sits and does nothing, she will go crazy. It will be better if she does at least something. She raises her head and asks with a determined expression, will he take her with him? Will he take it? Ash agrees to this and thinks that he cannot refuse her forever. Lily looks at him with a very happy expression on her face because of this opportunity, and he felt it. Ash is about to say that in this case, she can stay, but does not have time because Lily immediately began to rejoice at this. As a result, a regrouping occurred in his detachment. The system window with the squad has changed, and it says that morale does not bend because of an unbending commander. Synergy of 2 knights. The protection of each squad member is increased by 20%. Eider brought a spear and shield and says that he is sorry, but that is all they have at the moment. Evangelina easily spins the spear in one hand and says that she wielded exactly the same weapon a long time ago. This brings back memories. Ash looks at her and thinks that the squad has definitely become stronger. He smiles and says that they should get ready, because it's time for them to move out. Are they all ready? All members of the squad look at him with determined and serious expressions on their faces. Ash surprises Evangeline by creating a portal out of stones and says that he will tell her about the party along the way. They must now depart. She stands still and looks with great surprise at what is happening in front of her. Ash looks at the portal with a smile and says that her colleague will show her where they had a dungeon under the family estate. The system notifies that loading is taking place. They go to the dungeon. Advice: he needs to be careful when dialogue with NPCs. Depending on his choice, they can either help or harm. To use an NPC to your advantage, consider your approach to it in advance. They all go through the portal together and find themselves in a dungeon. The system notifies that this is the first location of a dried-up sewer. Lucas asks His Highness, they have already passed this place, haven't they? Why are they here again? Ash says with a small smile that it's because they have a new girl on the team. He wants to test her ability to work as a team in a simple location. Lucas asks if it turns out there will be monsters here again. Ash agrees and says that's exactly how it is. He thinks that after the defensive round, the monsters in the dungeons are reborn again. Thanks to this, you can endlessly receive items and experience for your characters. Since the monsters here are relatively simple for the main squad, they are perfectly suited for leveling up a guest character. Usually, in the case of newcomers, the squad is divided into two groups, one of which goes further, defeating bosses and completing tasks in accordance with the level. The other group returns to already explored areas to increase the level and get new equipment, of course. This division of the group is a classic strategy for conquering dungeons. However, they will not separate. They will all return together and give Evangeline a chance to improve and at the same time work as a team. Why not just leave her here alone? At that moment she felt very bad and was trying to hold back the urge to vomit. She could not stand it and vomited, and Jupiter tries to help her and asks if she can go further. Ash asks if teleportation made her seasick. Lucas says that young people always get seasick on the road. They can't do anything about it. Evangelina turns to him and with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks, "What is this old fart saying?" She's fine, okay. Lucas gets a little angry about this and tells this young lady that this is very funny. Doesn't she have some problems here? Ash looks at them arguing with each other and thinks that he is actually trying to improve teamwork. But they quarrel with each other. What should he do with it? Sometime after they had calmed down, Evangeline examines the place in which they find themselves and, with a surprised expression on her face, says that it really exists. But how did he know about the dungeon if even she, a member of the Cross family, was not told anything about it? Ash smiles and thinks he knew she would ask this. The good thing is that he prepared the answer in advance. He says he can't tell her everything. However, their powerful emperor probably had reasons for him to come here. Doesn't she think so? Lucas and Evangeline believe him and look at him with surprised expressions on their faces, and Ash thinks that it seems to have worked, and that's good. Although the Emperor has nothing to do with it at all. Still, having a title is really nice, and it saves him from many unnecessary problems. In any unclear situation, they can simply pull out the badge and everything will be resolved. Although he has never seen his face, he is grateful to his character's father for having him. They come to a dark corridor and Ash says that they must continue. They must light their torches. Evangelina, with a frightened and surprised expression on her face, waves a torch and loudly asks why it is so dark here. Ash says she should get used to it. Darkness is the only constant thing in the entire dungeon. He hides his wide smile with his hand and says that, however, if she is afraid, she can come back. Evangelina looks at him with a very dissatisfied expression on her face and loudly asks who else is afraid here. This is nothing to her. A system window appears, in which it is written that the progress in cleaning the dried-up sewer is 0 out of 4 ordinary rooms. They all walk together one after another along the corridor and look around. Ash stops and says that now they can see what kind of monsters there are. Suddenly a huge stone golem activates, rises and begins to walk towards them. Evangelina notices this and looks at this monster with a surprised expression on her face. Ash also looks at this huge golem that stands in front of him. The system notifies that he must destroy enemies. Dried up sewer room 1. Level 7 stone golem, 4 creatures. Ash looks at this with a serious expression on his face and thinks that this is a very big problem. The good news is that there are only a few of these monsters. However, these are quite strong opponents. Evangeline clutches her spear in her hand as she stands in front of these monsters. Ash looks at her and thinks that she is clearly nervous. He doesn't think she's ever been in a real battle. He claps his hands and says that their enemy has arrived. Should they test their skills? Evangelina runs forward and, with a determined expression on her face, loudly says that she will go first. One of the golems that stood in this room raises its fist and is about to attack her. The monster delivers a very strong blow with his fist, but Evangelina blocks this blow with her shield. She resists this blow with all her might and asks loudly, "Is this a bull?" Immediately after this, she jumps back, but continues to watch this monster. Her shield begins to glow and she asks, "Is this the power of the stone monster?" She uses the first skill, Damage Fix. This energy is redirected into her spear and Evangelina says that it is her turn to attack. She runs very fast towards this monster and says that no matter if it is a bull or a golem, she will destroy it. She hits with a very strong spear and uses her second skill, Damage Return. Ash looks at this with a surprised expression and thinks that now she already looks like the best tank of the game, the real Evangelina Cross. This is the very signature skill, a combination of defense and attack. She runs very quickly to the other monsters who were in this room and loudly says that she will send them to rest too. Ash looks at her and thinks that she locks the damage with her first skill and then releases it with her second skill. Of course, there is a limit to the amount of damage this trick can handle, but this does not make this trick any less imbalanced. At the same moment, Evangelina slips and begins to fall, which she clearly did not expect. The system notifies that this happened due to the constant characteristic clumsiness. Ash was very shocked by what just happened to her. He points his finger at her, turns to the rest of the squad and loudly says that they must help her as quickly as possible. All members of his squad killed one remaining golem with their very fast attacks. Ash thinks that the next entry into the dungeon went as usual. Evangelina, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, loudly says that they should leave her at least one more monster. Ash looks at her and thinks that she is probably trying to make up for the incident with the fall. The system notifies that the first zone, the dried sewer, has been successfully cleaned. Ash smiles and thinks that they did it quickly enough. Not even an hour had passed. The first zone is too easy, it's hard to even call it a workout. He goes and says that now that everyone has warmed up, it's time to move on to a more difficult area. They should rest a little and move on. He will warn them in advance. It will be harder there than here, so they must be careful. Evangelina is very surprised when she sees the place they came to and asks what kind of place this is. They came to the second zone, which is called the back streets, and Ash, who is standing next to her, says that he does not know this because he himself is exploring this place for the first time. He thinks that he really hopes that they can find some monochores here. It's time to go lower to hell under the lake. They decided to rest for a while before heading to the second area. Although the first zone was relatively easy, it still took some effort to clear it. Ash silently watches Lucas and Evangelina look at each other with displeased expressions on their faces while they eat and wonders, are they serious now? Was he really even going to compete with the child in such things? He turns to Damien and asks how he feels. He tells His Highness with a smile that everything is fine with him and he is not tired at all. Ash puts the gun on the ground next to him and says he should take it. Damien looks at it and asks, what is it? The system notifies that this is a hunting rifle of SR rank, level 25th. Category Magic Gun, attack from 50 to 75 points, strength 5 points, ammunition 10 points. When attacking from behind, there is a 10% chance of landing a critical hit. Ash says it's a magic gun. He thinks he got this SR rank item from the chest in the last room. In terms of power, it is not particularly inferior to a real cannon, only this is a portable option. As a result, they have high damage, but a large spread with extremely low ammunition. Hitting with such a weapon is not an easy task. Because of all these disadvantages, such a gun is not in great demand. But what happens when you give it to a character like Damien? With a 100% chance of hitting, the picture changes dramatically, doesn't it? Ash says he should use it as a backup weapon for now. Damien examines this gun and says that it is much heavier than a crossbow. Ash looks at him with a smile and thinks that he should just get stronger. In the future, he will have to carry 5 or 6 of these guns with him. This is the only way to compensate for the lack of ammunition. He had already given orders to the forge to prepare to work with firearms. In the game, a character can only be equipped with one weapon before going on a hike, but in reality, no one will prevent them from carrying several types of weapons at once. It's against the rules, but who cares? He must forget about the rules and live in the present. Damien thanks His Highness and speaks that he will take care of this weapon. Ash thinks he should be the one thanking him for having the imbalance ability. He begins to rise to his feet, takes his lamp, and is about to say something. He asks if they all had a good rest. Lucas and Evangelina, who are fighting for food, turn around and look at him with surprised expressions on their faces. Ash asks if they are ready to move on. The system notifies that the second zone, the nooks and crannies. Clearing progress is 0 from 4 regular rooms and 0 from 1 boss room. They all begin to walk together through the gloomy streets of this city. Ash turns to the others and says that it is time for them to clear the next area of this underground city. They continue to walk together through the city, and he thinks that their group carefully walked along the alleys that made up most of the kingdom under the lake. Of course, there was not a single ray of light here. When he played the game, the darkness didn't particularly bother him. But when he himself walks and sees only what is a meter away from him, it made him very tense. This is understandable, since this is a hideout for monsters. He never knows from what corner a golem the size of a house might jump out and attack him. The thought alone gives him goosebumps. Suddenly, a one-eyed monster came out to them, which was the size of an entire building. Ash and Evangeline were very frightened by this and began to scream loudly because they saw this monster. The huge monster that got in their way consisted of many mechanisms, and a large amount of smoke flew out of the pipes located on its back. The system notifies that they must destroy enemies. First room of the backstreet location, elite mechanical golem of the 15th level, 2 creatures. Ash looks at this system window and wonders, does this place count as the first room? In this many alleys, it is generally difficult to understand where everything is. A huge golem begins to walk towards them and extends its arm to attack them. Lucas walks towards this monster with a determined expression on his face and loudly says that he will take care of it. After he got close enough to this monster, he quickly pulled out his sword and delivered a surprise blow to this monster's arm. Ash calls his name loudly and says that he must be careful, because this is not the only monster. Suddenly another huge golem runs out through the building towards them and Lucas takes notice. Evangelina runs to these monsters and loudly says that she is also on her way. She blocks a very strong blow from one of the golems with her shield. She puts a lot of effort into resisting this golem's attack and asks loudly, "Are these monsters stronger than the ones before?" Ash looks at them from afar and thinks, what's good is that he has 2 SSR rank characters. This is an opportunity to think about a plan while the knights stall for time. Besides, this is his only task in this detachment. Ash turns around, calls out to Jupiter and Damien, and loudly says that they must attack the golem Lucas is fighting first. Ash thinks that he and Evangeline are knights. But if we compare their roles, then Lucas is something between a damage dealer and a tank, and Evangelina is a main tank-type character. If we take into account solely the ability to contain damage, then Evangelina will be stronger. Ash loudly calls her name and says that her task is to restrain this golem. She must only defend herself. She turns to him and immediately agrees. Ash thinks that such size of monsters usually means one thing: there will be few of them. But at the same time, they are very strong. Lucas at this time dodges the golem's attack and strikes back with his sword. Ash looks at his battle and thinks that these monsters also have an elite title, so a one-on-one fight is not a good option at all. It is precisely for such cases that they travel as a single group. Ash calls his name loudly and says that he needs to knock this monster down. Lucas turns to him and says loudly that he got it. He takes a stance, runs very quickly between the legs of a huge golem, and delivers a strong blow to the leg of this monster with his sword. Because of this attack, the monster staggered and knelt. Ash loudly calls out to Jupiter and says that her goal is the armor on this monster's chest. You need to find a mana core under the armor. She immediately channels electrical magic into her hand and says it's very simple. She releases very strong magic that hits this monster. The mechanical golem did not take very much damage, and only a small chink appeared in its armor. Jupiter looks at this with a displeased expression on his face and says that maybe it won't be so easy. Damien holds his gun, uses his ability and takes aim, and Ash says that should be enough. He thinks that their sniper won't need a bigger hole. He looks at the monster and thinks that such a small gap should be enough. He says he has to shoot right now. Damien immediately fires and a very strong energy begins to shoot out of the barrel of his gun. This magical projectile flies out at high speed, and due to the recoil, Damien was almost thrown back. Ash catches him from behind and loudly says that he has him. He looks at him with a worried expression and asks if he is okay. Damien, who was shocked by this blowback with a confused expression on his face, says that he is fine. What happened to the golem? Ash points towards the monster with a satisfied smile and says that he can look at it himself. Damien sees the huge hole in the golem's body that he made with his shot and says it's amazing. Lucas finally destroys the body of this monster and says that they had to try for this. Ash, with a serious expression, says that it was an elite monster. It is much stronger than ordinary ones. The strange thing is that the difficulty has increased so much compared to the first zone. He thinks that it seems that in the second zone, they will mainly fight with a small number of elite creatures. In other words, all their fights will be boss battle type. Evangelina, who had been blocking the monster's attacks all this time, turns to them with a worried expression on her face and asks loudly, "Did they decide to rest there?" She's actually still blocking here. Ash was very surprised because he completely forgot about it and said loudly that she blocked it all so silently that he almost... Evangelina asks loudly, "What does silently mean?" This golem will actually break her shield. Ash says in a worried voice that she should wait a little longer. He turns to the rest of the group and loudly says that they must attack this monster faster. After that, he thinks that things were easier for them. Every time the alley became wider, they prepared for the appearance of golems. It was only in the first room that they had difficulties, as they were not prepared for a surprise attack. And a mimic tried to eat him, disguised as a treasure chest. I wonder if he says he walked into this trap on purpose. Will they believe it? He looks at how all the members of his squad laugh because of what happened and thinks that at least he could cheer them up. After some more time, Lucas puts his hand into the dark liquid, which pushes him back out. He hangs on the edge of the roof of the building and says that here the darkness seems to take shape and pushes his hand out. And it is also very slippery and nasty. He turns around and says that apparently this is a sign to follow the path. It's impossible to turn somewhere from the alley. Damien says it turns out they can't really explore anything. He inspects the building nearby and says that all the doors are simply boarded up. Jupiter, who is standing next to him, says that moreover, all these doors are sealed. The spell is powerful, so it cannot be opened by force. Damien asks if maybe someone was trying to hide from what was happening around them. What does he think? Ash says that's not true at all. They are standing in front of the building, and he says that everything outside is boarded up. It seemed like someone really didn't want to let whatever was inside escape. Damien asks what's inside then. Ash looks at this with a serious expression on his face and says that he doesn't know that. But what's the difference? They won't be able to verify it anyway. They leave, and he says they should just move on. Damien, who was delayed due to the fact that he was looking at the surroundings, runs after them and agrees with him. The system notifies that 3 out of 4 ordinary rooms have been cleared. Ash stops when he notices something and asks if this is the next room. They all look around together, and he says that this area is quite extensive. Everyone must stay alert if they don't want to run into an unexpected golem. Evangelina, with a surprised expression on her face, says that there is a fountain there. Although it has dried up, she sees the statue. She shines a torch on this statue. Ash comes up to her, looks at it, and thinks that this statue is wearing a crown, so most likely there is a king in front of them. However, why are the statues on the sides destroyed, but the statue of the king is intact? Damien notices something in the distance, points his finger at it, calls the prince, and loudly says that he should look at it. He points his finger at some light in the middle of the street and says loudly that something is flickering there. Ash looks at this with a worried expression on his face and wonders, is there light in this hopeless dungeon? So also the source is not their torches or lamps. Damien asks what if there is a person there? Ash turns around and says they will go check. They must keep their weapons ready. After that, they all headed together towards this source of light, which they had found earlier. They all walk together, and Ash thinks that in a city infested with monsters, there is only one thing that scares more than these monsters. And this creature is man. Seriously, who would agree to live here of their own free will? Just some kind of crazy person. Lucas walks with a sword in his hand, and Ash, with the lamp in his hand, wonders if this is an enemy NPC or an ally. Who is there? Any mistake can lead to the end of the game, so you can't relax. He looks around and sees a lot of debris, next to which a blue flame is burning. Ash pays attention to this and thinks that these are fragments of killed mechanical golems. They all see a human silhouette standing in front of them, and they wonder, did this man deal with these monsters alone? This person turned out to be Mumyon, who noticed them and with a little surprise in her voice says that they have already reached here. It looks like they're serious about exploring this place. Ash calls her name and asks if it's her. Immediately afterwards, Mumyon turns to them with an emotionless expression. He asks, what is she doing here? He thinks that even though they already know each other, there's still no point in relaxing. The strange thing is that he has never encountered this NPC in all 742 attempts to complete the game. It's hard for him to tell whether she's an enemy or an ally. Mumyon says he's just walking around and relaxing. The kingdom under the lake is pretty boring if they want to know. She is going to take out something that she is hiding in her clothes and says that, by the way, since they have come so far, she will show them something for their merits. All members of Ash's squad tensed because of this and look at her with worried expressions on their faces in combat readiness. Mumyon takes out a red cloth in which she carries many things. She spread this cloth in front of her and displayed many different things from which a bright glow emanated. She looks at them and says that they don't have to be shy. Come up and choose something. She only has the best here. Ash was very surprised by what happened and asked loudly, is she an NPC merchant? Mumyon says she doesn't know what an NPC is, but she's definitely a merchant. By the way, today there is a promotion. With any purchase, there is a gift. There's also a 30% discount on your first purchase. She points to the bib and asks, so will they buy something? He should think carefully, otherwise he may miss out on the limited offer. The offer is valid for today only, okay? Ash looks at all this and says nothing for several seconds. He sits down in front of her, examines the objects, and asks what she has. Mumyon says that here are the things she found while wandering around the kingdom under the lake. These items are very rare. It is impossible to get it in the human world. He can choose anything. Everyone looks at these goods with great surprise, and Ash thinks that these are really great items. Merchants usually sell high-ranking items, but these ones are of especially high quality. Maybe that's why she's such a rare NPC. He asks how much does it cost. Mumyong says that money from the outside world has no value here. So she charges in magic stones or mana cores. Ash thinks he understands this. Magic stones have always been used for exchange. This can either be sold or used for trading in dungeons. There's just one problem. Every time. How he obtained magic stones, he exchanged it for currency, so now he has none of it. Who would have known that he would meet a merchant NPC so early? It seems that these things that lie right in front of him are out of reach, like the stars. Unless you try to offer the things they got today. He lays out all the items they got today and asks, what can he expect with this? Mumyong looks at all this and says that she will check now. To be honest, these are pretty mediocre items. But in honor of her first purchase, and considering how serious she is about exploring this place, she will allow them to choose one item as a small reward. Ash thinks she is incredibly kind. He leans towards her with a very joyful expression on his face and asks loudly, is this true? Can he choose any item from here? Mumyon is a little embarrassed by his violent reaction and says that she is a person of her word, so he can choose boldly. Ash examines all these objects that lie in front of him and wonders what he should choose. He wants to choose so that later songs of praise will be written for him. Jupiter took one of the items and tells His Highness that she, of course, is not hinting at anything. But if she could eat this 100-year-old ginseng, she would rejuvenate herself by at least 10 years. Ash looks at her and thinks that just for her to eat, they should choose equipment and not food. He greatly disappoints her by saying that he does not understand her hint. Lucas picks up the shoes that give off a purple aura and asks His Highness, what about these shoes with feathers? Ash looks at it and thinks that these shoes have a good acceleration effect. He asks, so he wants to run even faster. Lucas refuses and says that it would be more suitable for His Highness. With these shoes, it will be easier to run away from danger. Ash looks at him with a very sad expression on his face. Tears begin to appear in his eyes. His body trembles with resentment, and he thinks that at least he really cares about him. But he is not the main link in the battle, so he will do without it. Damien looks at the other item and asks, this is an automatic potion brewing stand, right? Ash looks at this and thinks that an item that creates healing potions at a certain interval is an important thing. Damien says that if they put this in the temple, it will be much easier to heal wounded soldiers. Ash agrees with him and thinks it's good advice. The slow but steady production of healing potions can make their lives a lot easier. However, potions are already sold in abundance in the outside world. It's stupid to waste such an opportunity on this. He turns to Evangelina, who is examining all these objects, and asks what she will say about this. She closes her eyes and says that she is only a temporary member of this group. She's not particularly interested in equipment. The only exception is the high-quality spear and shield that her teacher gave her in honor of her graduation. He said it was currently being repaired at the forge, right? That's enough for her. Ash and Lucas were very surprised when they remembered this and think that they definitely came to find her equipment. Greed completely blinded them. How could they forget about it? Ash leans over to Mumyong and quietly says that they need a spear and shield. She says that she just has one set. She takes out a black-yellow shield and a spear, and the system notifies that this is the Devil of the Spear, SSR rank 35th level. Spear type, attack from 35 to 40 points, strength 20 points, damage to a vulnerable spot increases by 30%. Giant of the Shield SSR rank 35th level. Shield type, defense from 35 to 40 points, strength 20 points. When the wearer directly blocks an enemy attack, the damage received is reduced by 30%. Ash looks at this with great surprise and thinks that this is what he needs. Great design and good performance. Everything would be fine, but it's a kit. In the system window, it is written that this is a devil and giant set. When all items in the kit are used simultaneously, the efficiency increases to 50%. Description: has the monster's aura disappeared? Some knight's comrade. Ash thinks that because it is a set, an item without a pair will lose a very good buff. He bites his finger due to tension and wonders what he should do. He can only choose one thing. Mumyon understood why he was worried and said that, as she already said, there is a promotion going on now. With any purchase, there is a gift. Has he already forgotten? He can pick up both items without extra charge. Ash was surprised by this and asked in confusion, is this true? Mumyon hands over the shield with the spear, agrees and says that he can take it. She doesn't need it anyway, and besides, a kit without parts is harder to sell. In return, he must promise to explore this place further and bargain with her when he meets. Ash looks at her and thinks that this strange girl is no longer just a saint in his eyes, but a real god. He looks at her with a very happy expression on his face and says that he will definitely do what she asked, and he is very grateful to her. He thinks, so this is how a beginner feels, who is given good items by a real professional of the game. He immediately wanted to try harder. Ash calls Evangelina, waves his hand at her, and says that this is for her. He thinks that now he can finally confess to her what happened to her things. About how it is broken to pieces and cannot be repaired, and that this is compensation. Evangelina looks at him with a blank expression on her face and says that she started the fight herself, and he was just trying to stop her. Even if her equipment was damaged so badly, the responsibility for it was hers. He didn't need to. Ash smiles as he looks at her and says that then he can consider it not compensation but a gift. He surprises her by handing her a new spear and shield and telling her that she should just take it. When her colleagues give her gifts, she just needs to say thank you. She should look at how great it looks. She may consider it a graduation gift from the best prince of the empire and also her idol. She's not going to refuse a gift from a member of the royal family, is she? Ash remembers Cheryl and thinks that this is also a tribute to Margrave Cross, who sacrificed himself for the city. Of course, this does not compare with the reward he deserves, but he cannot leave his daughter with broken equipment, because he has a conscience. Evangeline blushes a little, silently examines it for a few seconds, thanks him and says that she will take care of it. Ash says she shouldn't thank him. Dissatisfied Jupiter loudly asks His Highness, what about her? Where is her gift? Ash says he already pays her generously. He thinks that he is tired of her. In the future, he is going to buy her many items to enhance her magic. Is it really that hard to be patient? Lucas, with a sad expression on his face, asks the prince, what about him? Ash says that he recently gave him the armor. He wonders, maybe it's contagious. He is already constantly working to improve their equipment. Damien tells His Highness that he is not mad at him. Ash wonders if he is really at the same time with them. He recently gave him a gun, and it's actually very expensive. Jupiter gets enough of the crystal and says that she wants to buy ginseng. Is that enough? Mumyon agrees to this deal, and Jupiter says with a very evil smile that if she just eats it. She doesn't finish the thought, and Ash, surprised by what happened, wonders where she got this magic stone. Mumyon packs his things back into the cloth, and he asks if he can ask her something. She agrees and says that he can ask. If she knows, she will definitely answer. Ash asks if she knows the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Mumyon looks at him and asks who is this? He says he looks like a bard, with a pointy black hat and mask. He plays the flute and seems to control the monsters. Mamyun thinks about this and says that there are many strange people wandering around the kingdom. But this one is especially famous. She knows him. Ash thinks that he wasn't that great of an NPC in the game. Is he really a famous person here? Moonyoung points and says that if they continue straight ahead, they will find a large camp between the 3rd and 4th zones. It's safe there. In fact, there you can meet most of the intelligent creatures that wander around the kingdom. This is also called the main camp. Ash smiles and wonders, did she say main camp? He knows this place too. This is a safe zone accessible after completing the 3rd zone. There are a lot of different NPCs there. You can collect quests and partners. Moonyoung says that maybe they will meet who they are looking for there, or someone who can tell you how to find it. Even if this is not the case, they will at least be able to gather more information from others. She looks at him and says that she thinks they will get there easily. She leaves and says that they will meet again, if they survive, of course. Damien says that a merchant in such a place is very interesting. Lucas looks at Moonyoung as she walks away and says he doesn't trust that woman. Ash turns to him and asks why. He tells him that she is too strong. They continue to walk further and he asks, isn't it strange that she is playfully destroying golems and says that she is relaxing like that? Ash thinks it's not very strange. He could do that himself after leveling up to the maximum level and collecting a full set of equipment. For this reason, he tried very hard in the game 3 years ago. Although from the outside she may seem like a monster to someone. But personally, he would classify her as a friendly NPC type. A bad person would never give him a set of SSR rank items for next to nothing. He claps his hands and says that none of this matters. He turns to them and says with a smile that the boss has been waiting for them there for a long time. He thinks the next room is the boss's room. Ash looks at the system window, which says about the number of rooms in this zone, and thinks that it's time to kill the boss and finally get the treasure chests. They all enter the destroyed door of one of the buildings together. They all look at this broken door, and someone says that it feels like something has made its way out. Ash agrees and says that this something didn't even feel this door. He doesn't even want to imagine what kind of creature it is. But soon they will find out. In any case, they can only go forward. Evangelina looks at this with a worried expression on her face and says that she doesn't want to go there. Damien supports her and asks if they should go back. Ash turns around with a smile and tells these kids that they should be quiet. He didn't come all this way to leave before the boss's entrance. They must go in there. He walks ahead and wants to say something about this place, but pauses. He looks around this big building and says it looks like a dump. They all look around and one of them says that there is a whole mountain of all kinds of garbage. Lucas, with a torch in his hand, says that it stinks here. Everything is covered with mold and something like moss. Apparently this place had been underwater for a long time. He turns around and asks how could there be water here. Ash asks what he thinks if they are now under the lake. He is not at all surprised by this. Damien points to something with a very trembling hand and in a frightened voice tells His Highness that he should look there. Ash asks him what is there. Damien points to a huge mechanical golem lying in the rubble and says that there is something there. Ash was very surprised by what he saw there and asked what it was. So it wasn't just a pile of garbage? The system notifies them that they must defeat the boss. Backstreet's boss room, giant mechanical golem of the 20th level, Scavenger Baambulak. Ash was surprised when he looked at this system window and thinks that it is the person's name again. Like that time with the boss rat in the first zone, he has the same name and position as a person. What is the reason for this? The huge monster begins to slowly rise and says that he has fallen asleep again. Its core and I begin to emit a bright red glow, and smoke emerges from the pipes on its back. Baambulak directs his hands at them, in which strong energy for a shot is concentrated, and he says that he still needs to take out the trash. Bright rays of light shot out from the golem's hands and quickly rushed towards them. Someone from the team warned His Highness about the danger, and Lucas and Evangelina began to repel the attacks with a sword and shield. The rays of light were reflected to the side, and upon collision with the wall an explosion occurred, and Jupiter, who followed this, said that this was ray magic. This kind of magic is rare. She turned to His Highness and asked how he would order to act. He smiled and said that he needed to think about it. He thought that of course it was a little bigger than he expected, but he knew exactly how they could defeat this golem. Although in this game, in principle, there is no opponent whom he has never killed. He shouted to the others that his size should not frighten them. And he is easy to kill according to the same principle as the previous ones. They just need to destroy the core. However, such a giant will have several of these cannonballs on its carcass, near the bends of the elbows, in the claws, thighs, feet, chest, and head. A total of 10 monocores. Evangelina exclaimed in surprise, 10 pieces? Lucas asked, so he is able to fight until they destroy them all. Ash confirmed their words with a smile and said that there was one important point. After destroying one of the golem's cores, the underlying area will turn off. Let them start with his claws. Jupiter smiled and replied that she understood. Damien took aim with his gun and said he would take care of the right arm. After this, Jupiter and Damien together struck and pierced the golem's claws, from which he could no longer use them. The golem stamped his foot and the core lit up brighter. Hot steam began to come out of the golem's pipes, and Ash told the others that now they need to hit the legs. He called out to Lucas and Evangelina and told them to work on the thighs. Having heard the order, they rushed forward, and Bayan said that his back hurt so much. He swung his broken claw and said that he had been taking out trash all his life. Seeing this, Ash was surprised and thought, is he attacking with his broken arm like a club? After that, the golem sharply hit the ground with its broken arm, but Lucas and Evangelina managed to jump to the side. Ash mentally praised them and thought it was a great maneuver. He covered his face from the debris that scattered to the side after the golem's strike and thought that he was strong, but the movement was too sweeping. Evangelina swung her weapon and shouted at the golem that he was a piece of trash. She used the skill of reflection, returning damage, and while jumping, delivered a precise blow to the core on the monster's leg. Lucas also did not lag behind. He looked decisively at the monster and said that he would not give in to her. He rushed forward and pierced the golem's leg, affecting the core. His legs broke into several pieces and he fell to his knees. He reached out to them with his broken hand and said that he so wanted to go to the academy and study magic. Instead, he is forced to endlessly clean like a robot. Ash called out to Evangeline and told her to move aside. Then he turned to Jupiter and Damien and ordered them to aim for the right hand. Jupiter and Damien struck together and Bayan arm separated from the main body and fell to the ground. He said that he would have invented cleaning magic in the first place to make life easier for his colleagues. As he spoke, the team members continued to throw punches, hitting his cores directly. In the end, having lost all its limbs, the golem fell to the ground and a roar was heard. Lucas climbed onto his body and walked over to where the core was. Then he pointed the tip of the sword down and stabbed it into the golem's body, delivering a deep blow that reached the core on the chest. After that, he reported that they destroyed the monocore in the chest. Now only the head remains. Suddenly the monster began to rise and Lucas grabbed onto its body with his sword so as not to fall. The core on the monster's head sparkled, and he said that it was strange. Where does all this garbage come from? Bayan began to hit his head on the floor, and Ash thought, now he will hit his head? He went completely crazy. He gritted his teeth and looked at Jupiter and Damien who were behind him, thinking that he was just in command, so he could easily dodge, but the two of them couldn't. He gathered all his determination and courage, turning towards the golem, and then clenched his hand into a fist and ran to the attack, shouting that he just wanted to quietly laze around. The power of his attack was 125 units, and then he hit the golem on the head, which slightly threw him up and left a dent. The golem's head, along with its body, fell to the ground, and after that it did not move. Ash caught his breath and thought that it was good that the damage was good, otherwise it would have been bad. The core on Bayanbulak's head sparkled and cracked, and then he felt something inside. While he was lying on the ground, his gaze rushed upward and he saw drops falling down. He felt drops of rain hitting his steel body and said that it was raining. Lucas presented Ash with a sword and said that he must finish him off. Ash thanked him and thought that they give a lot of experience for finishing off the boss. He climbed onto his head and approached the core, thinking that he had just the lowest level. He pointed the tip of his sword at the core and thought that he should just kill it. Bayambulak still felt the raindrops, which only he could see, and said that it was such a pleasant shower. Ash indifferently called him a monster and ordered him to shut up. After that, he delivered the final blow and the system reported that the boss's room had been cleared. Giant mechanical golem scavenger Bayambulak level 20 destroyed. He was able to destroy all parts of the golem. After that, all the team members scattered around the room, examining the wreckage, and Ash looked through the system window and thought that he had received a bonus for complete destruction. It's also a good experience. How many levels will he raise? Damien called out to him with a smile and said that there was a path and a treasure chest. Ash waved and replied that he was on his way, and then he called out to Lucas and told him to hold her. Lucas began to hold Jupiter, and she screamed, "She can't even look." Ash ignored her and opened the chest, saying in surprise that it was an SR item. "What is it?" He took a level 30 blue glowing scream orb. This is a magical sphere that deals from 40 to 45 units of damage and has a durability of 15. When destroying several enemies in a row with an interval of no more than 30 seconds, a 5% bonus to damage is given. He winced with displeasure and said that it was a magic item. Jupiter was delighted and said that this was such a delight. "Is this for her?" Ash threw the sphere into her hands and confirmed her words. Lightning began to emanate from the sphere in her hands, and Ash thought that in any case it would only be suitable for her. This sphere was one of 3 items in a set called Shout for Me. When collecting a full set, for each enemy killed, a fear effect is applied to a large area. Ash thought that he would also like to know where to look for the other 2 items. Also in the chest were 2 SR rank mana cores of excellent quality. But overall it's a bit sparse for a boss room. The second zone was cleared. They walked through the massive doors and Ash told the others to go ahead. They look for a checkpoint and go home. Evangelina was delighted, and then the system reported that the second zone of the back street had been cleared. As soon as they walked through the massive doors, Ash stopped and looked up. He saw a spiral staircase going up and asked, "Is this a climb to some kind of fortress?" He thought that so far everything had gone smoothly. The terrain was familiar. They are on the right track. He smiled and told the others to go ahead, and after that they began to climb the stairs. So some time passed, and they were still rising. Jupiter was very tired and exclaimed, "How far is it yet?" Her knees are about to crumble. She already hears an ominous crunch. Damien, although he was tired, was silent and did not complain. But Ash, who walked in front of them, was drooling from fatigue, and Jupiter answered that it was his knees that were crunching so much. They're almost there. Finally, they climbed the tower and found themselves in a huge hall. Ash, who was still on the stairs, slowly crawled up the steps and said that there was just a little more left, the last push. He thought that he wanted to strangle the one who invented spiral staircases. Jupiter was also barely crawling and said that it seemed like her heart was going to stop soon. She would like to smoke her last cigar before her death. Ash replied that this cigar would most likely kill her. He looked at Lucas and Evangelina, who were walking ahead together, and thought that they didn't care. After much torment, Ash finally found himself in the tower hall and told everyone that they were great. He pointed to the passage leading outside and said that they had done it. There was a lamppost outside the tower, and stones lay nearby. Ash said it was a teleportation gate. Jupiter was the first to run outside and joyfully said that they were going home. Her old bones can no longer stand it. When she returns, she will immediately climb into the hot bath. Alcohol with ice in one hand, cigar in the other. But suddenly she lost all her joy and stopped when she saw the view opening from above. Ash, along with the others, approached her and asked why she was frozen. Everyone else also came to the edge and looked down in surprise. Ash looked at the view from here and said that this is what the kingdom under the lake actually looks like. It is simply immense. From the height of the tower, the entire kingdom was visible, in which rare blue lights were burning. And in the very center of the city there was a huge high castle, and at the very top a bright light shone. Damien was surprised to see a light on top of the castle and said that there was light in the kingdom. He spoke not only about the castle, but also about the whole city, so that it was dotted with blue lights. Ash thought that this was not entirely true. It's just that someone installed magical stones of light throughout the city and in the central tower. Thanks to this, few travelers can find their way around here. Evangelina pointed towards the castle and asked, "What is this? Is this some kind of lighthouse?" Ash frowned at the tower, and after a short pause he replied that it was the central tower of the palace. He thought that this was the last zone they should go to, and that it was there that they would have to fight the final boss. If only they knew how long he actually dragged himself there. Now they were on the very outskirts of the kingdom, in the third zone, on the northern wall of the castle. They entered through the sewers, wandered through the back streets, and eventually came out on the wall of the northern gate of the city. He activated the teleport and called out to the others, saying that they would think about the further route next time. It's time for them to go home. He will think that just a little more, and they will carry him in their arms. The system reported that free research was completed. He can choose 2 available rewards. Group status. Ash went up 4 levels, now he's 15. Lucas went up 2 levels, now he's 33. Jupiter went up 1, now she's level 38. Damien went up 3 levels and is now 27. Guest party member Evangelina went up 1 level and now has 36. When they left the portal, it was already sunset. Ash praised everyone and said that now they all need to rest. He looked at the sky and thought that they entered there at dawn and returned in the evening. They spent the whole day. He yawned and covered his mouth with his hand, saying that he also needed to rest. He thought that he would sleep until dinner, eat a little, and then get to work. Time passed. Waking up from sleep, Ash sharply opened his eyes, and the ticking sound of a clock began to be heard in the room. He got out of bed and looked at his watch, seeing that it was almost 1:30 in the morning. He swore and thought that dinner had long passed. It's time for him to look at the things he received yesterday. He took out a torch with a blue flame from his inventory and thought that he was given a torch of blue flame for completing the second zone. The fuel supply does not run out. This is not the worst thing, considering that exploring a dungeon is an eternal struggle with darkness. But this is perhaps the only way it is useful. He put the torch in his inventory and reached for the next item, thinking that who would have thought that this would be given as a bonus for a full clearing. He took out a scroll to summon a giant mechanical golem and was happy about it. Even though it is disposable, it is still very useful. He would be able to use that huge golem they had encountered then for his own purposes. The system asked, does he want to activate the summon scroll of a giant mechanical golem? Ash thought there was no point in waiting. He would activate it now. The scroll in his hand disappeared, and in its place a blue glow appeared. And then the system reported that Ash had activated the player's skill. the magic of summoning a giant mechanical golem. He thought that he would keep this skill in the active slot and use it in case of emergency. The inspection is now over. Suddenly his stomach growled loudly, and he thought that his stomach was terribly loud. He left his room and walked down the corridor, yawning loudly. He walked into the kitchen and wondered what he could eat, but suddenly he stopped mid-sentence and froze in the aisle when he saw Evangeline and Lucas sitting on the floor and eating. Lucas, who was holding a sausage in one hand and potatoes in the other, called out to the prince in surprise. From such a sight, Ash was speechless for a second, and then asked what they were doing here. Evangelina replied that she came to the kitchen because she was terribly hungry, and there he was already. Ash saw empty plates on the floor and thought they were competing to see who could eat the most. He walked inside and said with a smile that he was hungry too. They didn't eat it all, did they? They replied that they only ate what was bad. But these are just pieces. There was nothing ready-made here. Ash noticed their upset faces and asked if they were that hungry. They looked up at him and nodded their heads vigorously. Ash rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile that there was nothing to be done about it. Let them sit down at the table. He will cook something for them. Lucas asked in surprise, "Can he cook?" Ash opened the closet door and reached for groceries, answering uncertainly that he knew a little. Evangelina was also surprised and said that he was of royal blood. How can he know how to cook? He turned to them and asked, "What's the big deal?" Not prohibited by law. If it's forbidden, then he doesn't care. He's of royal blood. He thought that everyone present was hungry. Why shouldn't he prepare something? He imagined the fragrant ramen with thinly sliced onions and kimchi egg floating in a golden saucepan and thought that he would like this, but it is impossible. He looked at the food that was in the cabinet and thought that this estate was at least full of simple ingredients. There is butter, milk, eggs, spices, and smoked ham. Only one thing comes to his mind. He lit the stove with a blue flame torch, and then melted butter in a frying pan and began cooking. While he frantically waved his hands at the stove, Lucas and Evangelina watched him in silence. After a while, he finished and put a plate of food on the table, wishing them a pleasant appetite. Lucas and Evangelina looked at the dish he had just prepared and were very surprised, and Ash said that it was royal toast. There was toast on a plate in front of them. Slices of fresh bread are fried in egg and a dash of honey, and then smoked ham, salad, and vegetables are placed between them. Ash sat down at the table and tried the toast, saying it was so delicious. He thought that there was no need for ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise. It still turns out tasty and juicy. Lucas tasted his toast and, wiping away his tears, said it was divine. The royal chef is no comparison. He eats food prepared by the prince himself. If he tells his descendants about this, they won't believe him. Ash told him not to exaggerate. Evangelina also tried it and said that it was really delicious. It's similar to what they sell in stalls at festivals. Ash said she was right. He remembered how he bought this in his world and thought that after all, this was a recipe for street cuisine. Evangelina suddenly became sad and said that it reminded her of the times when she was very little. She heard some sounds from the kitchen, and when she went to look, she saw her father eating hastily prepared food. Monsters usually invade no matter the time of day, so he could return late at night after a battle and start eating everything in order to satisfy his hunger. She smiled and said that this time too he came from the battlefield, threw everything that was in the kitchen into a frying pan and fried it. And when their eyes met, he asked just one question. Does she want it too? That's how it all happened. Ash asked with a smile, did she eat too? She confirmed his words and stretched her cheek, saying that it was his fault that she still had such round cheeks. He replied that she looked cute. Evangelina remembered something else and joyfully said that every other time her mother woke up and ran out to them. She grumbled at her father for feeding her so late at night. She laughed and covered her mouth, saying that they should have seen his face. It was like that of a naughty kitten. She lowered her hands and her smile became slightly sad. She imagined her parents and her little self in this kitchen and said that such snacks reminded her of the past. It's a pity that this is already in the past. After a short pause, Ash said that the Margrave's funeral would take place tomorrow. Crossroad doesn't have a tradition of giving chiefs a grand farewell, so he usually just gives a speech. But if she wants, she can perform tomorrow. She thought about it, and then answered that she didn't want to. She trusted him with it. She respects her father. In her opinion, he is an incredible person who has protected the locals all his life. However, she still cannot forgive him for that incident. Ash remained silent, and she asked, "Did he tell him? Did he tell you how her mother died? How he left her to die, preferring to defend the walls?" She will never be able to forgive him, but despite the pain in her heart, she can still understand him. Defending the city is the Lord's primary duty, and her father was simply true to his duty. But on the day they buried their mother's coffin in the garden, he didn't even come. Instead, he went to strengthen the southern military base because he needed to prepare for the next attack, since this is Lord Crossroads' important job. She clutched the hem of her skirt in her hand and said that this was more important to him. Burying her mother's empty coffin in his place, she realized, this means what the head of the Cross family should have been like. She will never be like that. Ash asked, that's why she left. She confirmed his words and thanked him for organizing her father's funeral in her place. Although she considers the Margrave a man worthy of admiration and respect. She suddenly fell silent, and then frowned and said with tears in her eyes that she would never forgive her father, Cheryl Cross. She quickly stood up from the table and thanked Ash for the food. It is truly an honor to eat food prepared personally by His Highness. She left the kitchen and went to her room, and Ash looked at her and said that family matters are like that. Lucas remained silent, and then Ash said that it was too late. They also needed to leave. He agreed with him, and they went out into the corridor together. As they walked down the hallway in silence, Lucas decided to ask how he was doing with this. Ash asked with what? He looked down and replied that he was with his family. He heard that he didn't have the best relationship with them. Is that why he cares about Miss Evangelina? Ash was surprised and thought, is this true? He doesn't get along with his family? He thought he was just some kind of local fool. Lucas asked if perhaps he sees his past self in her. Although, what can he know about him? He looked him closely in the eyes and asked, or is he wrong? Ash suddenly became nervous and couldn't answer. He wondered, is he asking because he's genuinely worried or because he suspects he's not the real Ash? Silence fell between them. Because it caught him off guard, he fell into a stupor. He suddenly saw Lucas in a new light.